and I guess he was practicing.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Do it. The juice is being brought. What would you rather have? What would you rather have? What kind of issues would you rather have in Houston? Would you like to have the issues that we just heard Perloff talking about with the Dallas Cowboys, where Jerry Jones is openly despised by the entire fan base? Or would you like to have the kind of technical difficulties that Sean Pendergast and myself are having right now? Sean is, he's rocketing up Buffalo Speedway towards the studio right now. We've got technical difficulties at the stadium. Somebody unplugged the damn broadcast over the weekend while we were sleeping peacefully at home watching the Astros get swept by the A's. Okay, that's a little bit of an issue. I think I might prefer having Jerry Jones type problems than whatever the hell's going on with the Astros. We'll get into all of that this morning. Sean is on his way back to the studio as we have some technical difficulties out at the stadium. The big news this weekend was Ian Rappaport reporting on Joe Mixon, who we know in the offseason had been wearing a boot for a good chunk of time, hasn't been out there practicing so far. Here's Ian Rappaport on Joe Mixon's foot/ankle injury.
Sources tell me that he is now expected to be out an extended period of time. He is dealing with a foot injury, has been in a walking boot, has been dealing with this actually for the last several months. Joe Mixon is on the non-football injury list, so this is not something that he did in camp. It is something that happened in the offseason that he came into camp with, and I know there was some initial discussion maybe Joe Mixon will be back soon. My understanding is extended period of time, and he'll be reevaluated closer to week 1. So that Joe Mixon is not on the field week 1 for the Texans. They signed Nick Chubb. They have several other running backs. Dameon Pierce is one. They drafted one, but certainly some questions surrounding Joe Mixon's availability.
God help me if this was a jet ski accident, a non-football. If this was a jet ski accident, you'll lose all sympathy from one Seth C. Payne. But likely, let's assume it was some kind of a workout or whatever it might be. Listen. We're sitting in a situation where the Astros have more people on the IL than anybody in the 100-plus year history of baseball. At least that's what it feels like. You know, back in the day, they didn't have an IL. They said, hey, listen, I fought in World War I. You think I'm gonna let a couple of amputated toes just keep me from playing baseball? God, no. So the Astros have a whole bunch of guys on the IL. We've had mystery injuries with both the Astros and the Texans now, and we're all getting a little bit tired of it. As Rappaport points out, the Texans do have multiple different backup options, and I know a lot of people this weekend were freaking out, or at least wondering, hey, why weren't the Texans more aggressive in addressing the running back situation this offseason? And it reminds me of last year when people were really angry that the Texans weren't more aggressive addressing the safety position. Why do you not spend loads of money at a relatively blue-collar position all over the place in the offseason? Because because last year it was safety. You drafted Kalen Bullock. This year, yes, everybody would love to have what the Saints used to have back in the day, when at any given time they had 4 starting running backs on the roster. Best way to spend your money. And running back it's awesome if you have a guy you feel great about, but then after that, you don't want to necessarily be spending a whole lot of money on backups. And Nick Chubb is very much a huge question mark. We don't know if we're going to see anything close to the peak version of Nick Chubb and what he used to be, or perhaps a more mediocre version of him. Dameon Pierce and Woody Marks, the draft pick. So last year the Texans drafted Kalen Bullock. That ended up being your answer at safety. This year, hopefully Woody Marks in this new offense, and this is crucial to every single running back out there. If an offensive line is functioning like, let's just say even an average NFL offensive line, you'll see why, okay, you don't bend over backwards trying to spend money on backup running backs, because it's largely a stock position that you can go out and get with a trade during training camp, with roster cut downs and whatever it might be. We're kind of scarred as a fan base from having watched the Texans last year just be so incapable of preventing defenders into the backfield that it seemed like it took a superhuman effort from Joe Mixon at times just to get back to the line of scrimmage. So a lot of this just hinges on, can the Texans' offensive line be credible run blockers? Can they be credible, passable in pass protection? And then backup running back isn't as big a deal. You can get by with a few guys. You know, Jawar Jordan's been doing some good things out at practice. This is what you have to than Stephon Diggs. He's literally smaller than Stephon Diggs. So he can be part of a committee and part of a pass receiving threat, and certainly somebody that can fill in for a few days or a few weeks if Joe Mixon is out. My concern would be, all right, is this a longer-term deal with Joe Mixon? And then this Dameon Pierce, who averaged over 5 yards a carry last year, he just didn't get that many reps, but looked good when the Texans did things that I think Nick Caley is going to do, a lot more gap and man scheme blocking, just old school double team a defensive tackle up into the up into the lap of a linebacker, and Sean T. Pendergast or Seth C. Payne could get 3 yards and a cloud of dust and likely a lot of blood and broken ligaments at some point if we were in there in the backfield. That's ideally what you get, is somebody that can just flat out, can you actually just execute the offense? That goes to Nick Caley, and what kind of an offensive coordinator is he going to be? This is Nick Caley last week when talking to the press and asked about guys adjusting to the new scheme.
Well, I mean, I think, there's a lot of things you do. There's discipline, there's mental toughness in terms of being precise with motions, being precise and breaking the huddle with a clean operation, whether it's cadence, changing up cadences, whether it's putting guys in different spots that, mixing some different formations that they may have to, run the same concept for multiple formations. So it taxes you mentally, too, not just physically.
This is what got me excited about that. Old Sethers got super pumped up when he talked about mixing up cadences. Do you understand how much quarterback? Oh my gosh. And yet it's difficult when you have an offensive line that at various times last year was on a record pace for false starts or pre-snap penalties. Largely because of Laramie Tunsil. Let's be honest about it. But they just could not execute. So when the pre-snap operation is so decrepit, is so awful, then when you can't handle the very basics, you don't give C.J. Stroud the tools to manipulate the defense. The offensive linemen, they used to drive me crazy as a defensive lineman when I would watch one of the Texans' offensive line, the iterations in any given year, have a hard time just getting the snap off during practice. Because as a defensive lineman, man, a hard count, just being able to go on 2 or 3 dummy counts, all of these things make the defense show their hand. All of those things, these simple things that you can execute just by crisp execution of the offense. No matter what the scheme is, whether you're an outside zone, gap scheme, whatever, you don't even have to get technical about it. A crisp operation pre-snap makes life really, really difficult for the defense. And that's one thing I've been excited about, where all we've been doing is talking, philosophizing about offense and what Nick Caley might be. None of it matters until they actually get out on the field and do it today in pads. So today's really big for the offense because they haven't looked all that great running the ball, but it's in no pads. So Nick Caley hammers over and over again the fundamentals, the execution. Bobby Slowick used to talk about execution like it was just something that he outsourced to the players. He had hired the players on Fiverr or Upwork or something and thought, well, okay, I've got a brilliant scheme. Now all I have to do is bring in some hired hands and they'll get it done, which is bogus. The offensive coordinator is responsible for execution. Sean T. Pendergast, for those of you joining us, is rocketing. I'm guessing he's almost at Greenway Plaza right now, breaking all kinds of traffic violations. Any of our law enforcement officers who listen to the show, please give Sean a pass. If anything, give him a police escort as he's on his way back to the station after having technical difficulties out at the stadium. Tune in. Stay tuned through the break because 5-6 minutes from now, we might have Sean T. Pendergast. We might not. It's a big mystery. Payne and Pendergast.
Training camp is...
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, you're listening to Payne and Pendergast in the morning. Sean asked me, hey, Seth, what'd you tease during that first segment? I was like, that would require professional at the helm. I teased whether or not you were going to be back.
All right, let's pay off. Let's pay off on the tease.
Yes,
I'm
Sean's
back,
everybody.
I'm back. Yeah, technical issues out at the yard. How you doing, buddy?
Good. I was all excited I was going to do my top 40 radio voice if you weren't back. We're like, you're listening to Payne and Pendergast in the morning.
Spinning the hits. Spinning the hits. Yeah, you sounded good. So I'm driving back from the stadium just now. SportsRadio 610. I'm like, I like the cut of this guy's jib, this Seth Payne. He's good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was, luckily, the reason I started a YouTube channel was almost specifically so I'd get more comfortable doing solo
triage
stuff. And if a situation arose as we just had. Did you get the law enforcement escort the way I had requested?
No, I was nervous. You know the way that we come back here to the studio is going up Buffalo Speedway, where the law enforcement of which you speak are very vigilant about the speeds. I'm like, if I get...
It's a very ironically named and patrolled street.
Yes.
They call it the Speedway, and it's one of the most aggressively enforced segments in Houston.
So with all due respect to everybody involved, I didn't drive the speed limit, but I drove at a speed where I wouldn't get a speeding ticket. I'm like, there's no way that on top of everything that's gone on this morning, I'm piling a speeding ticket on top of this stuff. No.
I've met some Westview cops that I think, there's enough listeners of Payne and Pendergast that I think they might have done you a solid.
They would have known the deal.
If you had resisted and not complied, especially if you'd gone full Karen on them. Oh. Do you know who I am?
No.
Officer, I am feeling threatened.
Do you want to know why I'm heading up there right now? Put on Sports Radio 610. Listen. Yeah. Did you have a good weekend?
I did. I had a good time.
That's
we talked about Joe Mixon's injury a little bit in the first segment, and I'm trying like hell. Overly concerned about. Listen, I freaked out about C.J. Stroud's sore shoulder. I know, and it wasn't to try to be a shock jock or anything.
Yeah.
I was genuinely nervous about C.J. Stroud's shoulder, and now with Joe Mixon in a walking boot for a non-football injury, that was the only thing that bothered me the most about all of it. I hope it wasn't a jet ski or something like that. I hope it was while he was working out. But we're coming off of a season in which Joe Mixon required superhuman efforts at times just to get 1 or 2 yards or even get back to the line of scrimmage. So I think we, as a fan base, we've kind of forgotten that, running back is kind of a stock position these days, unless you've got a good one. But you don't need to have a 3 deep that you feel awesome about as long as you have offensive linemen who can block. So I remain nervous about whether or not the offensive line is going to be competent this year.
My big saving grace in the Joe Mixon thing, Seth, is he didn't practice at all last year either. And he was the offensive player of the week in week 1. He did nothing in training camp last year because of whatever I forget what his injury was last year. But he didn't do anything in training camp last year, and then he runs for $160 on the Colts in week 1. So I'm not worried about. I'm more worried about what the actual injury is than the fact that he's missing practice time right now.
Right. Yeah. The actual if we didn't know anything about an injury and they were just holding Joe Mixon out, you'd say, well, that's what they do with running backs who are in their upper 20s these days. Which being in the upper 20s as a running back is kind of like being a 55-year-old in real life. Sure, you can still do a lot of impressive stuff at work. But pace yourself,
Yes.
You can't quite have the 2 bottles of wine per night that you did in your youth.
Oh, man. You're right. And in your 50s, that's what it gets like. That's a good conversion chart that you've got right there for that. Yeah, so mix it. But I'll tell you what, we'll talk about this more at 7 o'clock when we do some winners and losers from training camp. Huge opportunity for these young backs right now to get some like Jawar Jordan is getting more touches than anybody at camp right now, including Nick Chubb. Chubb's running with the ones, but Jawar Jordan is getting a ton of work right now.
Do you know, my biggest concern with Joe Mixon being out really is more the overall injury or availability situation during practice. Because this is, it really struck me as I was walking around this weekend thinking about stuff. I don't care how much they limit the practices or how rarely they're in pads anymore. It's just too long. It's so stupid. It's 6 weeks. It's 6 weeks. Just get your crap together and go out there and play some actual football. So you got to manage the reps and be sure that you're not taking guys like Nick Chubb and giving him more reps than he really should. I feel like with Nick Chubb, especially when he's in a new situation where he's going to be trying to prove himself, you know, and you might say, well, he's already done this, he's already done that. No, man, he's just kind of wired that way. The kind of guy that you probably have to force him not to take reps at times. And if you want to get the best out of him, you got to ramp him up very slowly. Dameon Pierce and his injury situation, it's just there's you'd like to see this run game get going, but you also at the same time don't want any one running back to get too many reps for 6.
Yep. So Payne and Pendergast, it is officially Payne and Pendergast now. I'm back in studio. We'll be back out there at training camp tomorrow once we get everything fixed. Today, how much of the Astros did you watch this weekend?
Oh my gosh, oh my goodness. Hey, Michael Connor is Michael Connor is not with another radio station.
He's
right
not.
now,
No,
is
he's
he?
not.
Okay, good.
He does
I can talk about him with.
He does the podcast for I forget which podcast.
No. I know. I'm about to talk about his podcast.
Gotcha.
I just wanted to be sure I wasn't also cross promoting. So Michael Connor does the Locked On Astros podcast. At times he does post games for the Astros. So yesterday when I was out walking here in Eugene, Oregon, I listened to all his last 3 post games, one by one, all in a row.
That was a joy fest.
And it's a great listen just to get kind of the, you know, he has some really good opinions and observations, but it was, if you know Michael Connor,
he's salty.
The level of disgust.
Yeah, he's salty.
Over the top. I got to the point where I started the third podcast. The first podcast I listened to at normal speed, the second one at 1.5 speed, and then the third one at 2 times speed because
oh my God.
He was so disgusted that even at 2 times speed, it almost sounded like normal pace because he was just, I don't know what the hell they're going to do. You got these guys out here. We're talking about trading for Suarez. Great. Oh, that really gets my juices flowing. Yeah, let's give up a
Suarez. Yeah, that was a big, Chandler had a whole, well, he does like a notebook piece, but his lead was that they've been checking in on Eugenio Suarez with Arizona, who is, as Chandler pointed out, the total opposite of what this Astros team is about right now when it comes to how the game is played. Horrible on defense, strikes out a ton, but hits bombs, hits dingers.
So they've been, since Jordan went out, you know, before this series, I don't know where they are now, but they'd actually been an above-average offense. They were scoring 4.5 runs per game or whatever it was, which is a miracle unto itself. But even as we got wrapped up in the excitement of some of those series win streaks and whatnot, you know in the back of your mind that it's not sustainable. And man, did it really hit. Oh, Nick Hurts having a record-setting performance on Saturday. It's all a blur.
It was Friday. It was Friday. That was Friday. 6 for 6, 4 bombs, 8 RBIs. It was funny the way I think it was Chandler's recap of the game, but the way he recapped it, he's like, in the first 3 at-bats, Nick Kurtz was a triple away. After 3 at-bats, he was a triple away from the cycle. But he couldn't hit a triple the rest of the day. All he did was hit 3 more home runs after that.
He must have been distraught over that.
If you're gonna miss a cycle, that's the way to do it. Keep hitting bombs.
I love that Chandler basically said piece Nick Hurts.
Yeah.
I love reading The Athletic and I love reading Chandler Rome, and it was just hilarious because sometimes when you go to The Athletic, they'll put any article that the Astros are mentioned in, they're going to put on your feed when you say that the Astros are your favorite team. Yep. And I saw the picture and the headline and assumed, okay, this is an A's writer. So I'm like, no, Chandler. Here's Chandler. They're like, nope, screw it. I'm going to do a feel-good piece on Nick Hurts and his godparents being at the game.
That's true. Yeah, his godparents live in the Woodlands. No, but you could make an argument that is the greatest offensive game that's ever been put together in the history of baseball. Like he had 6 hits. He scored 6 runs, which has happened fewer than 10 times in the history of baseball. Someone scoring. See, he scored 6 runs in a game. Hardly ever happens. Got 6 hits in a game. Probably happens a couple times a year, maybe. 4 home runs. That's only happened 20 times in the history. There's been fewer 4 home run games than there have been perfect games by pitchers in the history of baseball. Nick Kurtz is the only rookie to ever do 4 home runs in a game, and he tied the record for total bases in a game with Sean Green, who did it with the Dodgers in 2002. If you're going to go to an Astros game and the Astros are going to get their butts whooped, at least be at one where you watch some history get made. And if you were there on Friday, you watched history. That was an historic performance by Nick Kurtz on Friday. He's really, really good.
It was everybody was so grateful to have been able to watch it.
Dude, I can tell you.
You needed a little help from Cooper Hummel on it, but there you go.
Yeah, the most depressing thing about Nick Kurtz, not the game on Friday. Well, I guess in some ways the game on Friday because it dredged up all these stats he's hitting for a rookie. Like he's got the second most extra base hits through the first 66 games of a career. Only Joe DiMaggio had more in 19, whatever it was. The most depressing thing is that when they put the lists up for most this and that by a rookie through X amount of games, you know who's right next to him in all these? Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah.
From Yordan's rookie year back in 2019. And that is depressing to see because we have not gotten that version of Yordan in like almost a calendar year now.
Yeah,
we need him.
This is where I am. This is where I am on the trade deadline. I think you have to look at the guys on your the IL as your trade acquisitions. Those guys coming back at some point. Can I get a Spencer Arrighetti instead of a Gusto? I mean, we're at the breaking point now with some of these guys who have admirably filled in and played above expectations. But at some point, you can't rely on them.
Seth,
and Brandon Walter gets injured. The one guy that you could have. The one guy that you were okay, look at this, man. Look, the old Astros pitching car wash did it again.
Yeah.
And Brandon Walter is injured.
He's injured, elbow injury. And he's saying things that make people feel better. Until the inflammation goes down, who the hell knows? You know, we've learned that the hard way.
Paredes says hamstring, lo and behold, hey, it's worse than we thought it was.
Right.
Right. You don't say. Yeah. Oh, we never could have anticipated that.
It's a big week. It's a big week for Dana Brown because the team. It's not a good team right now. They got outscored 32-7. They're still 4 games up in the AL West. I mean, the chances of this team making the postseason. Making the postseason period is still a heavy favorite. Winning the division, I think Fangraphs has it at like 54%.
52%.
To 52%?
54%, let's say that.
Something like that.
Somewhere about.
A little over 50, so they're a little better than a coin toss. But yeah, they're going to start to get, knock on wood, they're going to start to get some of these guys back. Jeremy Pena swung a bat this weekend. I think I saw that, Seth. I know, huh?
That's one of the important steps on your way back to playing in a Major League Baseball game.
Also, yeah, it's right there with playing catch. Yeah, wake me up when he plays catch. I like hearing that. That's my favorite report. My
favorite report is always hitting off a tee.
Yeah.
Hey, he's a 6-year-old.
Good job. You're in kindergarten. Way to go.
He's not a particularly precocious 6-year-old. No. Still a 6-year-old.
No. But as far as the trade deadline goes, the rumors swirling around. We mentioned Suarez at the Astros, according to Chandler Rome. According to sources he has, they've been checking in on Suarez with Arizona. He's among the – I haven't looked at the stats lately. When the Astros were playing them a week ago, he was third in home runs in all of Major League Baseball. So they're sniffing around on him. He brought up the names Will Castro and Brandon Lowe from Minnesota and Tampa Bay, respectively. Jeff Passan of ESPN says the best fit would be Cedric Mullins from Baltimore, who, apparently Baltimore is probably going to be doing a lot of fire sale stuff this week. Mullins is one of a handful of guys, including Charlie Morton, who are in contract years right now. So these would all be rentals. Yeah. You'd be giving something up just to have a guy for a few months, unless you decide to make an offer or keep him around,
I know that last year, look, we were all skeptical of the Kikuchi trade. Mm-hmm. And for one, Kikuchi hadn't been pitching all that great. He got here and ended up being awesome. But you also gave up prospects. And now that we've seen exactly how much some of those prospects can help, I mean, we've been seeing it for years and years and years now. But it's just the pipeline is not what she once was. And you've got all of these guys on the IL that would be huge boosts to a team that right now, if they can just play at a 500 clip for the next couple of weeks, I don't care about playing down to the opponent, up to the opponent. It's going to be random. It's going to be dumb luck. You sweep the Diamondbacks, then you get swept by the A's. You're going to get a lot of that. You're not going to be able to predict from one series to the next over the next couple of weeks whether they look like a double-A team or a major league team.
Nationals in town tonight for a 3-game set, and then I know they've got a Red Sox. They got a couple Red Sox series coming up in the next 2 weeks and a Yankees series. So, yeah, getting any of these guys back would be a big help, especially in that starting rotation for sure. All right, we're off and running on a Monday. I'm back in studio today. We're getting the technical issues fixed out at Texans training camp, and we'll be back out there. I would imagine we'll be back out there tomorrow for training camp. We'll get to some headlines coming up next, including headlines from camp and also the Astros. A big Astros headline off the field happened over the weekend as well that we will get to. We'll do all that coming up next. But first, I got to tell you about the Men's T Clinic. Love going to the Men's T Clinic every Friday. Testosterone replacement therapy is
and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, Texans training camp. We are not live out there today. I'm back in studio today. We had some technical issues, but we're getting them fixed. We'll be out there. Not sure if In the Loop will be out there. I scrambled back to my car to come up here just to make sure Payne and Pendergast was okay.
I'm guessing, Sean, without having actually seen the situation, that it's something like something was unplugged or something.
Well,
I'm guessing.
The NFL Network was out there on Saturday, and they were using that stage. So the initial hypothesis is that, not with any malice or intent, but maybe those people did something that messed with our settings out there, possibly.
Those highfalutin have huge egos, despite having horrible shows and broadcasts and commentators. Production somehow just usurped all of our needs. Thanks NFL Network.
They dragged Payne and Pendergast in front of a bus, is what they did.
Although they're being acquired by ESPN, right?
Oh yeah,
That's the new
$2 billion.
And then the NFL's going to own part of ESPN.
Yeah,
right?
it's a
did
very.
I read that right?
Yeah, I'm sure that won't affect the coverage of anything at all. That there's now a fiduciary relationship between the two.
This will be great. Will be quashed.
No.
Don't worry about that. Nothing to see here.
That's right.
Yes.
All right, let's get to headlines. You talked about it in the open while I was making my way back here. Joe Mixon might miss all of training camp, it looks like, which would basically be what happened last year. It's just that up until now, there's a lot of mystery as to what this injury is. The only things we know, Seth, Joe Mixon is in a walking boot, and he injured. The way that he injured this is being categorized as a non-football injury. We don't know if it's jet skiing or working out in his garage. We have no idea. But it's a non-football injury in a walking boot, and according to Ian Rappaport, he's not going to practice for a long, long time.
I try not to worry about the walking boot too much because we've seen so many different guys walking around in a walking boot and then be just fine on game day, even during the season.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Roethlisberger famously.
Yep.
Feels like he and Jay, he wore a walking boot just for the attention.
That was his gimmick, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, hey, I'm in a walking boot. It's going to be the most courageous thing you've ever seen. Let me ask you this about Nick Chubb, because you've been out at practice every day.
Yeah.
And I think maybe Cody Stutes has probably been the most pessimistic about Nick Chubb.
Without question.
But I haven't necessarily heard a lot of other people say that they're all that concerned about him. Is it safe to say that when you've seen Nick Chubb, he doesn't look like the peak version of Nick Chubb?
I think that's safe to say.
He's not like electrifying when he's out there.
He does not pop, is the way I put it.
Yeah.
And when I did either video or in writing, I can't remember which one, but I said he just doesn't pop. And obviously he's a different style of back and a different certainly different physically than some of the guys that are running behind him on the depth. Absolutely. He's quick, he's speedy, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that out of Nick Chubb. Today, they're putting on the pads today. Today is a big day for Nick Chubb. If I had to sort of power rank the guys where this is a big day in terms of making impressions, it's a big day for Nick Chubb, because that's been my caveat. I'm not going to make any judgments on his explosiveness or his speed or what his potential is until I see what it looks like with pads on.
It's tough when you have an injury like he had, which was one of these devastating multi-tendon/ligament injuries a couple years ago. Because you can be back up to full strength in the weight room. You could go out and do some timed drills, do some agility drills, and be the same as what you used to be. But sometimes there's just a neurological disconnect after you've had multiple injuries like that in your career too, where you don't have that same ability to just fire quickly, fire those nerves quickly, fire those muscles quickly. And maybe it just takes a little bit of time. Maybe it's a matter of getting acclimated to the offense. But so far, you got to kind of maybe dampen your expectations a little bit until you actually see it in the flesh.
I think that's well put. I think that's exactly what it is with Nick Chubb. So we'll see out there today. He's not the one I'm most looking forward to seeing in pads. I'll tell you that is in the 7 o'clock hour. But pads on today for the first time. In the words of Nick Caserio, this is when training camp begins. By the way, Nick Caserio, 7:15 tomorrow, he'll join us live from Texans training camp here on Payne and Pendergast. Nice long conversation tomorrow with the Texans EVP GM. Another Texans note, Janice McNair going into the Ring of Honor. That was announced. It was announced on social media by the Texans. We'll get to the audio of that and acknowledge me. We're going to acknowledge Janice McNair. But they announced it to the fans out in attendance on Saturday, Seth. You could tell it was a little different. This was the first camp with fans out there. So, Cal and Hannah like to do their thing where they walk over and say hi and welcome them and whatnot. And Janice was out there. other McNair family members are out there, and all the players walk out there to sort of gather around. I'm like, okay, well, this is a little bit different welcome for the fans. And they announced that Janice McNair will be going in alongside her late husband, Bob McNair, in the Ring of Honor on November the 2nd, which is Week 9 against Denver. That's the Legends weekend, like the homecoming where everybody comes back into town. So they wanted to do it where the players who are back in town could be part of that.
Yeah, she's just been awesome from the very beginning. And just going back to the expansion draft when we just had a dozen or so dudes on the actual team. Bob McNair and Janice McNair really it felt different than your normal NFL ownership type of situation. The McNairs could have done anything they wanted with their money. They'd made their fortune, and they were just sitting there a few years after the Oilers had left, and basically said, hey, you know what, this city needs a football team.
Yeah.
Let's go out and get them one.
Made it happen. It's amazing.
So it's always been cool. There's Bob, they've run it very much like a business and done a great job with the business side of things. But it's been cool because it's not one of those old guard family-owned teams, which I'm happy about because some of those things get pretty dysfunctional, like the Bengals. Yep. But it's kind of a good blend between the new and the old with the McNairs.
Agreed.
And Janice has been a huge part of it.
We'll acknowledge her in...
Mrs. McNair, excuse me. I'm sorry, Mrs. McNair. She wouldn't care if I called her Janice, but it felt disrespectful to say that. Yeah.
All right, we'll acknowledge her in the 7:20 segment. Acknowledge me. We just got done talking about the Astros getting swept by the A's. I don't know that we need to go through the autopsy of that. They got outscored 32-7. This truly felt like one of those weekends where all of the injuries came back to roost. Like, they can't score runs. They're throwing guys out there. Like, Hunter Brown actually pitched pretty well in his outing. That was the one big takeaway. Like, the positive I'll take away was he was better than he was the last 3 outings that he had.
Even Colton Gordon, I mean, the bar is lowered, but he ends up giving up the 4 runs even yesterday. And I'm like,
give us a shot.
The old college try is only going to go so far with this team. Brandon Walter might have been the thing that broke my psyche the most. Yeah. Brandon Walter is injured with some kind of elbow discomfort, which they're all saying is no big deal. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we've been through that song and dance before.
Yep.
We'll see.
Drayton McClain and Jim Crane settled their legal differences over the regional sports network that was part of the Astros portfolio about a decade or so ago, CSN Houston. I was very disappointed that they settled. I wanted a knockdown drag-out between 2 billionaires covered daily. We were sitting on a possibility of like 3 weeks of testimony. I know it's a business topic. It's not, it's probably. I wanted Drayton McClain and Jim Crane to square off in court. They settled their legal differences, and it's confidential, whatever the settlement is. I don't even get the satisfaction of knowing who won this damn thing.
I love watching aging billionaires just going at it. And
yes.
Drayton is still in prime in a lot of respects as a business person, but it always reminds me of There Will Be Blood, the movie.
Yeah.
Where I like thinking of these billionaires as dudes that would bash a dude's head in with a bowling ball at the age of 89. They're never going to give up the fight. Hey, you keep fighting, Drayton McClain.
It feels like if like the feel of the whole thing, like they had one day of testimony. George Pistolas, who used to be the president of the Astros, and I'm guessing, I think like this regional sports network, I think it was portrayed like it was his brainchild back in the day, like in the early 2000s. He had like 4 hours on the stand the first day. I'm like, all right, this is going to be good. We're going to get people on the stand. And then the next day they settle. And I just picture like Jim Crane and Drayton McClain just looking at each other like, do you have the energy for any of this right now? Nah. All right. What do you say? And they write it on a cocktail napkin and they hand it in.
Yeah, I would love that this happened over a bottle of whiskey or something.
Yeah.
That'd be can you do a good movie version of this for me, please?
Yeah, man. All right, we got a lot to get to still here in the second hour of the program. With you till 8 o'clock this morning. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. We're 4 practices in. 4 practices in, 4 winners, 4 losers. Some names that you guys have probably been hearing out of camp that are popping, a couple of them a little bit under the radar, and a few folks that need to get their performance squared away with the quickness here, especially with pads going on. We'll get to all that. A lot to get to. Acknowledge me at 7:20. It's Payne and Pendergast. Stay there. But before you go anywhere, let's get you into that brand new Lincoln at West Point Lincoln.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Quick text message. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. We're in studio today. We'll be back out there tomorrow. Astros need to trade Framber and get something for him before he leaves for nothing. I don't like your attitude, sir or ma'am. You're not trading Framber is a white flag on the season. They're not doing that. They're not trading Framber Valdez this week. Sorry. I bet they're getting phone calls. I bet they are getting phone calls about him.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, it would have to be a brilliantly fantastical deal for current major league players, and it could happen, but I'm very doubtful, and it's not something I desire. Yeah. I mean, right now, despite everything that's happened, and however many pitchers and position players are on the IL, they have the most in the league. Is it up to 18? Is 18 the number?
It's 18.
It's like watching the stock market. 18, I can't tell you from one day to the next.
18 is the number, which also, by the way, is the same number of games in a row that the opponent has scored first on the Astros. Yeah. That's incredible.
You go back over some of the improbable win streaks or some of the really bad losses, and it just all boils down to how's your starting pitching doing? Mm-hmm. The bullpen was going to come back down to earth a little bit at some point, if only because of overuse. Yeah. But if you can get 6 good innings out of your starter, you've got a chance. Yeah. Even with this lineup, you've got a good chance of winning that game. So if you want to actually do something as guys start to come back from injuries and maintain this lead in the division, that's my trade deadline move this year. 2 things. 1, you don't do guys come back from the IL.
Yes.
I don't know, whoever they might be. If a third of the guys on the IL right now come back in the form of a Pena, Jordan, whomever it might be, you're a better baseball team, and you can maintain that lead in the division.
Yeah. I wonder how much this Paredes news on the hamstring being more severe than they thought plays into the next 4 days and what happens between now and Thursday. You know, how much do they Dana Brown had been somewhat choosy about the type of bat. He's like, well, we're looking for a lefty bat, preferably an infielder. You're missing Isaac Paredes at third base right now. The version of Jordan you're going to get back, we don't know what that's going to look like, because even he said he might still – Pena, I feel like he'll be fine. It's a broken rib. It'll heal. He's swinging a bat already. It may be at a point, Seth, now where it's not like it has to be a lefty bat. It's just like you need enough capable major league bats to make a postseason run eventually in October.
I've seen a lot of people clamoring to just trade Yiner and go with Caratini and let him be your guy. This is what makes me really nervous about that. What Caratini is doing at the plate this year is in an environment where he's often the only left-handed bat out there. And you have to take some of the success with a grain of salt, in that pitchers are seeing 8 righties in a row and then all of a sudden having a lefty thrown out there when he's switch hitting. Yeah. And great. Yiner is still a younger guy with upside and has done some very promising thing. I wish both of those guys were better at holding runners, throwing to second. Yeah. The pitchers are as many things as they do well defensively, they just cannot hold runners on the base.
Yeah. They're not trading. I mean, Yiner's young and cheap, and he's got upside. And they'd be selling a stock when it's it's bottomed out. So, but it's going to be an interesting few days, man. It's Thursday, 5:00 Central PM. 5:00 local time is the trade deadline. So we've got you covered on that. We've also got you covered on Texans training camp. All right, so some names that have kind of popped here through the early part of training camp, Seth. Winner and loser style. We'll do this here. 4 practices, 4 winners, 4 losers. I'm going to kind of combine this one, but we talked about the Joe Mixon news earlier in the program. Joe Mixon, whatever this injury is that he's walking around with a walking boot on, is going to be bad enough, according to Ian Rappaport, where it sounds like he's going to miss most of training camp, and then they're going to check him week 1. I don't think there's a guarantee he's back for week 1 or anything like that, is what it sounds like. I'm going to put Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks in the same bullet point here. They're going to get a ton of action over these next several practices. Jawar Jordan is getting more touches than any running back out there. So just the sheer opportunity level for these guys for one of the – well, Woody Marks is going to make the team. He's a fourth-round pick that they traded. They purposefully went and got him in the draft, so he's going to make the team. Jawar Jordan's sitting on a huge opportunity right now to get a bunch of reps and make an impression in a running back room where he was – the storyline with the running back room, once they signed Nick Chubb, was like, all right, well, one of Dameon Pierce or Daria Gumbawale is going to be gone. They just don't have enough spots in that room. Jawar Jordan's name didn't even show up on the radar, too. If you're out at camp, if you're going out there today. And he obviously a draft pick from last year, but he'd been off the team and then on the team and then injured. This is a huge opportunity for him these next couple of weeks.
And I think by virtue of what the Texans did with Woody Marks in the draft, where they traded up to go get Woody Marks, and Woody Marks is he's a receiving running back. Not that he can't play all three downs. He's kind of small to be an all-purpose guy, but there's ways that you could totally see him potentially being an all-purpose guy. But they want to use their running backs in the receiving game. So Jawar Jordan fits in really well if that's what they like to do, and give CJ that option to where you're not just checking down to the running back, but the running backs are actually a threat in the receiving game.
Yeah.
Then you could see Jawar Jordan totally having a better chance at making the squad and producing this year than perhaps they did last year.
Yep. Woody Marks had a couple real nice catches on Saturday at practice. One over the middle, pass thrown behind him, showed really nice hands. He's having a good couple practices. Number 3, so that's number 4. Number 3, Solomon Byrd. If you've been following any of the reviews of camp, Solomon Byrd, he's a 6th-round pick from a year or so ago out of USC. He has been flashing quite a bit. And again, that's also a really crowded room. Defensive line that's especially defensive end where Solomon Byrd plays. I mean, I'll just rattle them off. Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Darrell Taylor, Danico Autry, Derek Barnett. That's 6 right there before you even get to Solomon Byrd. But Solomon Byrd, again, if you're going out there, he's number 50. He has been doing a lot of good things. Now, to be fair, a lot of the defensive line has been doing a lot of good things against the Texans' offensive line throughout the training camp so far.
Yeah, that's what I remember last year. We got excited about a lot of defensive linemen because they were doing so well against the Texans' offensive line, and it ended up being a bad look. Solomon Byrd's a really interesting one, and I've been in his corner ever since the Texans drafted him, and I watched him play because he was very polished by college pass rusher standards. And yet at the same time doesn't really have glistening athletic traits, but he's very mature. He was in college for 6 years. He's been married with kids for a while now. Like he's a full-grown man, and you can tell that he's worked at his game. He just doesn't have those athletic traits that would make him really exciting. But there have been many guys in NFL history who have played above and beyond their athletic traits, obviously. Because they can just put it all together. So that's a guy that I'm trying not to get too excited about it because it's been in no pads.
Yeah.
And it's been against a Texans offensive line that we still don't know whether they're going to be acceptable or not.
Dude, and
yet I'm in his corner, Sean.
He's in a room full of freaks. That's the problem. Like when you're the least good-looking guy out of a good-looking group of buddies. You go out on the town and the women are all talking to them. None of them come up and talk to me. You probably don't know about that, Seth. I would imagine, but I can say a thing.
No,
or two.
I know that because my brother looked like an Abercrombie and Fitch.
Your brother's good-looking. Yeah,
I had to do it with my personality, Sean.
That's right. Well, that's what Bird is having to do it with. Solomon Byrd is getting it done with personality, the equivalent of that, because he's in a room with Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and hell, dude, even Dylan Horton. If you just Dylan Horton, it looks freaky out at camp.
Just so big.
Yeah.
Dylan,
it's good. It's good.
Dylan Horton was fun. I remember his rookie year because he didn't get that many snaps, and yet every time it was always a reminder. He'd show up in a game and make a really manly play. And I'm like, who the hell? Oh yeah, Dylan Horton.
Yep.
And then he went and got cancer, and came back from stage 4 cancer.
Right, yeah.
And then still did the same thing last year. There would be times where he'd show up, and I'm like, oh yeah, Dylan Horton. Wow,
one of those
bringing his lunch pail to work.
Yeah, out on Saturday, I forget who I was talking to, but Dylan Horton's, he's on the sidelines, kind of close to us. I'm like, boy, if you played a game like pick the former cancer patient, you would get to that guy probably last. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He just looks he's in really good shape. It's great to see.
He's making cancer look really stupid.
He's destroying cancer right now. Cancer is getting killed. Number 2, Davis Mills. Davis Mills has had a really, really good camp, and even when the offense has struggled, Davis Mills has made a few throws each day. He's, so I'm not saying there's a quarterback controversy or anything. I'm just saying, like, Mills, this is a guy who's on his 4th offensive coordinator in 5 years. So he's had a system change almost every season he's been in the NFL. He's been really sharp out at camp. Davis Mills.
Davis Mills needs to work on his handshakes, individualized handshakes with the receivers. I was the part man, like, hey, Davis. Look, I know you're kind of composed of Wonder Bread and starched shirts and whatnot, but that's a part of that's a kind of just getting into the showing that your teammates that you can cross boundaries and borders and whatnot.
I like your thought. It's a good thought. Now I want you to put yourself in the shoes of one of the receivers.
The receivers, right? Yeah. Great. I gotta learn a new handshake for this guy.
When's Keaton Slovis coming over to get a handshake with me here? You're gonna do this for all 4 quarterbacks? Oh yeah, let's go, Graham Mertz.
I can see Davis doing like a head, shoulders, knees, and toes. We'll do it like this, okay, fellas?
Stop, drop, and roll. Davis, why are you rolling around on the ground?
Have you guys ever seen the Macarena?
I call this the electric slide.
Yeah.
All right, so Davis Mills, another winner. He's had a really good camp. Number 1, the defense has dominated the last 2 practices, so I'm just going to give it to Matt Burke, winner number 1, because he gets to coach all these guys.
This is, it's been a recurring theme in D'Amico's press conferences is delegating. Yeah. And D'Amico, he had a fun exchange on Saturday where somebody called him a defensive-minded coach, and he said, hey, I'm a head coach. And I think that D'Amico has just come right out and said that that's part of his job, and one of the things he's kind of transitioning into is that his job isn't just to develop players, it's to develop coaches. Mm-hmm. And I'm guessing he looks at last year and what happened with the offense, and he's wondered, all right, should I have intervened earlier? Should I have been more heavy-handed in some ways or whatever it might be? And for him to be able to do that, it's also going to require him to put more faith in Matt Burke. So this might become more of a genuine defensive coordinator job for Matt Burke this year than it was in the last 2 years.
Do you think he gives up play calling, D'Amico Ryans? That would be the ultimate.
I think there's a good chance that he does. Yeah, I think that it might be that, D'Amico will still in certain situations perhaps. Most of the play calling, a lot of times by and large, it's done by committee. Different coaches are going to have one guy's going to be in charge of goal line, one guy's going to be in charge of third down, whatever it might be. Mm-hmm. So he might just cede a little bit more of that to Matt Burke this year.
We're doing winners and losers. Losers may be a little strong for the 4 I'm about to say, but these are at least question marks on the team. Christian Harris still hasn't practiced yet. So I don't know. We're going to talk to Nick Caserio tomorrow. I'm sure Christian Harris will be a topic when we talk to Nick tomorrow at 7:15. I don't know how much we're going to get out of him. It sounds like Christian Harris's injury last year befuddled even people in the building. I don't think they expected him to miss 14 weeks and then be a total non-factor when he came back. He's not on either of the lists. He's not on the PUP list. He's not on the non-football injury list. He's on the roster, and he's been out there for 1 practice but not doing anything. And then other than that, honestly, it's a lot like last year. That's why this is a little perplexing right now with Christian Harris.
That guys are in street clothes, because in your mind it feels like they're wearing their school uniforms or something. But it's usually they're wearing athletic gear, but they're just not. They're not suited up. They're not even wearing a jersey with no shoulder pads on underneath or anything. That's been the world that Christian Harris is in. Yep. I've emotionally written him off. I'm not going to depend on him coming back, and I'm kind of on EJ Speed, Jamal Hill, all of these other guys. Let's see how those guys do. And really, for the Texans, the big thing is, can they line up in their base 4-3 more often? Mm-hmm. Because when they go against teams like the Ravens or others that line up with multiple tight ends and fullbacks and everything else, there's times where the Texans they don't have enough mass and body weight on the football field. They're out there in nickel trying to stop just a battering ram full of human beings that I'd like to be able to feel like you've got three stud linebackers out there, and it's harder without Christian Harris.
It is. John Mechie would be my next one. We're doing winners and losers. Christian Harris, just because he hasn't gotten out there, we don't know what the deal is with him. John Mechie needs to flash in order to make this football team. And I know a lot more goes into it. That's a very media take. He needs to flash. He needs to do things that the media notices in order to make this football team. I know that's not fully true, but he's had a couple of drops in 11-on-11. Other guys have not. Yeah. Nico had a drop the other day. Nico's allowed to have a drop. He's Nico Collins. John Mechie can't be dropping balls in camp. There's too many guys at his position in camp right now.
His only hope at this point is to take an online class at Iowa State. I'm going to get into that. I'm an Iowa State guy, too.
That would be funny.
You've got three. So Xavier Hutchinson went to Iowa State. Both the two wide receivers drafted this year went to Iowa State. And either Caserio, I think it was Caserio that talked about just they like how those guys are taught and prepared at Iowa State.
Caserio, yeah.
When Xavier Hutchinson, when you stack him up next to John Mechie, I think the one thing that's usually pretty apparent in preseason games and in training camp practices is that he's integrated into the flow of the offense better than John Mechie. Yeah. You don't necessarily have the same spacing issues and other things that we've seen with John Mechie. Xavier Hutchinson, I think they feel like they can rely on him more than John Mechie. So I don't know if I think that his best option for him individually right now be that he can flash in some preseason games and the Texans trade him somewhere. But it's going to be an uphill slog, especially when they've got all these receivers in the receivers room who are really good special teamers. You got Braxton Berrios, obviously, and Justin Watson. It is a jam-packed receivers room right now. It is.
It may look a lot like last year where they took – out of camp, they took 6 receivers plus Steven Sims to be the return guy. I could see them doing the same thing this year with Nico, Christian Kirk, the 2 rookies, Higgins and Knoll, Hutchinson, and then Justin Watson would be your 6. And I could see them keeping Berrios in that Steven Sims role as a return guy. He's been doing a lot. I mean, he's a former All-Pro returner, Berrios is, and he's been doing a ton of it at camp in special teams.
Those guys just fun to watch move. You just watch. It doesn't quite look right or human how quickly and Chris, kind of like with Tank Dell.
Yes.
There's that guy just moves differently than these other human beings out here.
See Tank? The video of Tank that I posted on Saturday.
Yes, yeah. I got it. You know what? I felt like you clickbaited me a little bit.
Did I?
Because you said, "Hey, everybody, I'm going to let Twitter evaluate how Tank Dell is moving." Yeah. So I expected to see him. I don't know, just start and running a little bit or something. He was walking, but he was walking with a pep in his step and quite briskly.
I dove climbing you on that one. I had a
no, it wasn't dirty or anything. Yeah. It was what it was. Yeah. That's what I'll say. Yeah. I was a little bit let down. I thought he was going to run at some point.
I was glad he waved to me as I was filming him. I thought that was nice. It kind of broke the fourth wall for the people watching the video. Like, oh, Tank's waving to us. Thanks, Tank. No braces on his legs. I thought that was good. I'm just trying to take whatever solace I can with Tank.
Did you think he was going to come out there looking like a young Forrest Gump or something? He was clacking around.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Tank's here. Where is he? I don't know, but I heard him coming. He's over the bridge. Yeah, there was a loud clanking.
That's right. How the braces falling off. So Juice Scruggs and Blake Fisher are my last two, and I'm going to kind of combine them. What?
Yeah, the braces was the reference I was making.
I didn't know. I thought you meant
I wasn't talking about like his,
No, I thought you were referring to Forrest at Alabama when he was running around. He was an actual football player. That's what I
wasn't talking about him in a dorm room with Jenny or something. A young Forrest Gump. Young Forrest Gump.
Yeah. College is young. You meant the little kid Forrest Gump.
You don't think Tank Dell has any endurance with Jenny?
All right, Juice Scruggs and Blake Fisher are my last two. Winners and losers. Juice Scruggs, just because kind of playing the game, Seth, where they're throwing all these permutations of offensive line out there. I definitely don't think he's going to be playing center for this football team. It's been Jared Patterson and Jake Andrews getting the run at center. Fisher I have in here just because he's been getting mollywomped by Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter on a daily basis.
He's like a prison. Yeah. It's been rough, man. It's been a prison film out there. Yeah. And this makes me retroactively angry about last year. And I've said this multiple times, but a couple of our listeners who were really adamant on the text line last year guys, why the hell is Juice Scruggs just being penciled in as the starting center last year during training camp? And I said, well, I know they want him to get reps with CJ, this, that, the other thing. I should have been irate last year that they were just assuming, yep, Juice Scruggs is the center, and Kenyon Green's going to be the guard.
Yeah.
From day one of training camp and onward and upward, that's where we'll be. And you look at how ridiculous that is right now. Kenyon Green traded away. Juice Scruggs not sniffing the starting center spot hardly at all during training camp, if at all. And last year, they were cool just saying, yep, these are our guys. And our tackles, don't worry about.
Right.
Or Shaq Mason, he doesn't need to practice either. Yeah. We're just gonna ride this hodgepodge offensive line into a depressing funk all season long.
Yeah, man. So yeah, Juice Scruggs.
So there's actual competition.
There is actual competition. Yo, dude. And I don't know. I was talking about this with a buddy yesterday, and I said, I don't know if I see what you think about this, Seth. If I had to guess, first of all, they're nowhere near identifying who the true ones are going to be going into the season on the offensive line. They're not even close. We know this just based on the behavior at practice. There were 4 team sessions on Saturday, and they had 10 different combinations of guys running around out there. If I had to guess, the way they're going to use the preseason is that they'll still be mixing and matching the first 2 preseason games, and then after the first 2 preseason games will be when they've identified who the ones are, and then the 3rd preseason game will be the chance for those ones to actually get a little bit of game action together.
This is where I have flip-flopped the most, I think, in the way I feel about developing young players and offensive linemen specifically. Forever and ever and ever, going back to Xavier Su'a-Filo, I would say, man, why are they moving this guy around so much? They got to just let him learn how to be a guard, a left guard, whatever it might be, and there you go. I've changed on that. I've been broken in that now I 100% get and see the value that you can have in versatility, even if it means that a guy doesn't develop. The way the injuries on the offensive line are these days, and with one extra game on the schedule, I would rather have 5 utility players on the offensive line who are passable than one all-pro dude and one promising rookie and then 3 other guys that have to play the position that they usually play. Yeah. Because we've seen that. We've been through that. If Ariante Ursary can play both left tackle and right tackle, that's more valuable than if he just sits there and learns left tackle and maybe doesn't sniff the field all year long because Cam Robinson is the entrenched starter for at least a year. Mm-hmm. You've got to get the best possible players out there, even if they're not as good as they otherwise might be. For the team matters more than that one individual player's performance at that specific position.
That's a good way to put it. All right, let's get. So those are winners and losers. Some names for you if you're headed out to practice. If you're going out there today, first padded practice. Those are a few guys to keep an eye on who've been flashing a little bit out there at camp. All right, let's do some acknowledgments. Big performances, big news from over the weekend that we'll get to, and we do this every week at Monday. We acknowledge big performances. I will say a name. Ben Gary, our producer.
Acknowledge me.
Hit the Roman Reigns hotkey, and away we go. Let's start with Janice McNair.
Acknowledge me.
We will acknowledge Mrs. McNair for going into the Texans Ring of Honor. It was announced on Saturday by the team that she will be joining her late husband, Bob, as well as J.J. Watt and Andre Johnson in the Ring of Honor. She, of course, was there every step of the way as Bob McNair was bringing football back to Houston. It was certainly a team effort. She is does a ton of amazing things in the philanthropy world with the Texans Foundation, a bunch of charities. The Texans have raised $500 million in charitable donations since they became an NFL team back in the early 2000s. Here was Andre Johnson welcoming Mrs. McNair into the Ring of Honor.
I want to say congratulations to Ms. Janice McNair on being inducted into the Ring of Honor this year. Man, what an exciting time. Super excited for you to be up there with your husband, Bob McNair. You guys brought football back to the city of Houston, and the city of Houston loves the Houston Texans. I'm truly honored to be up there next to you guys. And I'd like to thank you guys for drafting me, a kid from Miami, and giving me a chance to play in this amazing city and this amazing organization. Congratulations, Mr. McNair.
Kid from Miami. That not Miami of Ohio, University. I like that Andre maintains that humble attitude or whatever.
Yeah, it's funny. But, a kid from fill in the blank. I feel like there's a certain population threshold, like that like if it's a big city, you're not like it needs to be like a small town.
Like a kid from Dubuque or something.
Yeah.
I think the big thing about Janice McNair going in the Hall of Fame on a team that she owns, obviously, is that there was no part of Janice McNair that would have pushed for this. This is not like Jerry Jones. I could see Jerry Jones putting himself in the Ring of Honor or what have you. It feels very organic and it feels right. And she's probably
Hannah with the media on Saturday out at camp, and Cal basically said that like she was very humbled by this. Like she doesn't think she should be going into the Ring of Honor.
Yeah, she probably is a little. Yeah, she probably feels embarrassed about it.
Yeah.
And everything. Like no. This is.
No, you're important. You're a really important cog in the machine.
The time that Chris Brown, the kicker, and myself, and I think Mark Bruner, we were at Maggiano's the first year of the franchise's existence. And with our wives, we were just having a nice dinner at Maggiano's, and we saw Bob and Janice McNair sitting over at a table a few down from us, and we were kind of like, you're still kind of nervous. That's the owner. I don't know if he even knows who I am necessarily. And we went over and talked to him and Janice for like 10 minutes, and they were telling us about where there was a dollar beer night at a barbecue place somewhere and everything. It was just like, I feel like I'm talking to my grandparents.
That's awesome.
This is really, really cool. Yeah, they really. And Mrs. McNair especially has just always been so incredibly down to earth, and nothing like you might expect or fear out of a billionaireess in River Oaks.
Right.
I've just never once gotten that impression from her. She's just a delightful and awesome lady.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. That's funny. Knew where all the dollar beer was. They see the cynic in me would have been like, I can't wait for my next contract to get negotiated. Penny pinching beer drinkers.
Well, it wasn't. The thing about the McNairs, it wasn't like Bob McNair was a stock broker on decided to plop himself down in Houston and buy a football
self-made
team. He was very much, his kids went to public school, and it wasn't. So they were still normal people.
Yep. I want to quick acknowledge whoever decided to put the quarterbacks in the H-Town blue practice jerseys on Saturday.
Acknowledge me.
I think I know who was part of that decision. I have a feeling that was purposeful. I have a feeling that anytime the Texans can use the H-Town blue in a semi-sanctioned way, like these practice jerseys, this is something that probably they can do that's off the grid of needling Amy Adams Strunk. Yeah.
Yeah, because they have to get Amy Adams Strunk to sign off on all the other stuff.
Yes,
So let's push the envelope. University of Houston, get an acknowledgement there, too, because they just flat out
acknowledge me.
They don't care.
University of Houston says, go ahead, sue us.
Come and get
me.
It. Yeah. We got people with balls in this town, man. Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, Rashawn Slater.
Acknowledge me.
Tackle for the Chargers. Local kid. Went to Clements High School down in Fort Bend County. He is now the highest paid offensive lineman in the history of the NFL. He's with the Chargers. He signed a 4-year, $114 million deal, $92 million guaranteed. We always love to see local kids make good, and he's had a nice run here. Now he's injured right now, but he's going to be ready to go for the season. $28.5 million a year. That's the highest average annual value. Seth, I alerted Commanders fans yesterday. It's a line that breaks through the glass ceiling of highest paid O linemen. Be on the lookout the next 24 hours for the side-eye emoji or a money bag emoji or something from our good friend Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe he's changed his ways in that regard.
Yeah.
Maybe he understands a little bit of the perception out there. I don't know.
We'll find out.
The other big contract, Jake Ferguson got a new contract by the Cowboys, to which Jerry Jones was rewarded with a cascade of boos out at training camp.
I was out with some.
I hadn't heard that until this morning when I was doing my solo show at 6 a.m. And Maggie
Maggie
and Perloff were playing it. My God, it was not just a smattering of boos. They booed the hell out of Jerry Jones.
Yeah. It's just funny, like the news breaks that Jake Ferguson, he's like the 7th highest paid tight end now, too. Like, it's not chump change. And there's Micah Parsons, like, arguably the best, most impactful defensive player in football in the conversation, just sitting around waiting for an offer. He hasn't gotten an offer yet. It's just crazy.
Hasn't even gotten an offer. Well, meanwhile, Jerry Jones has claimed previously that, we've already got a deal in place, and it's been agreed to.
Yeah.
They've been handling this about as poorly as you could, and this is from an organization that has already – they're in the top 4 or 5 the power rankings of bad moves or mishandling in-house contract restructures.
Yeah, I'm glad it's their problem. All right, let's get a couple more in here because we have Baseball Hall of Fame inductions this weekend. Billy Wagner, make sure he gets acknowledged before we get done with the segment. Inducted into the Hall of Fame yesterday, had a really good speech, touch points in terms of who he thanked, and his story is incredible. I know all the Houston fans know this already, but I don't know how many baseball fans knew with Billy Wagner going in the Hall of Fame. He's not a natural lefty. He broke his arm playing football as a kid. He broke his right arm, and he started throwing with his left arm. And lo and behold, he can throw 100 miles an hour with his left arm. Eventually he could throw 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, that part of it, he's got an incredible story in a lot of ways. And then also, he's one of those guys, too, that analytics has benefited in that he was actually underappreciated at the time.
Very much.
Now when the baseball people and the writers look at the way they evaluate relievers and they can use more of the advanced stuff, that he was even way more dominant than people gave him credit for at the time, and people gave him plenty of credit at the time. So it's cool to see kind of his career get reassessed.
Yes.
And not just going in the Hall of Fame, but with kind of a more emphatic stamp of approval.
It took all 10 tries to get him in. He got in on the last try, and I think that's a great point, Seth. If his candidacy had started, say, now, I think he'd be in by 2030. He'd be in the first 5 years because he is so dominant. His career ERA plus is 187, which means he's 87% better than whatever the average has been over the course of his career. That's the second best all time. For any pitcher with over 900 innings pitched, that's the second best. Nobody strikes out more guys in terms of frequency than Billy Wagner, period.
That's one of the biggest things, too. And it's where sometimes, much as it's annoying at times, sometimes it reaffirms what you feel in your gut and with your eyeballs. Like, you know what? We should have valued strikeouts more back in the day than we did. So now it's appreciated. And you're like, as a fan, you're like, I like watching strikeouts.
Yeah.
It makes me feel good about it. It makes me feel really, really good when I watch a guy strike a bunch of people out.
Absolutely.
Thanks, math. Yeah.
I should have paid attention in math. Only D3 player ever to make the Hall of Fame. So he's the first one and the only one. Ferrum College in Virginia.
No kidding.
I think in Virginia. He's from Virginia. I know that. Yeah, only D3 player to ever make the Hall of Fame. How about that? So there's that. So Billy Wagner. Ichiro Suzuki also went in to the Hall of Fame yesterday. And what we found out is Ichiro's got jokes. We know that he spent most of his career in Seattle, but he spent his twilight years in baseball with the Marlins. Here was Ichiro thanking the Marlin folks that showed up in Cooperstown for him.
And to the Miami Marlins, I appreciate David Sampson and Mike Hill for coming today. Honestly, when you guys called to offer me a contract for 2015, I have never heard of your team.
Keep in mind, they'd won 2 World Series. They'd won 2 more World Series. They'd been to 2 more World Series the Marlins had than the team that Ichiro made his bones with in Seattle. Seattle's still the only team never to make a World Series. The Marlins there in your Hall of Fame speech.
I gotta acknowledge. I need to acknowledge the Japanese language, man. I gotta get back on my Japanese. I gotta get back on my Japanese lessons because it's so much fun. But I can't do a Japanese accent without
you're done.
Without sounding really bad. Unless you're actually good at speaking Japanese.
Yeah.
I watched Shogun, and I think it was on Hulu.
Yeah.
Oh man. It's so much fun to try to. I just want to be able to say, oh.
Before everything. Yeah.
Yes,
Is your lead-in.
yes.
Is your lead-in. It is. That's some gravitas. That's good. We got a text message. I meant to mention this in headlines. We just ran out of time. Did you see that Andre Johnson's house got broken into this weekend?
I did. I didn't think it quite would be a good topic for acknowledgement.
No, there's a texter who's bringing it up. To criminals.
Acknowledge
Yeah, no, that's not what we're doing. No, we will acknowledge Lil Kiki, though. Do we have that, Ben?
Acknowledge me.
Should we acknowledge him for breaking the news that Andre Johnson's house was broken into?
He's a good friend. He's begging for the trinkets that were taken to get brought back to Andre Johnson. I think he's.
I wonder if Andre was that sanctioned by Andre though.
I don't know.
He might not want that business out there.
I'm acknowledging Lil Kiki's loyalty. How's that? He's a loyal friend.
And it sounds like or looks like it might have been an inside job of some sort. And it's very important for the people of Houston to know I did not do it.
You didn't, yeah.
I didn't do it.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
One time we were in the rooms that went missing from somebody's locker.
Yeah.
And there was an equipment. Guys were sitting around for like as everybody discovered it. And there was an equipment manager, an assistant equipment manager, who immediately said, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it." And everybody looks at him like, can't be this easy.
Yeah.
And yep, lo and behold, they figured out that he was the guy who did it.
Holy crap, dude.
Like, wow, you are really bad at this. You should consider not doing this again because you are not going to get away with it. Yeah.
All right, we'll Ben, I know we're up against it. We'll play Andre's good friend Lil Kiki before the show's out. I've got the one play. I got a lot of players I'm looking forward to seeing that we're looking forward to seeing today out at padded practice. One ahead of all others. And I got to see how this goes with the padded practice and his new team. We will I'll tell you who it is coming up next.
Hey, you don't want to see those things go missing, do you? No.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It is Texans training camp, padded practice. Training camp today. Nick Caserio will be, this time tomorrow, he will be chatting with us. We will chat with him starting at 7:15 tomorrow on the show. So our first really sort of in-season, in training camp 2025 appearance with Nick Caserio. And we'll have 5 practices to dig into with him and plenty of news surrounding the team right now. Just to pay off, because I acknowledge Lil Keke, rapper, famous Houston rapper, and friend of Andre Johnson. If you stole Andre Johnson's stuff from his house, give it back, all right?
This is not like a car. This ain't like a jersey hanging around. This represents his career and his family for real. Let's come together as a Houston family and put our ears to the street, put our nose to the ground, and find out who got these items, and let's recover them and get them back to our brother. They represent much, much more than some money or something like that. He family, we family. Let's get that did. Big salute, Houston.
Yeah, there you go.
Was there like some kind of sting operation?
Yeah.
If somebody approaches you and they say, "Hey, I've got this Andre Johnson, this or that or such," call the authorities and get in on it. Yeah, just you can set up a sting.
That's
You
right.
can wear a wire and everything if you want.
I got my best.
I'm sure whoever did it isn't like a. Listen. The genuinely scary criminals that did this, or the genuinely scary criminals aren't going to be doing this type of thing and then trying to fence it on the street or anything.
Right.
Like this is some jackass. Okay.
Yep.
Whoever stole this stuff is a jackass, and you can do the whole. You can be part of a sting operation and getting justice.
Jackass off the streets. Let's go, Houston.
Yeah.
All right, the one player that I am most looking forward to seeing out here at a padded practice, especially after the podcast that he's done where he's talked about practices at other places that he's stopped at along the way, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I am very much looking forward to seeing noted practice line stepper C.J. Gardner-Johnson practice with his teammates today in pads.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, when he was on the pivot, told a great story about when he was up in Detroit and they were playing the Chiefs. He basically said, "Hey, don't be scared of the red. Go in and you gotta take it to these guys, punch them in the mouth."
Yeah.
And they ended up beating the Chiefs in the regular season. It was kind of a
Opener.
transformative moment for
Yeah.
that team, realizing like, okay, yeah, we actually are a real team now. And he's talked about how he thinks that some of the issues that he had in Philadelphia might have been that he went after Saquon Barkley and practiced a little too hard a couple times. I don't think D'Amico is not going to be as upset about a defensive player screwing up practice by being a little too physical as much as an offensive-minded coach like Nick Sirianni might be.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Okay, well, let's skip to D'Amico then, Ben, here real quick. That's a good thought about D'Amico, and maybe a tell here that C.J. Gardner-Johnson is already on the good side of the head coach. This was out of practice on Saturday. Jane Slater was out there with the NFL Network interviewing D'Amico Ryans, and D'Amico's son MJ was kind of hanging around near. They called over in the middle of the interview, and they asked him, "Who's your player to watch out of training camp?"
He is literally your spitting image.
Talking about my twin.
Do you think Dad's gonna have a good year?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. I just feel like it.
What's one player for the fans to watch?
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Oh, nice one.
Nice one. I love this. So this guy's going to be a scouter coach one day. I love it.
He knows more about it than me. When I'm asking him about players, he's like, "Daddy, you don't know that? You're a head coach in the NFL." I was like, "No, son."
Cutting up tape for Dad?
That's good.
He probably knows a lot of the various stories about C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yes.
He's probably consumed the content.
Yeah.
And he knows a lot of times. Yeah, you'll hear well-known story when you're in the film room all day long and everything. D'Amico's not out there reading all the various blogs necessarily,
Right.
where his son might be.
Yep.
So his son might know more about C.J. Gardner-Johnson than D'Amico himself when it comes to the total picture. So I'm excited about C.J. Gardner-Johnson and just how he potentially fits in and meshes from a personality standpoint or just the way he goes about his business. He might have found He might have found the right spot for him. And then with that group of defensive backs, it might end up being a really good fit.
It might.
We'll see.
Well, here's Kamari Lassiter. You posted this video of Kamari Lassiter. Kamari did media on Saturday and was asked about adding C.J. Gardner-Johnson to this group.
Obviously been playing for a long time, and just his mentality, the way he loves the game. Like, you can say what you want to say about CJ, but he really loves the game of football, and it shows every day. Like, you can see how he attacks plays, how he wants to know, how he's asking questions, how whenever we're on the field, he's communicating. He's excited for guys whenever we're making plays. I'm excited for him whenever he's making plays. It's just like adding another dog, like you said, to the back end. That's never a bad thing.
And he talks. You can tell, dude. Yeah. He talks. He is yapping out there.
Yeah, I think the physicality of what was it? Oh, I was watching the first first episode of the Texans Hard Knocks, and it was when they were up in Richmond. They had that little segment. Remember when they were up there scrimmaging the Commanders?
Yeah.
And they were getting into it. There were scuffles all over the place.
Yeah.
There was a shot of Mike Vrabel on the sideline, just disgusted. It was on the second day of practice because the first 2 days of practice, it sounded like Washington was really putting it to the Texans. And Vrabel is sitting there and saying, this is the nicest team I've ever been around. This is the nicest freaking team in a bad way.
Yeah.
Like he was saying it as, we got a bunch of nice guys out here. And he was disgusted. I feel like Mike Vrabel might be more pleased with the composition of this defense.
You think?
You know, right now.
Yes.
Yeah, than he maybe was with that defense. I feel like Mike Vrabel would think, yeah, all right, yeah, these are my kinds of guys.
Yeah.
These guys are not gonna, they're gonna go down swinging.
And they're actually good. You know, they're not just a bunch of trash talkers or, line steppers when it comes to hits in practice. Like, they got a bunch of good football players out there.
And unlike Mike, actually a good defensive coordinator in his first year as a coach with the Texans.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Vrabel had one of the worst defenses in the league. It wasn't his fault.
Well,
they were banged up that year.
The league gave him a pass because he wound up a head coach. At least the Titans did. He was a head coach of the Titans the very next season. So they gave him a mulligan in that 2017 season. All right, so padded practice today. We're hoping for an Astros win tonight. Let's go. At the you know what? At the very least, score first. Okay, I'm tired of this. Is one of the streaks I'm most tired of. 18 straight games, the opposition scores first. That's incredible.
It's like when the Texans hadn't scored a touchdown on the first series.
Yeah.
How many games was it, Sean? You had the streak going.
I did. I've got the numbers. It was crazy. And Deshaun Watson was the quarterback. That was the crazy part of the whole thing. They had a good quarterback. All right, so we are done. We're going to hand it over to Texans Training Camp Live. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and lots of blood and violence to you, Sean.
Thank you, sir.
On this first day of padded practices.
Can't wait. All right, we're done. Seth, tell them about Mokaram Law Firm.
You know, the insurance industry has tried hard.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's time
Here we go!
to get back to the grind
Let's go to work, baby!
and prepare for the season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texans Training Camp Live. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
It's day 5. It is show 4 for us. We were off the air on Saturday. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Field 1. The Texans will be at practice soon enough. Activation coming up. Unless fans get their way into the seats here at the facility, ready to watch some action on a hot day. Saturday was beautiful because it was overcast. So overcast is beautiful in Houston in the summer. Let's all get this right, folks. Overcast, good. Now, if you're up north, you're vacationing on the vineyard or something, you don't want overcast. But here you want overcast as much as possible. I think we all agree on that. Okay. We're ready for another practice, John Harris, and can't wait to see what we see today because we're going to see pads popping this morning, and you're going to be out there watching the individual stuff and commenting on Harris Hits on HoustonTexans.com. Folks, you want to know what's going on at practice? Read HoustonTexans.com, Harris Hits. It's the best way to find out what is happening at Texans practice. It's must-read material for any Texans fan and media member, because they're all reading it, Johnny. They're all wanting to know what you're saying.
Of course.
So that's what happens. I'm looking forward to a session today because after what I saw Saturday, more work needed. That's what we're here for. And the season opens 5 weeks from Sunday. A week from Saturday is the first preseason game.
Yeah. Today's going to be a sloppy practice. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'm just going to tell you.
Okay.
It's going to be sloppy.
Because?
First of all, you had a day off yesterday.
Okay.
Secondly, you're putting pads on for the first time. Third, you got the fans here. And fourth, was the fourth one? Oh, it's going to be hot as hell. So you throw all those into a bouillabaisse of practice thoughts, it's not going to be the prettiest looking practice. The offense will get after it. I can promise you that. I know the offense was – I talked to a couple defensive players yesterday or Saturday coming off the field. And they're like, nah, the offense will be back. I was like, look, man, I'll say this about the defense, because this was kind of my overall take. If you go to my Twitter page, at @JHarrisFootball, you can see I put all 3 links in a post, and you can just get all 3 days. You can read them all throughout the morning. You can get the day 5 later today, and you can be all up to speed. But I made it easy for you right there. Or you can go to HoustonTexans.com. However you want to do it, it's up to you. It's up to you. But you can get them all right there. I don't know. You and I didn't get a chance to talk too much about this. Talked a little bit, but it was a Saturday, so we tried to get a practice in and get home to our families and do all that. About an hour and 45 minutes into practice on Sunday or Saturday, I'm like, this is different. And here's what I mean by that. Defenses, we've seen good defenses around here.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen, good defenses.
Yeah, we've seen
really, really good. Like 2011. 2011 defense.
2012.
Really good. 2012. We've seen
2016 was good.
I mean, that Clowney-led defense, when J.J. was hurt that year, Will Fork, Reeder, et cetera.
I think the last couple of years were pretty good. Last year was a pretty good defense, man.
Yep. This defense is different. And what I mean by that is this is a bunch of piranhas, man. When they make a play, they are chomping at the bit to go make another one right after it. They about the offense moving the ball a yard. Yep. They don't care. Now, they'll give respect if the offense does it. But they so badly want when they kind of catch fire, when the pilot light is lit, it's like a bunch of piranhas that smell blood and then attack like I can't remember. They weren't even in pads, and they were all over the place. The offense really, from the last 2 periods, couldn't get anything done. The 13 period the other day, I wrote this down once there was a little bit of a break. So the 13 period.
You're going there.
Yeah, I am. Jalen Smith had 2 PBUs. They had 2 back-to-back pick sixes. They had 3 coverage sacks. They absolutely went off. On the last series, against the ones. Tim Settle tipped the pass. Shire completely ate up a run play, just completely ate it up. And then CJ had to scramble on the third down, and then they broke up a pass on a fourth down. CJ got a little bit of pressure, had to throw it behind Jalen Knoll. That got knocked down. So Settle pass breakup, no run stuff by Aziz, scramble, coverage sack, and then a pass breakup. Those are the last, 8 downs of practice. It just had a different feel, too. It was like you could tell. I mean, I was standing on a defensive sideline. I could hear them talking to themselves, talking to each other, and it was like, hey, we ain't done now. We keep going. And the 2 pick sixes were pretty interesting because they were almost mirror images of one another. First one, trying to hit a tight end out in the flat. Miles playing the nickel, jumps it off right here in front of the crowd, basically. And Aziz, the very next play, same thing. Jumped in front of a slant route and took it to the same spot in the house. It was that on Saturday was a defensive performance that I'm like, it looked like the games they played for 3 quarters against the Lions, for 4 quarters against the Bills, where quarterbacks were just flustered.
Yeah, and
they
that makes
flustered.
It, that
frustrated.
makes it
they were just completely. They had the offense so completely out of sync, and this defense is even better than those defenses were.
That makes it difficult for the offense to get anything constructive done, and they need to construct. They need to build. They need to stack days. They need to get their house in order because there's something different. Even walking the halls, talking to the players, there's an edge. There's a sense of urgency. Yes. I'm not saying it wasn't there last week, but I felt like those first 4 practices were almost pre-camp, and today it really starts, Johnny, because today is week 1 of 6 leading into week 1 of the regular season.
That's right.
And I believe they look at it that way too.
I think you're right about that. I mean, it's definitely a ramp-up process, and I think once the pads go on today, the offense – I mean, look, when a lineman bats down a pass in practice, the offensive linemen are like, come on, man. That's why they would get so frustrated with JJ, because we can't hit you. We're out of pads. Well, now today you can. You can put that defensive lineman on his wallet if you want when he goes up, and I hope the offensive line does that. But I'm curious how today the run game comes to – I was going to say this.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's get to some hot reads.
Let's get some hot reads.
Because we got to talk about this. Okay. And the first one is definitely Joe Mixon, because he and Rappaport came out with a tweet and report on Saturday saying Joe Mixon's out a while. Well, how does that amplify or illuminate anything that we knew before, which is Mixon's definitely not participating so far in training camp? He said indefinitely. He wasn't specific about return timetable. He said boot. I'm not sure. The way he worded it, Johnny, I'm not sure Mixon's in a boot. He might have been in a boot. If he says he was in a boot, he's been in a boot. Has been is a passive tense. So does that mean he's still in a boot? I don't know. But the point is this. Mixon will be back at some point. You got Nick Chubb. You got Jawar Jordan out there. We don't know about Dameon Pierce, and I'd love him.
Yes.
Rappaport, you got a source that tells you about Mixon. Ask that source how Dameon Pierce is doing, okay? If you're going to report on this. Now I know you're listening to me like, Vandermeer, you're in the building. I don't know when Pierce is back. I don't know when Mixon is back, honestly.
That's not our purview.
That's not really what we do here, okay? But we talk about what they and when we get those other guys back, what they will have to work with. But the running game, Johnny, Chubb getting work with the ones, Jawar Jordan getting a ton of work. I know you've always liked him and you like him in this camp. And then you have the other guys as well. Woody Marks, Daria Gunbowale, who has gotten a lot of run by the coach. A lot of run. He gets cited by the coach for doing positive things in practice. You talk about it. Dare is Dare. He's going to be here one way or another, it feels. So what do you think here of the running back situation with Mixon on the shelf for now?
I found it interesting that report came out on Saturday.
Why is that?
Because to me, the 2 best offensive football players on the field on Saturday were Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't even know if it was close.
Kind of a breakout practice of sorts for Woody, right?
Well, I felt like Woody's taking his intensity up a little bit. He had a couple of plays. He had one where he was running out to the flat. It was a little scramble drill. Running out to the flat, trying to get away from linebacker. The ball was thrown to him, but he's sprinting hard to his right, and the ball was thrown back behind him to his left. Mark, he reached back, snatched it, and turned and got upfield like it was nothing. I've seen running backs that could be standing there, and the ball would hit them like that, and they'd drop it. He caught it and turned upfield. Second one, a little bit later in practice, he got isolated on linebacker, ran, some people call it Texas route, angle route, circle route, whatever you call it. But it's an option route, Alvin Kamara style. Face up the linebacker. If the linebacker's got inside leverage, you break out. If he's got outside leverage, you break in. He froze the linebacker, broke in. Mills hit him. I'm like, the Woody Marks play of all was the fact they ran a corner blitz. It looked like a sim pressure, like they were showing a bunch of pressure, drop guys, but they brought the corner or brought the nickel, and they had slid the protection. And so nobody was really accounting for that. So I see Woody back there. So Woody steps up in the A-gaps, sees the linebackers take off. I lost the view of him. I'm like, oh, man, that's Miles Bryant. He's getting to the quarterback. All of a sudden you saw offensive 27 jump out and block defensive 27. I was like, oh, that's nice. Because what do we always say about rookie running backs? You get on the field when you can pass protect.
Yeah, that's it.
And that was it right there. So he had that. But Jawar running the ball between the tackles, he's the only one that has really been able to kind of have a run where he can kind of slither through relatively untouched to get a nice. He's really the only one that's been able to do that. So it's been really impressive to watch those two. So that's why I say it was fitting that, ironic in a sense, that we get this note about Joe Mixon, and I'm sitting there going, well, these two young bucks are showing something. Now they're going to supplant Mixon. No, we'll get Joe back when Joe gets back. But what they're showing me is there should be no rush to get Joe Mixon back on his field. No rush. We need Joe back 100%. We don't need Joe back at 90 or 85. No, we need Joe back at 100%. If that's week 2, it's week 2. If it's week 5, it's week 5. These guys are showing right now that there's a little bit of something with these young backs that if you can get something out of Nick Chubb, you'll be able to sustain yourself for a while, come back healthy and be added to the mix, and all of a sudden, man, you've got a really solid, strong, physical mix at running back. So that's why I said that about it being sort of fitting on that news. But look, they got to keep it up. Now you got pads on. I know a lot of people are like, well, you have pads on. Look, you can tell and watch running backs and how they're running. Like Jawar, he's got incredible quick. So he's really good getting to the outside. And once he's out in space, he can freeze guys. He's got a nice little dead leg move. He's got some Shady McCoy in his game. But he's running really well inside. Like he's had 2 or 3 of the best runs of camp where he's just run inside and kind of hesitate, a little hezzy here, cut back here, cut up, run behind the center on his own play. He's done really well doing that. So I'm hoping today it continues to translate once they get the pads on. But I said the other day, I wasn't going to panic about Joe. And the report from Rappaport was kind of wishy-washy. We're not totally sure, but we're still ramping up to the Rams. That's kind of what I thought we were going to do anyways.
Right, exactly.
So I don't know that
he didn't say he's out week 1, Johnny.
No, he didn't.
He did not say that.
No, he didn't. He said he's going to be out for a while, but they're trying to get him ready for week 1. I was like, and it was written by different people, different ways. So
remember, Mixon last year, what did he do in camp? Nothing. Okay. Week 1, what did he do? Erupt against Indianapolis, the dreaded, hated, despised Colts. Up there, did it. Was he offensive? He was offensive player of the week.
I think he was.
Joe freaking Mixon. Get him back out here. Now, along the lines, this is like semi-hunt read. So, a media member was criticizing Chubb, like Chubb's just slogging around out here. How do you know? How do you know if Chubb is slogging around or looks good? Now, Jawar Jordan is a different runner than Chubb.
Yeah.
Jawar Jordan's going to run. He's a glider, a little bit more of that.
Right.
He's smaller. Chubb, it looks like he could run in handstand fashion. You know, just jog with his arms. Like he's just amazingly built.
Yeah.
And he breaks tackles.
Yes.
He's like mini Brandon Jacobs and then some.
Right.
Look at his style over the years with the Cleveland Browns. I'm not here to say Chubb's running for 1,200 or more if he's healthy.
Right.
But I'm here to say that let's wait and watch to see how effective he really is. I don't know if he gets preseason reps or not, but I'm eager to see him in the joint practices coming up, Carolina, Detroit, and, of course, against the Rams. I think Chubb, it's too early to tell. You cannot tell or you cannot make definitive statements, comments analysis by watching them out here in the first 3-4 practices. Maybe today we'll learn more. Maybe today we could be a little bit more definitive in pads, but certainly not before today.
I agreed. On a runner like Nick Chubb for sure. And I think one of the things about, as I was talking about Woody and about Jawar, first of all, Woody's a rookie, so you can get excited about some of the things he's doing. And he's doing some of the things that he did in college, and he did them really well, but now he's doing them at this level. And again, they're doing it against that Piranha defense right now. Nick's greatness is it's 2, it's 3, it's 2, it's 1, it's 4, it's 5, it's 6, it's 20. Like, you get tired of tackling Nick Chubb. And he's just barreling downhill on a defense, and it's like, okay, the first 4 or 5 runs don't hit, and then all of a sudden, bang! And I remember watching him against the Bengals last year. That was one game where it stood out, where early on he just can't get anything. The Bengals are pretty fast and quick to the point of attack, can't get anything, and then finally about his 4th or 5th run, he's kind of worn him down, he's kind of seen the defense a little bit. All of a sudden, he hits a zone run and cuts it up behind the center, and the second-level linebacker is clean, but Chubb hit it so fast, he just ran through an arm tackle, and he was off on a 15 to 17-yard carry. Now, do you want to be consistent or more consistent and have 5, 6, 7 instead of smaller runs than the big one? I don't know. Either way, it's going to have an impact on a defense because it's Nick Chubb running the football. But today, I think you can tell a little bit more about Nick Chubb than you can. Look, Saturday was Nick Chubb's third practice. Third practice.
Back.
That's it, third. Because he didn't do anything in minicamp, and they had 3 practices, and one of the days was a walkthrough. So that's it. He's done 3 practices, haven't put pads on. So I'm not going to lose my mind about Nick Chubb. Look, is it going to be a worry by the fantasy community? Are they going to freak out? Is everybody going to freak out by Joe Mixon, how it was reported? It's all very nebulous. So that's why I bring up Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks as, are they going to take over? No. But are they showing things that can get you excited about what they could do and what they might do in preseason games to get them confidence and the coaching staff confidence? Remember Dameon Pierce in 2022? Remember what happened? It was little by little, and eventually he ends up being the starter on week 1.
Yeah. Well, no. Did he start week 1? Because we were begging for him to run the ball more in week 1, remember?
Well, we were begging. He started, but they didn't. They started, but they didn't give him the ball enough.
Oh,
it was the next week, Lovey was like, we got to give 31 the ball a little
bit more. No kidding.
And then they did, Lovey, and he looked good.
Lovey, sometimes everybody's right. Damian needed to run the ball more against the Colts.
And that's another
opening weekend tie.
That's another
Indy.
one. We need Damian back. I don't know what the deal is. We need Damian back. We'll get J.J. Taylor back from what I read over the weekend. I hope that's the case.
Yeah.
But just getting J.J. back, just getting another body back to help the running backs a little bit. I'm excited about that. Looking forward to seeing J.J. He's always a fun guy to see run the ball with pads, not pads.
But I consider Damian one of these. Look, I'm not going to call them the big 3 of Mixon, Chubb, and Damian, but he could be. If he runs like he did in 2022, he could be a big 3 with those guys. So let's see how it all plays out, because we talked about this in the offseason. How many backs would they keep, all of that. And what do we always say? Injuries are a big issue when you're trying to determine the 53 in these position group breakdowns. But here we are with injuries. So we don't know what the effect is going to be heading into week 1 of the 50th opening week, the initial 53. Another hot read here. All right, we talked about pick sixes. We talked about the defense eating. But what about some of the good things we're seeing from the offense, from Stroud, seeing some connections here and there, and some of the other quarterbacks and receivers as well, Johnny? As Stroud found Kirk on a nice play on Saturday, that was encouraging to see. I find it interesting that Noel, by the way, Saturday for the receivers, we saw some good things. We saw some drops, too. And it was up and down the depth chart. Drops on Saturday. Got to hang on to the football. Nick Caley's got to be out of his mind with the freaking drops, because that's a big problem. We talk about the offensive line and Daniil and Will having their way sometimes. After one of the sessions, Colt Popovich huddled the whole offensive line over on field 2, and there was some aggressive counseling going on over there with that group, and they got to stick together and build together. But if you don't drop those passes, let's say all of those are caught, which is entirely possible, you feel totally different about the offensive performance on Saturday. And it has very little to do with the line opening holes for a run game, obviously, that's all pass protection because CJ was able to get the ball off, and the other quarterbacks, too, on those drops on target. Cannot drop the freaking football. You just can't do it. It's going to happen, and it's better that it happens here than in games. But some of these guys who are dropping it cannot afford to drop it. If Nico drops one, okay, it's Nico Collins.
And he did.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he did the very first play a team. Yeah. He dropped one, and it's like, we know that's rare.
It's
from
like
Nico.
the world stops. It's like when Hop would have a drop or Andre Johnson would have a drop. Wait, it's even possible that they drop the ball? Yeah, it happens. Everybody's human. Sometimes you drop a ball. So Nico, fine. Nico's all world, great. But there are some other guys dropping passes that cannot afford to be dropping passes for themselves or for this team. And you got to get that right, and they know that. I'm not lecturing them.
The point is quarterbacks, too. These quarterbacks have got to get in some kind of rhythm, especially 7. 7's got to get in a rhythm, and when you drop a pat, look, he's not getting a ton of time back there.
Yeah, so when he gets one off on target, you
better catch it.
Yeah, got to catch that ball.
So the protection's got to pick up and got to help out. I will say, and I saw him in the hallway, I think Davis Mills is throwing the ball about as well as I've ever seen him throw it. He's throwing it extremely well. Yeah, like he has thrown some seeds, some really nice throws. He had a nice touch pass to Brevin over by us on Saturday. Brev was running the over route, had a linebacker on his hip, and Davis it's one of those things where Brev's over here. I'm going to throw this spot way over here and let Brev run to it. It's perfect. He just lofted right that spot. Brev caught it, got up the field. I think Davis is throwing it about as well as he possibly has.
Well, think about this, Johnny. The sense of urgency for Davis Mills Incorporated, right? Mm-hmm. The Mills team Mills career. Mm-hmm. These 6 weeks are my season.
That's right. That's exactly
People watching, coaches watching, word of mouth, and then you get preseason gameplay, you get the joint practices with the other teams watching, reputation, all of that. This is year 5. I am an NFL starter, and if it's not going to be here, because it won't be, how about somewhere else? How about somebody next year? Maybe the Texans trade me this year if somebody needs a quarterback, but I don't want to see that happen because he's a great insurance policy. Sure. Obviously, you need a great backup. So for Mills, this is it, and he's making the most of it so far.
Yeah, there's no question. He has thrown it extremely well. I think Graham Mertz has moved around, thrown it all right. Keaton has thrown it okay. CJ just hasn't had enough time, honestly. So with pads on today, we'll see if the protection is better. That's a group that, and again, there are a lot of things we could say about the offensive line. I know a lot of people are going to have eyes on the offensive line.
How about this? Brooke Kirchhoffer tells us J.J. Taylor. It's almost like the J.J. Moses, J.J. Watt thing. J.J. Taylor, Casey Osai, and Eli
that's what
Cox.
I said earlier. J.J.'s coming back.
All right. So J.J.'s coming back, but Eli's back up, too.
Eli
rookie
Cox,
center.
Rookie center.
And Casey Osai all activated from PUP. So that's good stuff. Just to get some guys back. I'd like some other names off that PUP. So thanks, Brooke. Yeah. But I want some other names elevated from that PUP. But, yeah, we'll take what we can get right now.
No, that's the good way of putting it. We'll take what we can get. And I wonder, just with those guys missing days and shorts, how much they do in pads. Can they be in pads? I don't know what that's all about. But they're back, and that's good. And now it's hopefully a ramp up to getting themselves to a point where, say Eli Cox can get some game reps against the Minnesota Vikings. I mean, I know it's, what today is today? I don't know. We're 12, 13 days away from it, a little under 2
week
weeks.
From Saturday. Well, he'll play.
I would imagine. Well, that's the thing. You got to make sure that these guys are at a point where they can practice. So I've watched Eli work out, on the side field. Looked like he's moving around pretty well, but again, the doctors and the rehab guys here, they know a little bit better than we're going to know. But just getting – look, you get 3 bodies back in practice because you know what's going to happen today. We're going to see a couple guys under the tent or under the – it's going to happen. I mean, it's pads. So either guys are going to need an IV, they're going to sprain an ankle. There might be a concussion, because guys are going to ramp things up. It's going to be a wild physical practice.
This is one of those days, man. There is not a cloud in the sky. No. There's not a drop of wind. Nothing.
I read the temperature is 93 midway through practice at 10 o'clock.
The flags on the uprights are just like, we're hanging here, man. We're not going anywhere. There's nothing. We need a breeze in the worst way.
And it's not coming. It's not coming.
You can't.
You can wish for it, man, but how many practices have you seen here at this field? I said this the other day to you. I said, how many have you seen? I know my number's got to be in the thousands somewhere of practices over the years.
Of Texans practices?
Well, do the math.
All right, let's do the math quick.
Do the math. You got training camp practices, and you got practices all throughout the year.
Training camp, about 30? 25, 30?
30, yeah.
All right, so 30 for me, 30 times 24.
There's 720 right there. That's just training camp.
So give me minimum 2 a week. Well, but you know what? Since the O'Brien era, we've only seen stretch Kubiak Capers practices, maybe miss a Thursday here and there in the Kubiak era.
Yeah.
So let's say that was 12 years of what, 3 times 16.
Yeah, 16, 17. Yeah.
Okay, so Johnny, you're my adding machine.
Am I right? That we're in the thousands.
We're in the thousands.
You're in the thousands. So my point in that is, we've seen, especially during training camp, when it starts like this, it stays like this.
Yeah, it's nice.
And you know what? Who's probably happiest about this is probably D'Amico Ryans, because that's a challenge. I mean, that's the challenge that you go on the field and it's like, do you know what you're supposed to do mentally? You know what you're supposed to do physically? And then when you get to the last 10, 15 minutes of practice, can you execute? Can your body move in that way when it's 94, 95 degrees and 100% humidity?
And you can tell the guys, 1 week from today you'll be at the Greenbrier. So
that's right.
Suck it up.
I put the Greenbrier on my weather app.
Mm-hmm. So you're getting notifications, Greenbrier weather?
No, I'm not. I turned off the notifications, but I just wanted to see what it was.
Yeah.
So we arrived there on Saturday, and it's going to be a little rainy, but it's 78. The next day is Sunday. We're off. The low is 55. The high is 76. The day of practice, it's low of 56, high is 75. So let's go. Your gift is you bust your butt hard here. You get to go to West Virginia and
next week.
Have that weather for
and we'll
a week.
be live then, too. Okay, coming up, John McClain. We're going to have a lot going on this morning. We're going to have Jake Moreland, tight ends coach, with Jerry Wayne, who had a great catch. He's had several good catches so far in training camp, so we'll hear from him. Also, Jalen Smith, a rookie who's making noise here at camp. All coming up here on Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
It's the summer sales event with
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
It is so good to be out here. Houston Methodist Training Center for Day 5 of Texans Training Camp 2025. The 24th season of training camp for your Houston Texans, as they have a very promising-looking team. Offense under construction. Defense looks like the finished product already. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you. John McClain joining us field side. General, how's it going? Your thoughts on the first few days that you've seen so far?
I thought you just up under construction. The defense is way ahead of the offense, as it should have been. They've got a Super Bowl defense. And then the offense, of course, is a work in progress up front. When you bring in so many new guys and you have a new coach and a new play caller, there's going to be an adjustment period. And the best thing about it is they got pads on.
Yep.
And the coaches are going crazy, of course, because they love it when guys put on pads. So we'll get to see those offensive linemen banging now for the first time since they've been here.
And that's the best thing, because they need to after Saturday. That was a rough one on Saturday. John, Joe Mixon, your thoughts? You panicking yet? What we heard on Saturday kind of sounded, or maybe we thought that was what it was going to be anyways. Your thoughts about Joe Mixon?
Thought it was going to be anyway. They knew he was a work in progress. He's had at least 2 injuries going back to the hip drop tackle, which was 2 different times. It caused him to miss games. So because it's a national break in the news, I don't know anybody here that was surprised. I read where Mixon hasn't had a preseason carry since 2021. So him not getting a carry in preseason is no big deal. Now, if he's not ready for the Rams, it's a big deal. Yep. If we see Nick Caserio bring in another veteran running back, it's a big deal.
Can you tell anything about how Nick Chubb looks based on the performance out here or anything like that?
Well, the best thing about Nick Chubb is he's healthy. He's 2 years removed from that major knee surgery. So usually it's the second season. He's playing for a lot. He's on a 1-year contract. I expect whatever he's got left, they'll get the best of it. And you guys know, remember, was it 20 when he scored that winning touchdown in the hurricane in Cleveland? And they had to evacuate the stands, and he broke the Texans' heart. So everybody in Cleveland loves Chubb. People are falling in love with him here. I don't know how many carries he's going to get in preseason, but he's got to have some, because he's got to show them what he's got. We'll see a lot of Woody Marks, a lot of Jawar Jordan, and Dari Gumbawale. But I'm thinking if he's on the roster for the first game, he's going to play.
Chubb didn't score a touchdown. That was when he stepped out of bounds at the 2-yard line.
Oh, on purpose.
Remember that?
Yes, that's what it was.
That's when I fell in love with Nick Chubb. I was like, that was really smart.
How many guys would not have scored?
I know. I went through that hurricane, if you will, and then I saw him do that. I was like, that was smart. That was really good. But again, I think that now, look, that game was in 2020. It's 5 years ago, but that shows you, to me, what Nick Chubb is all about. Now, he had a pretty good game to that point, but that was a 3rd and 2. We get the ball back. There's a chance. He turned the corner. He broke 3 tackles and then got up the sideline. And then nobody could catch him. So, look, it's 5 years from that, so who's to say? But because he was so physical that day, our guys are like throwing their shoulders into him and arms, and nothing happens. You got to bring everything possible to come tackle him. John, the other side of the ball, the defense, they look to be, as you said, kind of mid-season, because they've been together, but they added C.J. Gardner-Johnson and other pieces. But Will Anderson Jr. literally held him out of the 4th period of practice the other day, because it felt like they had to, because the offense is going to get anything done. They had to have Will off the field. He looks as if he's gone to a different level. Your thoughts thus far?
Yeah, there's all these great reports on Will Anderson, but they can't block him. They're not. Right. They can't, because they're not allowed to block him. You don't have pads on. So I see all these things, man, Will Anderson's blowing by these people.
Yeah.
Well, he should be.
Yeah.
They can't barely touch him. So today, this is a better barometer, because they'll be able to hit him. But, yes, he is by far the most impressive defensive player out there so far. And they've got so much depth in the defensive line, and they got depth at linebacker if Christian Harris comes back. I'll believe it when I see it, because he looks more normal than on the sideline. At some point, since he's not on the list, he's going to come back. Picking up E.J. Speed also was a big deal for this defense. They could have the best secondary in the league. D'Amico Ryans, the play caller, and Matt Burke, they do a great job. Now they got to do the same kind of job on offense.
What you're hearing in the background, fans.
They just saw us.
Yeah, they just saw
noticed
McClain,
us over here.
They're screaming for the Hall of Famer, but fans are just saying hello to Texans as they're coming in full pads here, ready to rock for day 5 of training camp. John, one thing I don't feel like we have any extra clarity on really is the wide receiver position. You know, we know Nico Collins, Christian Kirk at Sentinel doing their thing, but it's not like anybody's really rising or falling on our perceived, and I stress that word, perceived depth chart of the situation. Your thoughts?
Well, they can't under the circumstances with no hitting. I think that'll take place in the joint practices and the preseason games because those rookies are going to play.
Yep.
You know, Nico, I wouldn't put him out there for one play. And I believe, you know, it'll be Nico, Jaden Higgins, and Christian Kirk, and then Jalen Noel will get a lot of playing time, and those will be your first 4 receivers. And after that, it's a crapshoot because there's a lot of guys who are kind of equal at this point. One of the guys I like is Xavier Hutchinson because he plays special teams. He's made some big plays in his career. It's his 3rd year. He'll do anything the coaches want him to do. I hope he makes the team.
John, is there a player or two cut on your radar screen that has been on the roster previously, has played, started previously, that you think is perhaps not going to make the 53-man roster?
Oh, boy, I thought you were going to ask me if that has a chance to start or play well.
Do that. Do that one.
Do both of them.
Answer
Do both
that
of them.
question.
The guy that's going to maybe be questionable for the roster, but a guy maybe that could step up into some playing time, starter role.
John Mechie III. It's got to be make or break from him. You know, he's 2 years removed from beating cancer, and they've got depth at that position. If they thought that he was going to take that next step and play the way they expected round for the cancer, I don't think they would have drafted 2 receivers in the 2nd and 3rd round. And really, any of those, Hutchinson's another one. You know, he could be gone, and he's contributed at times. You know, will Brevin Jordan be around him with all the time he's missed? And a guy that's really got to step up I'm interested in, Blake Fisher and Juice Scruggs. Those 2 guys were 2nd-round picks. They weren't drafted to sit on the bench, and they need those guys to play. Scruggs 3rd year, Fisher 2nd. You guys know how that 2nd-year player should be showing his biggest improvement. So can Fisher and Cam Robinson keep Ariante Ursery on the bench for at least a while?
No.
But if they don't, then somebody is going to be the odd man out, and I'm going to guess it's going to be on the right side with Blake Fisher.
Write it down, write it in pen. Ariante Ursery will be one of this team's top 3 offensive linemen this year as a rookie. Write it down.
Offensive lineman as a whole.
As a whole.
Okay. It's funny because we're doing our training camp special, which airs Sunday night, ABC 13 at 11 o'clock, and I interviewed Titus Howard for it. You've been interviewing guys for the special as well, and they had, you know, the little title underneath your name. So me, voice of the Texans. What should I put under Titus, Vandermeer? Should I put right guard? Should I put guard? Should I put tackle? He said tackle because Titus, I believe, is still listed as a tackle on the official roster. I said, you can't put tackle. Put offensive lineman.
Play tackle.
Just general. Vandermeer motto of journalism: when in doubt, be vague. You
Just
cover yourself. It's fine.
They have me down for media.
Yeah.
They said, what affiliation are you?
Media.
I said, well, I'm Texans Radio, KRIV, Sports Radio 610. So we'll put you down for media.
See, I don't think you need a title.
Titus is going to play guard.
Yeah.
We know that.
He is.
And if he's playing tackle, it means somebody got hurt or somebody's been really bad. But considering Ariante, his experience at Minnesota, and the way Cole Popovich is coaching him and what he's talking about, it won't surprise me if he's not starting at one of those spots.
The irony of Titus, though, being locked in at right guard, a position he hasn't played, right guard this year, okay, fine. You know, he's the lock right now. Whereas in the past, it's been like, well, Titus could be a tackle. It could be left guard. He could, you can move him around. He could be left tackle if you need him to be left tackle. But it's interesting that
he
they
played pretty well at left guard last year. I thought for sure he'd be back at left guard.
I think the biggest thing for Titus, as it is for a lot of players, they go to a different level when they understand what their role is and accept it. And I think Titus was an okay tackle. But what he showed you when he jumped in the lineup against Miami, he can be as good a guard as he wants to be. And I think he's in much better shape than he was last year. He's still big, but he's moving well. He holds up. And I think the way they're going to run the ball with double teams and things like that, running more duo, I think that's going to help Titus, whoever the center ends up being, which ends up being, John, the biggest competition piece seemingly on the offensive line. I think Ursery's going to be one of the tackles. I think Titus is at right guard. I don't have a clue of who the center is going to be. And they've rotated Jake. They've rotated Jarrett. Those two have been going back and forth. What are your thoughts on center?
I'm going to say Andrews, since he's been doing first team more, going back to the start of the off-season program. I think whatever they put out there today in pads will not be the starting offensive line for the Rams. And Cam Robinson.
Will not be or will be?
No, will not be.
Okay.
There will be changes.
Okay.
And can Cam Robinson hold down left tackle, or is that where Ursery's going to start on left tackle?
Question. I think it's too early to tell. They need to see more, and that's fair.
Well, one guy's career is going up.
Yep.
And that's Ariante, where Robinson's on a one-year deal. He's playing for money. And Fisher's the one. And also, we can't forget Juice Scruggs.
That's right.
Juice Scruggs at guard.
They like him.
Can Juice Scruggs become a starter guard because he wasn't a center?
It's funny. When Scruggs is healthy, he's got to be healthy, John. He's got to be healthy. I mean, duh. But he has not been able to maintain health, and that's been a big stymie to his career. Let me ask you this, General. D'Amico Ryans was asked about delegating. I see Matt Burke with the walkie-talkie calling defensive plays out here. Is that a training camp thing? What are we going to see week 1 against the Rams? Is D'Amico back on the calls, or does he delegate that to Burke? Do we know?
D'Amico loves calling the defense. I knew he was going to do it all along because he loves it. He was asked about calling the defense or Matt. I think he knows what Matt can do. Matt's been a defense coordinator in the NFL. And he does a really good job, but I'd be stunned if D'Amico gave it up. But I'll never forget when I was in Denver doing a big story on Gary Kubiak, before he'd been named the coach, because Bob McNair told me they're going to hire him. And he wouldn't talk to me. But Shanahan said, Gary's going to be like me. He's going to be like every other play caller that becomes a head coach. He's going to call the signals. And then he's going to realize being a head coach has so much responsibility, he's going to give it to somebody else. So I'm thinking that about D'Amico too. Just don't know if it'd be in the third year. Things have worked out so well the way they're doing it. Why tamper with something that has worked so well and has the potential to work even better with all the talent they have on defense?
General, one more thing. You mentioned Bob McNair. Well, the co-founder, Janice McNair, was announced on Saturday. We'll get into the Ring of Honor. Very special. Your thoughts on that?
I know when we told her she was in the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, surprised her. She said, I don't deserve that. And I asked Cal, what's the first thing your mom said when you told her? I don't deserve that. And I went down her tent and congratulated her. She said, at first, I was embarrassed. And then I thought about it. I'm going to be up there with Bob forever. And I said, well, that'll probably be 2 places you're up there with Bob forever. He's so humble. I met her in 1990 to the Oilers left, and I've liked and respected her ever since. She is so humble, and it means so much to her. Cal got choked up. I've never seen Cal get choked up. And I'll guarantee you when they're out there for Denver, and they're putting his mom up there with his dad, he's going to get choked up big time.
That's tough. And I love the way she looks at it that way. And we don't know exactly how they're going to do it. I think a big possibility would be Robert and Janice McNair up there, which would be fantastic. Together on one panel. We'll see if they end up doing it that way.
Put those other guys on down the line.
Who are the 2 other guys?
Yeah, what are their names?
Yeah. One of them was there on Saturday. That would be Andre Johnson. He was awesome talking to the crowd. That was a great
JJ had a great video he did.
Great
this
video,
one there.
absolutely. JJ is an awesome Texans ambassador.
Okay, this is for both of you.
Yeah.
That's 4 in the Ring of Honor. Who's next?
I don't know if we're going to get one. I think Hop would be the only one that would qualify because he's the only Hall of Fame candidate that's down the pipeline. I would think D'Amico makes it when he's done coaching.
I think Kubiak should be in there. He's the one that took them to their first playoff.
I don't think
victory.
they're going to go there. If they now, not that Gary doesn't deserve consideration for that, General, but I think if you put Gary in, there are a lot of players that also need to get in, and I don't know if they want to go there because it opens the door. It's kind of like if I invite this person to the wedding, then I got to invite all these other people to the wedding.
I don't see a lot of players deserving to be in the Ring of Honor.
Well, I think that if Gary gets in, you can make a case for Dwayne Brown. You can make a case for Jonathan Joseph, Arian Foster. A lot of guys. No, I don't think so either. But that's my point.
Foster, the greatest running back in team history, I think he should be next.
Well, I believe as a player, Dwayne is equal, if not more deserving than Arian. You know, I'm least
just
equal.
saying next, I think Arian Foster because.
And now you go Cushing. There are a lot of guys. There are a lot of guys that you could point to, but that's a debate for another time.
Were the best at what they did in team history.
Right. But
Arian Foster.
I think the McNairs have a standard for that Ring of Honor, which is going to be Hall of Fame, Pro Football Hall of Fame caliber at the very least. Arian, unbelievable. There's so many great players.
So you think Watt's caliber for the Pro Football Hall of Fame? Huh?
I think he could be. Maybe. Just maybe Watt gets in.
Yeah,
okay.
He better get a good presentation.
General, thanks a lot.
Thank you guys very much as always.
Among other things, we're going to talk defensive backs today because Jalen Smith has been making plays out here. Johnny has some things to say about him. In fact, I talked to him, and we'll get to some other assistant coaches. What about Jake Moreland? What about Bill Davis, coaches linebackers? These guys are awesome interviews. That's in the next hour. We'll do a position group breakdown to be named later. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
At Kroger, you never compromise.
Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
Very cool to be here at training camp right near what I call the gauntlet. This is where the players walk through the fans coming down the Battle Red Bridge. That's my name for it. And no one's going to yell at me about that now.
Battle
It's
Red
the
Bridge?
Battle Red Bridge, baby.
That's good. I like it.
Oh, Johnny, I have
love
been
that.
lobbying for years, for a decade and a half, to have that thing painted red and called the Battle Red Bridge. Now, it's an NRG-sponsored bridge with their solar panels, but they would get into it, and it would be legendary.
Yes, it would be perfect.
And you know what? You just give us the Battle Red Bridge on the north side here and give Rodeo, they could call it the Bull Bridge or whatever the heck they want on the south side,
Look
that other
at you.
bridge.
Just an idea
Because
guy. That's all you're doing.
That's
Just
the bridge.
Million-dollar ideas.
The south side bridge over Kirby is the one they walk to get to the cookout and everything like that. So it's in the carnival, it's more of a rodeo bridge.
Right.
This is more of the Texans bridge.
That's right.
So we get the Battle Red, they get the rodeo bridge, the Bull Bridge, whatever the heck they want to call it, and we just name them and just call it a day. And people would want to take pictures of themselves on the Battle Red Bridge. They'd want to do that. I don't know if it's accessible to the public in the off season, though. We're kind of bottled up here at NRG Park. Anyway, down the stairs, and they come through the gauntlet, fans on each side, yelling and screaming, and then they walk to the bubble to get activated, warmed up, and then they come out onto the field. Fans here today, and you sense the energy, full pads. Fans here, we're ready to rock. And ready to talk about some defensive backs here. We did the position group breakdown, but what about one in particular here? And let's hear from him right now. 2 minutes with a Texan. Jalen Smith, who's doing some things, making some plays. Johnny talked about him earlier this hour. Doesn't like his number 30 because for a corner, you'll expand on that. But he's out of USC, LA guy, interesting, and he's got some Snoop Dogg history. Let's hear it. So tell me, I saw you signing autographs. How is that interacting with the fans as a new Texan?
It's great, man. The people are great. They're great here, man. They treat us so good, and it's just a blessing to be a part of this family. It's just great.
How about the camaraderie in the defensive backs room? I mean, you guys are really tight.
Yeah, man. It started in the offseason, just gelling together, learning the playbook together, asking questions, the young guys being sponges to the older guys, and it's all working out. That's it.
How thrilling is it to make plays out here? I see you working. I see you making some plays already.
Yes, sir. It's great. It's a great feeling, It's just a boost of confidence. It's my first couple months out here, and, starting to fit in really well.
What was the draft process and draft day like for you, draft weekend?
Yeah, it was surreal, man. It's just, going through that whole process. You watch it on TV a lot, and you see some of your buddies, making their dreams come to reality. So, it being me was just great. Had all my family there, and, the process was a little long, but, it's how you manage it, and just kind of help my mindset going into it, you know what I'm saying?
No question, training camp is a grind. Do you have a favorite part of practice? Is it the 11-on-11, the individual, something else?
I would definitely say 11-on-11. You're going out there and you're competing against, the best of the best with Nico, C. Kirk, and, all those great guys, and CJ, of course.
You were part of that Snoop Dogg TV show. I'm sure everyone has asked you about this, but what was that like for you? What can you tell us about that?
It was great. It was a great experience. It taught me a lot about life beyond football. Coach Snoop was a pivotal role for me. Always constantly being in my ear, telling me the rights and the wrongs. You know what I'm saying? If there was anything that I could work on, he was always on it, and at a young age. So it just kind of helped me grow up and be prepared for every moment. That's it.
Did people ask you a lot about that in college?
Oh, man, tons.
Still in L.A., so that's great.
Tons, man.
All right, so I'm semi-contractually obligated to ask you about the weather because it's a little different from Southern California.
Right.
Thoughts so far?
It's a little different from Southern California, I'll tell you that. But it's going to take some getting used to. It's been holding up pretty well. A lot of sweat, a lot of humidity, but it's how you take it, man. It's how you hydrate and all that, so it's the preparation.
Cool. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Appreciate you, my guy.
Jalen Smith was on that Snoop Dogg Youth Football League show.
Yeah.
By the way, Vanderkid 2, 12 years old. Dad. His voice isn't there yet.
Yeah.
So Vanderkid 1 is Dad.
Yeah.
Vanderkid 2 is Dad. It's just starting to change. Dad, I need to get that new Snoop Dogg album. Like, really?
The new Snoop Dogg album.
Snoop Dogg, he's cool to you? He's like my age almost, Snoop Dogg. My gosh, but, Snoop Dogg's time.
For Jalen to make a play in a game, and Snoop Dogg starts tweeting and posting, Instagramming about him, and our Texan social will go crazy over that.
That's
to
good.
See Snoop Dogg. Our Snoop Dogg. We have history with Snoop Dogg back in 2019.
Yep.
He came to our game against the Chargers out in Carson, and after the game, he was in our locker room, And Snoop was just going to go to the winning locker room, but Deshaun had a really good game. Jordan Akins had a great game, and so Jordan was my post-game interview. Jordan had a couple touchdowns, and as we were doing the interview, I hear Snoop in the background. I didn't notice this until I went back and listened to the interview like a week or two later. But Snoop's like, oh, good bleep, Jordan, good bleep. And I'm just like, that got caught totally on the interview.
Oh, my
Interrupted
gosh.
our interview, but it was awesome because Snoop just loves ball.
Yeah.
I mean, he loves L.A., but he loves ball. And he's going to love the guys that he has been coaching. DeAnthony Thomas was one of the first ones who went and played at Oregon. But he's got a chance with Jalen Smith. He's got a chance to watch that young dude make plays. He has been on lockdown out here in practice. Number of pass breakups. And look, he's going to get got to. He's a rookie. It's going to happen for him. But if he just each and every day gets a little bit better, you're going to see him hopefully, in a different number. Because at USC, he wore 19. Then he wore number 2. Now he's wearing number 30. Which 30's fine. 30's okay. But if you're good, go get you a different number. And once
he'll be able to
cut down. Because last year in training camp, Kalen Bullock, his teammate, he wore 51.
Yeah,
Then the season started, he became 21. And then the season went to the offseason, and he became number 2.
Yeah, I still see him as 41 sometimes.
I know, I do
Bullock.
too.
So anyway, we'll get to more with those guys. D'Amico Ryan just walked through the gauntlet and signed a Texans jersey, number 59, D'Amico Ryan's, and it looked like somebody bought it in 2006. It looks
that's
like
great.
It's that authentic
Old
a D'Amico Ryan's jersey. Yeah, number 59, and it was well worn. I think it was a Reebok.
It was in 06.
Pre-Nike.
In 06, it would have
That's
been
the
a
real
Reebok.
authentic stuff.
And there's a sign up over here that says "Happy Birthday, D'Amico."
Oh, happy birthday, D'Amico. That's
so
right.
is he in his 30s now?
I think he's finally in his 30s.
Finally,
yeah,
okay.
finally there. What is he? Is he 39 today?
I
don't
think
even
so.
think he's 40 yet. That's just ridiculous.
Okay, in this practice, could he go first, second, third down with the ones for one drive?
D'Amico? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. He could do that.
So too. Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, I don't know if he's getting to the mark. You know what I mean?
Oh, I think he would.
I think he probably is helping out, making some plays.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys, Andre Johnson could do a few snaps. The problem is a lot of snaps.
Well, yes, a lot of snaps.
All of camp, all of the season. No. But can you do a snap or two? Look, Andre Johnson, have him return kicks. I could do a couple of kickoff returns. Now, after
would
like
you
the
like
third
going down
one,
and tackling 6'3", 230, full speed?
Oh.
It's still he's probably still
one of the coaches here, might have been Larry Kirksey himself, told me that when Andre was here, he said, look, Andre Johnson would be the greatest kickoff returner in the NFL. He just can't do it. You just can't
There's
take
no
that
way you
risk.
Yeah, that's right.
But in this day and age, to have a body like that being able to return kicks with his speed and size. Look, Andre Johnson, when Diggs was here last year, Andre was out in the field with the receiver group, and he towers over everybody except for Nico Collins, right?
Yep.
So that's what we're looking at, and he's wider than those guys. All right, we got to get to this. We're going to break down the receivers. Johnny's going to do it, no notes, just slam through it, the wide receiver group. What's going on here at camp so far? How are they looking? What's the thumbnail information on each and every one of them? And we'll hear from Jared Wayne as well, along with a couple of assistant coaches. A long way to go here on Texans Radio this morning.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610. KILT. few feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Day 5, Texans training camp. We are at the Houston Methodist Training Center, Field 1. The team is warming up in the bubble. Activation taking place as we speak. They're in full pads today. They'll be out here in moments. Specialists are already out here doing their thing. Fairbairn, Tommy Townsend, and Austin Brinkman. I used to say John Weeks. He was on the team from 2010 through 2024. But now it's Austin Brinkman, a rookie from West Virginia. We're going to be in his college football state. He's actually from Maryland. He might be from the part of Maryland that's closer to West Virginia. I can't remember. But because it borders West Virginia.
Yes.
Like Cumberland is not that far away, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, Brinkman going back to the state where he played college football. And Brinkman, that's one of those things. We're not going to know until we see it, but I'm sure they know what they're talking about here and what they're doing, that Brinkman's going to do a good job long snapping. We got used to Weeks pitching a perfect game all the time, and now you have to have this rookie do it. So we'll see how that goes. But they had a little competition in the offseason, and they went with their guy. All right, let's do this. We promised it. We're going to deliver. Wide receivers, position, group, breakdown. Let's go. We'll start with the single digits here. We're going to leave Tank out of this for now. He's on PUP, and Tank coming back from the devastating injury in December. So we're not. We hope that he's back this year somehow, some way. But get back when you're well, because when you're well, you're good. Let's go to John Mechie III, Johnny, because I'm going to go in numerical order from low to high. And Mechie, where's the number 8? And look, he's been around the block here. He's getting a lot of quality reps in this camp. Year 3, coming back again. I shouldn't say coming back, but it always feels like that with Mechie. Like he's rebounding from the rookie season, the cancer diagnosis. It always feels like that with him. Is this the year we see the real John Mechie?
Well, it needs to be, because you added 2 rookies in the second and third round, so you know that Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel will be around. You added Christian Kirk and paid him. Or restructure his contract, whatever you did with him. So you got Christian Kirk. So you've brought in new bodies, a lot of new bodies. So this has got to be that make or break year for Mech. And in that situation last year, if you think about it, the first 3 or 4 weeks of training camp, you and I would talk on and off the air about, if I did a 53-man roster projection right now, he's not on it. But then he had that game against the Giants. He had good joint practices against the Rams. He had a good game against the Rams, and it's like, nah, he's staying. He's going to be on this roster, keep 6 wide receivers. He's going to, and they end up keeping 7 with Steven Sims being the receiver returner. But honestly, he's got to play better than he has the first week. And look, you're getting your feet back under you. He's transformed his body. He looks a lot better than he even did last year. He put a lot of work in the weight room here, but now it's got to come. As crazy as it sounds, the one thing you better be able to do is catch the ball in traffic consistently. He's not done that in this camp. He's got to turn the corner and be able to do that, because there are a lot of vets and a lot of rookies put a lot of pressure on him for those, as you call them, premium reps.
All right, premium. Nico Collins, a premium receiver, one of the very best in the NFL. What about Nico?
How do you speak about Nico without just glowing terms? I mean, he's come so far. He's in year 5, which is amazing to think about. He transformed himself when he became a catch-and-run guy, because at 6'4", 220 pounds, he was not that his first 2 years. You know, he's banged up the first couple of years. In 2023, he stayed healthy for the most part. Colts couldn't stop him in Week 18. He can go deep. He can be a catch-and-run screen guy. He blocks his butt off in the run game. It's just he's at a different level, and he's the alpha. He's got to be the alpha. He now has to take over in that meeting room as the guy that everybody listens to. He sets the tone. I think he's one of the 5 to 7 best wide receivers in this league. I think he's phenomenal.
Christian Kirk.
Same. He's got to be a leader. Will play the majority of time inside the formation, you would think. But he's going to be excellent in a catch-and-run situation. And I think that's what makes Christian Kirk great. But a slot receiver can be kind of one of those guys. Catch it short, run it long. He can also be a guy that you can throw down the field and make big plays with. And we're going to be joined by a guy that we would get to later because his number was 80.
Yeah.
So we would get to him later, but we're going to get to him right now because he's
the wide receivers right now. And Andre Johnson is with us, who you might be familiar with from the Pro Football Hall of Fame and your Houston Texans. Andre, good to see you. How's it going?
What's up, man? What's going on?
So what about this group? What can you tell us about this receiver group? And we were just gushing about Nico Collins and his abilities.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting group, a bunch of talent. Just being out here the other day, Saturday it was, watching the first practice. Well, my first practice watching. Just a great group of talent, bunch of talented guys, and it's so much talent to it's kind of like how do you maneuver through all of it. So very excited. If I had to say one guy, I'm very excited for Mechie this year to see where it goes. Just with him, everything he's been through. With the health stuff, and now he's got a couple years under his belt. So now to see if he steps into that role, I really think he can be a big component this season. So very excited to see what happens for him this year.
Andre, you went through this when Gary Kubiak got here, and that's changing the offense.
Yeah.
That's what these guys are going through. It's a new offense. Some of them heard, some of it not. But for you, when you went to a new offense, what was kind of that like for you? What was kind of the key in kind of getting that down before you went on the field and played the games that first year in that new offense?
Well, the thing was you had to Gary challenged me. He came up to me after the first year, and he was like, man, I need you to learn everything about this offense. And I did. Learned everything. Because he moved me around so much. And I think somebody like Nico, so many people tell me Dre, he reminds me so much of you. But a guy like Nico, you can move him around, put him in different spaces. You can put him in Nico, even though he's a big guy, you can put him in a slot. You can put him outside. You can motion him out the backfield. You can do so many things with him. And, that's something that, a creative mind, they do those type of things. And that's something I experienced when I was playing. So super excited to see, the things they do with them.
Yep. So this offense is supposed to have some West Coast elements and also the Patriot-type Bill O'Brien offense, if you will. You've played in both of them here. What do you think it might look like when we see it on the field?
Well, I was more I played in both, but I was more favorite to the West Coast.
Okay.
That was more of my favorite offense. But I think but Bill O'Brien was very creative also. Even though it was a little bit more, this is what it is and this is what's going to happen. But I will say that Bill O'Brien gave you more options as a quarterback to make adjustments at the line of scrimmage, where in the West Coast you didn't have that.
Right.
So I will say that was the difference in both offenses, but I was more a favorite of the West Coast.
Okay, Andre, I know when I ask this question, just bear with me. What's one thing you miss about training camp? What's one thing you at camp as a player?
To be honest, there's nothing I miss about
I
any
knew
of
it. Exactly. I just want to hear you say it.
I don't miss nothing about any of it. I have people I was out here the other day at practice, and people was like, man, you don't miss playing. I don't miss any of it at all.
Yeah.
Actually, when I'm out here looking at it, I'm always like, how was I able to do this for 14 years?
Yeah.
So to be honest, it makes you ask more questions than anything. So, but no, I just enjoy coming out though, to watching it. I love watching practice and just watching the games and things of that nature. So, I'm a huge fan of football. So, yeah.
But you have said you do miss the camaraderie in the locker room, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
How much of that happens during training camp, that team bonding, if you will?
Man, that's the thing I would say. I tell people all the time, that's the thing you miss the most. The plane rides, the bus rides, being in the locker room, being in the training room. We used to have it was a pull-up bar in the training room, and we started shooting. Somehow we created a basketball game.
I remember that.
So it was we started teams, and we had a whole tournament,
and you won the belt.
Yeah, we won the belt. I was the me and Justin Forsett were the champs. So it was just things like that, man. It was almost like you didn't want to go home, because you was finished with meetings, you're doing your treatments, you're doing your hot tub, cold tub, things of that nature. and basketball, and then now that turns into like a whole big thing, and now you competing at something else other than football. So those were the things you enjoy, just being around the guys, and man, it was those are the things you miss. So when we get together now with the legends and things like that, it's still the same way. Like, it's hard for us to leave after, we do something together.
Dre, we're almost 365 days from when you stood up and gave the last speech in Canton.
Yeah.
Now a year removed, when you think back to that weekend and what it was all about, and you going in and you've talked so much about the people that you help, your family, your mother, what do you think back to that weekend in Canton, and what was that all about, and what was it like for you?
Man, that was a hell of a experience. I don't really think words can really describe it. Like, it was a hell of an experience, man. I was out here the other day, and I was talking to one of the coaches, and he was like, man, like, your party was like, he was like, you don't understand, like, what that did for us as a coaching staff. Just them having a day off the next day and just being in training camp and getting to just hang out a little bit and cut loose. So it was a hell of an experience. I'm actually leaving to go to Canton on Thursday.
Okay.
I'm going back Thursday. So, man, I'm just excited to go back and, the new class that's coming in and celebrate those guys. I got to see Sterling Sharp at the Brothers in Arms golf tournament.
Oh, yeah.
He came here. And, man, when I saw him, I just gave him a huge hug. He was going up, and I felt like Sterling should have been in the Hall of Fame for what he did as a player in a short time of his career or whatever, because he had that injury. But super excited to see him and Antonio Gates go in.
Was it kind of like looking in a mirror when you were looking at Sterling Sharp? Because he was you before you. He got the neck injury, but he was a big physical receiver that could go deep, do everything on a field, but then he gets the neck injury.
Yeah.
But it was like looking in the mirror. I mean, you're like looking at the same guy. You guys were very similar in your games.
Yeah, he definitely physical. I mean, could do everything on the field. Like you said, he was me before me. One of my favorite guys I watched growing up, him and Jerry Rice. So to see him right after it got announced, they always communicate with us, the new guys that are coming in. So when I saw him, man, I just gave him a huge hug and just told him, like, man, you should have been in. Like, he was one of my favorite guys to watch growing up.
Wait, two more. We were debating, what could you still do out here in a game? Like, you could play at least a few snaps, right? Not asking you to play a few games, but a few snaps, probably. You could get through that, right?
Yeah, just put me in the red zone from the 20 in.
Don't have to run that far. Just one route, just throw it up, go get it.
Just throw it up, let me go get it.
All right, what about Canes with Carson Beck?
Oh,
and isn't it weird these days, Dre, because you had Cam Ward for 1 year, boom, and now let's go get Carson Beck and pay him. It's just so strange now in college.
Listen, to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of it, to be honest. We'll just see what happens. I'm actually going down for the opening game against Notre Dame.
Okay.
I'm an honorary captain for the game, so it'll be an exciting time. I'm excited to see how this season goes, especially after, man, when you have a Cam Ward leave, man, it's hard to replace that. So super excited for him, with the Titans and what he has going on. But it's gonna be kind of hard, But we'll see what happens.
All right,
last one from me. Mark and I talk about this all the time. It's been 24 years since your 2001 Canes team took the field.
Yeah.
Has there been a college football team since that could step on the field with that group?
Nah. I've had this conversation so many times.
Probably with me too. Yeah.
I don't think you will ever see a team that has that many draft picks, that many first-round draft picks, let alone. And
you couldn't pay them today.
Yeah, and the talent was so stacked to where you can't name a team where they said they had Frank Gore as their third-string running back.
It's a backup. Yeah.
Nobody can say Sean Taylor was sitting on the bench on their team. Like, nobody can sit there and say that Antrell Rowe, Roscoe Parrish. I can go on and on. Like, guys, Kellen Winslow Jr., guys are just on the team that the only thing they can really do for run down.
And they did.
Yeah.
They did. That's the only way they got run.
Yeah, that's the only time they got any burn. So I don't think that will ever be matched. I know a lot of people talk about the LSU team with Joe Burrow and all those guys. They actually broke our record, our scoring record. But I still don't think, as far as like scoring points, I think we still have the fastest. Like we were scoring points like every 40 or 50-something seconds. Or something like that. It was crazy.
There were a lot of blowouts.
Yeah,
a lot of blowout games.
Yeah.
But there were two really close ones. I mean, as great as that team was, BC and Virginia Tech. Crazy.
But you know the crazy thing, I always tell people, like, I don't know what it was about Virginia Tech. They always played us close. I don't know what it was. Like, it was always they would create something with special teams. Like, they would always, like, dial up some type of play or a block punt or something that would kind of change the game.
Yep.
So, I don't know what it was about them.
The Beamer ball.
Yeah, they kind of they kind of had our number, but we were able to escape. So.
Well, the Big East was fun back then, and I think, when you're in a league like that, and the short time that league was together, you develop some rivalries. No doubt.
Definitely. You always look forward to playing certain teams, especially VTech. That was like the big thing, especially when Michael Vick was there. And, I mean,
2 years prior to that.
Yeah.
That was rough.
Yeah.
That was a rough night.
Yeah.
I've heard about the trip to Blacksburg a bunch.
That was a rough night.
That was tough, man. So, a lot of fun, though, man, and created a lot of relationships with, Mike, Keith Bullock, just playing against him at Syracuse. And it just created relationships that you develop, over the years.
All right, Trey, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate
it.
All right.
Appreciate y'all.
That's Hall of Famer Andre Johnson, and it feels so good to say that. It feels so good to say Hall of Famer Andre Johnson, who's in so many halls of fame. I was there when he got into the Hurricanes Hall of Fame back in 2014, but to get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, unbelievable. And we were breaking down wide receivers. I think we're going to continue to do some of that. We'll take a quick break here, get back to that, get back to some of the interviews. Jared Wayne, you'll hear from him. And also, Johnny, I'm going to say it now. We got 4 quarterbacks out there. That's good. Okay, I only counted 3 at first, and now I got 4. Good. My heart skipped a little beat. But no need. No defibrillator needed.
We're sitting here where the players all come by.
Yeah.
And so I kind of make a mental note of everybody, and I was like, man, I didn't see 7 come by. Now, there was a kind of a gathering that went in before D'Amico walked out, because it's D'Amico's birthday. Happy birthday, Cap. And so I thought maybe he's in that. Well, then the 3 quarterbacks came out of one door, and I thought, oh, no. And then I looked back, and coming out of the other door where the players are coming out was number 7. So, like, ooh, okay. Wow. Heart can there's some palpitations going on there for a second.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Back to the receivers next, among other things, here on Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Family game has become quite the tradition.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
I would say Andre Johnson hijacked the show, but it's more like we kidnapped Andre Johnson to be with us and interrupt our wide receiver breakdown. And they're doing individual now, Johnny, so I don't know what that entails for you.
We're watching. We're talking. We're breaking down receivers. Let's go.
Full pads. Okay. Yeah. All right. Here we go. The safeties are doing the Adegoke drill, where Adegoke takes the punishment with the pad, and they bury him into the. I mean, the head coach, the safety coach, Stephen Adegoke, who's on the show a lot with us on Texans All Access.
He likes it because his guys have great games after he's on with us.
Yes. He puts on he holds the pad, and they flip him onto the mat, thick mat, and, takes the spill. And I think the guys like taking a shot at him, limit him. Yeah. And it's just like, okay, I'll take the punishment here just to show my guys how to take somebody to the ground. That's pretty awesome stuff from the safety coach. Back to the receivers, and we're going to be all over the place today, admittedly, because it's Texans Training Camp Live. We're on the field. They're in pads. We'll keep you posted. And let's continue with the receivers, Benny, as we break down this position group. Nico and Christian Kirk, we went over them. Jared Wayne, Johnny, we're going to hear from him in a bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, we saw Jared walking across in shorts and T-shirts, so
that's bad.
He was really making some strides and has been making some strides, so hope it's not a long-term thing whatsoever, and Jared can get back. He has been really productive this camp. Big physical receiver, can go up and moss guys. He can make plays down the field. He said something to me I thought was interesting. We'll hear this interview after a little bit. But he said something to me about just his confidence growing year after year. I thought it was pretty interesting just to hear that, how his confidence has. But he said, talking about the playoff game, and he got some playing time at the end of last year. He's like, I have to turn that playing time into production. And I was like, bingo. Yep, that's the next step for him. So, look, it's an uphill climb for guys that aren't named Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, or anybody from Iowa State. So it's tough to make this roster, so Jared needs every single day he can possibly out here. And he said that to me. You got to stay healthy. So hopefully this is kind of a one-day blip and he can get back on the screen.
What do we think of social media sensation Braxton Berrios? I hate to refer to you that way, Braxton. Anyway, he's making plays out here as a punt returner and as a receiver, John.
He's so much more comfortable as a punt returner than anybody else's team has. He's the only one ever to Tommy Rockets hitting bombs. I mean, bombs. He's making the adjustment to that. So that, I think, is really, really important for him. He's also made some plays in the pass game, especially the first day or two. Now, the other day, I don't remember seeing, but again, the offense didn't do much the other day. But the way he catches the football in the punt game, that is really going to go a long way, whether he gets receiver reps or not. Like last year, Steven Sims, we knew probably wasn't going to play wide receiver, but we knew he was going to end up being the returner. And it's got to a point, week 7, week 8, where we couldn't afford that anymore. We had to make some moves at other positions, and we couldn't afford having 6 wide receivers and a punt returner. Steven was waived, went to Baltimore. That, I think, is the way you got to look at Braxton. I don't know if he's one of the top 6 right now, but because he can return and catch the damn punt, that's going to be valuable.
All right, Xavier Hutchinson, he's been noticeable out here.
Yep.
One of the guys that you like to see make plays. You feel pretty good about him getting one of 6, possibly 7 spots on this initial 53-man roster.
No doubt. He contributes on special teams as a returner, as a cover guy, as a gunner. He just does anything you ask him to do. He is a young Dario Gumbawala. He knows. I watch the offense a lot of times, especially in OTAs and minicamps. I noticed this. X breaks the huddle. Like he's sprinting out this position, he gets set. He realizes something's wrong, so he moves a receiver. Hey, no, you're over here. You're supposed to be over here. You're at the Y. You're over there. He gets guys lined up and gets the receivers lined up probably better than anybody does. He knows this offense inside and out, and football IQ, makes some plays in the passing game, made big plays for us. I thought that game against Kansas City last year was telling. We had to have big receptions throughout that second half, especially that 15-play, 90-yard drive. He was a guy that CJ looked up in those moments. So he's got to take that next step to be the number 5 or 6 receiver or 4. Who knows what happens with guys in front of him. We just talked about Jared Wayne. Jared was making a really good push to get in that group, but then he's injured. So got to see these rookies. We'll talk about them in a little bit, but they're in the 80s, so we'll get to them near the end. But I think Xavier Hutchinson just gets better with time and more reps.
We're already in the 80s. Jaden Higgins wears 81. I see 81 out there. It's just so weird because I always think Owen Daniels, and I know other people have worn it since, but that's the nature of things.
Yeah, he's special. He's going to be, I don't know how many times in OTAs and mini camps I'd have a football ops staffer near me and go, hey, that dude is special. Or, hey, you know that DB he just ran that 9 route against is the fastest guy we have in our organization. I'm like, jeez, okay. So he's got speed. He's competitive. His body isn't quite Nico's, but he's 6'4", 210. So you're not going to sit there and tell me, if he's not Nico, he's got a T. Higgins build. Let's go with that. T. Higgins doesn't run after the catch like Nico. He's not built like Nico. Maybe Jaden's like that for now, but I think Jaden's got a little bit more of a competitive spirit than T. Higgins had coming out of Tennessee.
All right, let's go to Jalen.
Clemson, my bad.
Okay, Jalen Knoll wears 82. It's funny, probably went another way, but Knoll wears 82. And Knoll, we've been raving about him in OTAs. He got sidelined for minicamp out here. Look, he had a drop on Saturday, which was, I felt, uncharacteristic.
Yeah.
He can't be doing that.
No.
But he can do a lot of things for this football team. He runs great routes, and I think he'll be heard from, John.
I don't know what you're asking me. You just did it right there.
Okay, sorry.
Every ball thrown his way, he has to snatch it. He has to get in that mode. Now, some of that's on the quarterbacks to put a little bit better ball on him. And I think the Texans are going to ask Jalen to maybe do a few different things than he did at Iowa State. Regardless, the one thing I love about Jalen is you know exactly where he's going to be. His cuts, his movements are so sharp and angular that it gets him open. He can make 90-degree cuts as well as anybody I've ever seen. If he's running that kind of deep dig where he stems inside, gets vertical, and then breaks it across, like the lines are going to be whoop. Now, what he has to learn, and that's the science of it, what he's got to learn is the art to it. Hey, there's the safety. Instead of breaking straight across to bring the safety into it, man, maybe I move this thing a little bit shallower so my quarterback can give me a shot before the safety can get on me. So those are things he's going to learn in due time. I'm super glad Jalen Knoll is here. He's going to make some plays for this team, no doubt.
Former Chief Justin Watson.
Mark my words, he's going to make a play, whether it's in training camp today, whether it's in week 1 against the Rams, or whether it's in week 13 or whatever it is against the Bills. He's just going to make a big play when you're not expecting it. He did it in Tampa. He did it in Kansas City. Guy's got a lot of rings. He's played in a lot of championship games. The guy knows and what it's supposed to look like. He's an Ivy Leaguer, so you know I love him. But he can be a vertical threat down the field, and he's just another 6'4" dude that you've added to 6'4" Higgins, 6'4" Wayne, 6'4" Nico Collins. I mean, you put a basketball team out there with all those small forwards. But how many reps does he get amongst that group? He's going to have to stand out maybe with the 2 group for now, and then maybe in joint practice, maybe in preseason games, earn some of those maybe first-team reps, if you will. If guys goes down, Nico needs a break, whatever it is. Justin Watson has delivered a lot of big-time catches in big-time spots.
All right, what about Daniel Jackson, a name that a lot of people don't know, and he's another guy who needs to catch everything thrown his way, rookie from Minnesota.
Which is ironic because I saw him make some of the best catches of any college receiver at Minnesota. He had incredible hands. The touchdown catch he had against Michigan last year at Michigan was amazing. I mean, it was absolutely amazing. A one-hander kind of behind the back of a DB. He's as smart as it gets. You see him run routes. He's got great body control with the toe taps on the sideline. But he dropped the pass the other day. And when you're a rookie undrafted free agent amongst a deep wide receiver group, they cannot do it, as you just said. That cannot happen. And unfortunately, that did happen the other day. He's got to catch everything. He's got to be the reliable outlet for Graham Mertz and for Keaton Slovis and catch 4, 5, 6 balls. Remember Johnny Johnson in 2022 as a rookie? And we played that preseason game. I think it was the Rams. And Johnny had like 4 or 5 catches, and he caught the game-winning touchdown, made some nice catches along the way. Johnny Johnson is still here. Games really kind of a kickstart for Johnny in his NFL career to get time, to get on the 53-man roster to finish those first couple of years. And he's still here. So let's talk about Johnny Johnson because I believe he's next.
He is. And by the way, Johnny Johnson, I thought from a distance it was Jalen Knoll carrying Johnny's pads in, and I thought, there's no way that Johnny's making Knoll do that. And I was right because it was Johnny Johnson carrying his own pads in. But Johnny Johnson, he's a gentleman, and he's a playmaker. In August, needs to be a playmaker in the other months.
Yeah, that's right. It's got to start for him in August. But he's in his 4th year here. He keeps battling. He keeps sticking around. And when you stick around, coaches see something in you. And he's that kind of guy. They've seen something in him. I've been a big fan of Johnny's for a long time. I remember 2019 at Arizona State. He went off. He went off on Arizona State at Arizona State. It was incredible. I was like, man, who's this? This guy's a stud. He's got NFL DNA in his family. He's polishing his game as a wide receiver. He can make plays after the catch, which I think is something that really has developed over the last 3 years since he's been here. That's got to be the case. He's got to be able to catch balls and then get up the field and make somebody miss, turn into a running back at that point. So I like that Johnny's here. To me, it's kind of a safe security blanket when that second or third group comes in, and he's part of it. But now he's got to take the leap. That leap is going to happen against the Panthers at joint practice, against the Panthers in the preseason game, against the Detroit Lions making plays against that secondary. That's where it's really got to happen for him. But, and I hate to say this, but for some of these guys, they're going to need a break. Guy that's, comes up against the hamstring for a week, and all of a sudden they step up.
They get more reps.
And they get more reps.
Like Jawar Jordan at running back.
And they do something with those reps.
Yep. Xavier Johnson, anything to say about him? Thumbnail.
Oh, I think Xavier's got something. He was a kind of part running back, part wide receiver at Ohio State. And when he had a touchdown catch against Georgia in that playoff game we all talk about for CJ, Xavier did it from the tailback position. So he's got skills after the catch. It's just a matter of getting open, making the catch consistently, and then turn it to the running back that we know he can be.
All right, that's the wide receiver position group breakdown. And that took a while because we had Andre Johnson break it up, and the greatest wide receiver of all time. But this franchise had a few things to say. Now, we made him say those things. I mean, we asked him the questions. He didn't demand to be on the air or anything. We requested his presence on the fly, and it was great. It was the last segment, and we're going to rerun that tonight, as a matter of fact, that Andre Johnson conversation, because he always says a few things that are very profound. All right, they're doing more individual work. We're going to keep you posted. They're in pads. We're in the hot sun here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. We'll get Brooke in here. We'll get Jared Wayne on. We'll do it all before the close of business and get you ready for In the Loop as well here on Texans Training Camp Live.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific Minerals.
Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
Saturday was vintage Texans practice as far as weather. Now, it was a little cooler because we had the overcast skies, but it went along. That was a long practice. Today, I don't know how long it's going to be, but today is vintage. I was wrong. Today is vintage. No clouds. Well, I see some in the distance, but they're not covering the sun where we needed to. And we are here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Mark Vandermeer with you. Johnny watching some things. Brooke Kirchhoffer joining us right now with some news, notes, things. Brooke, what's going on?
Well, today's officially the first day of practice. Let's just go ahead and say that. You can't hide when the pads come on. And the biggest question heading into training camp, especially today for day 5 with the pads, is what is the offensive line going to look like?
Mm-hmm.
I think we also have to remember what defense they're going up against every day. Iron sharpens iron. All those good things are going up against a very talented defensive line, guys that don't know how to go 50%. So they are going to get beat sometimes. And we did see that when the Shells were on 2 days ago. Offensive line needs to respond. And I want to see what Cole Popovich does. He's first year as the run game coordinator, first year as the offensive line coach. He's been putting Ariante Ursery on the left and the right side. Blake Fisher, I think, needs to have a better day. It's going to be the biggest thing that all the fans out here, their phones are going to be out, and they're going to be filming the offensive line as soon as team starts.
Right. It's not allowed for the media to be shooting certain things, but the fans in the stands are going to be getting the bird's eye view.
Absolutely.
And you can't keep them from getting their cameras out, their phone cams, and recording some of this stuff, and it's going to show up, right? Big moments are going to show up, and they'll go, maybe some will go viral, who knows? But you're right, Brooke, and it's not like a Chris Rock performance where you can take your phone. I don't know. We've all seen comedians, I think.
Yeah.
They're the ones who do it more than anybody, right? They take your phone at the door and they put it in a little Ziploc thing, and you have to go get it and check it out and check it in. Oh, my gosh, what a pain. But I get why they do it. They don't want their material out there.
Right.
The Texans don't want their material out there either, but we're going to see some things. Now they do special teams as we speak, as you heard the horn blow. And also, you brought up a good point in that Cole Popovich has the title not only as offensive line coach, but run game coordinator. Ben McDaniel's wide receivers coach is the passing game coordinator. Why do they do this? Well, it's good for the guys' careers to have that coordinator title. Maybe there's more money in it, I don't know, but it helps these guys advance as their careers progress.
I think he has a lot to prove, too, and what a great guy who's moldable, who's big, who has all the intangibles in Ariante Ursery, the rookie who is looking like he's probably going to start if he continues forward. We don't know, but I will say he did get a nod from the head coach, the rookie getting a little nickname, whether I know you said don't look too much into it because it's Ariante, but he calls him Tay.
Yeah.
And he said in his press conference 2 days ago that he's been moving from right to left seamlessly, great balance and footwork, long arms. He said it's really just about getting the reps and so that he can get up to speed. But I think that's a guy who, as he goes against a Danielle Hunter, a Will Anderson, who are going to give him their best every single rep, it's only going to get him better and ready for this first preseason game.
It's a good point about needing to respond. Clearly they do. And now that they're in pads, they can get after them. The O-line can get after the D-line in a way that they couldn't before. But the same can be said for those guys, because tell me what you said on Saturday about the defense when they came out here with the attitude that they had.
My gosh.
And it was very apparent from the get-go, right?
Yeah, let me dial it back. I got out here at about 8:15, and I saw some of the rookie D linemen come out. I go, okay, that's fair. Yep, trying to make an emphasis that, hey, we're out here first. We're going to go get on the bags, things like that. Who I saw come out after them about 5 minutes later, it's early, Will Anderson. And it's the first day fans are out here. They're cheering him on. He was so laser focused. It looked like he was getting ready to go to war. And then we actually saw that in practice. He was. Danielle Hunter, Sheldon Rankins, Tim Settle. Every one of those guys were so locked in practice. Beforehand, you got kind of a little bit of a taste of it. Defense definitely got out here before the offense did. to say the defense was prepared, but the way the defense approached the first day in shells, it was as if they were approaching it the first day in pads, and they were having fun. I heard some other reporters say that it looked like they were on the bench of like the NBA Finals up by 30. That's what Sheldon Rankins and all those guys looked like, standing on the side, hyping each other up. At one point, what would have been a sack, right, because they can't touch C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
I saw Sheldon Rankins, and the only way that Sheldon does, he's kind of that goofy guy. He's got the Sheldon shimmy he's got to bring back now that he's back with the Texans. He took the ball out of C.J. Stroud's hand and ran it back, and he's like, give me that. That would have been a sack for us. So the guys were out here having fun. I think if you're the offense, though, there had to have been a mindset shift that we can't allow that, especially in front of our fans. We need to show that it's iron sharpens iron, not just the defense getting after us 80% of the time. Because there was some positive things that we saw from the offense. I think Nick Chubb is making a really good case when those other guys come back from injury.
There's one reporter who said some things about Chubb, but I'm with you. We don't know about Chubb. Like, he looks fine out here, but
today's the day I think where we see it. Right? You can't hide.
Right. If he shows you something today, you know that it is quite possibly very real because he's got the proven track record. You know, it's not like a rookie who looks good on the first day of pads and you're thinking, well, we still don't know. If Chubb looks good today in pads against this defense, well, then we know Chubb is probably back. Now, does he stay back? Does he maintain health? All of those things we can't answer right now. But it would be great to see Chubb have a good pop or two today.
You know, he wasn't excited to see me because the last time I seen it in the locker room when they lost to Alabama, that is the last time I interviewed him as a reporter when I worked out in Columbus, Georgia. But it is cool to see kind of the 8 years go by and he's still thriving in the NFL. You know who's actually been really excited to talk about him? D'Amico Ryans. It's almost like he's a kid in a candy shop. Like, I've got a new toy, I've got a new piece of candy with somebody like Nick Chubb. And I think C.J. Stroud is likely feeling some of those things too when some of his top running backs are not out on the field. He can look at a guy like Chubb who has size, has the stature, can kind of be that bully coming down the field.
Right. Yeah, bully. He runs like one for sure.
He was. And that's how it was at Georgia. You remember Sony Michel was more of the pop.
Yep.
And we called him the Lightning and Nick Chubb the Thunder because he was a bull when coming down the field.
Yep. And Joe Mixon, don't know how long he's going to be out. Ian Rappaport with that story on Saturday, but it was really not definitive at all. Might not have been new information at all. Obviously, Joe Mixon's not out here, and without that information, you might think, well, he could come off NFI anytime because guys do, but he's not here today, and we're just going to take it day to day. I mean, week to week, whatever. He wasn't in training camp at all last year, ends up blowing up in week 1 against the Indianapolis Colts in a road win. So, anything else?
I'd like to see how C.J. Gardner-Johnson handles going with the ones again. Still looking for Jalen Petrie to pop a little bit. He did walk out here, I believe, but it looks like it'll be C.J. Gardner-Johnson who might be in that spot again.
Was Petrie in pads today or not?
I don't think so.
Okay, so Petrie probably out again. He was out, so let's just, it's nothing, as Bill O'Brien would say.
D'Amico said, hey, look, guys have different rest days, so he tried to put that to bed a little bit.
All right, let's just hope, like Bill O'Brien would say, life-threatening or not, meaning play-threatening or not. We've got a long way to go, though. It's 6 weeks, so 5 weeks from Sunday, you open the season against the L.A. Rams on the road. 2 weeks from Saturday, you start the preseason at Minnesota. Great information from Brooke. Now this, do we have time to get to Jared Wayne or not? I'm thinking not. I'm thinking we're going to have to save Jared for another time, and that's really too bad because we wanted to hear from the receiver, but we will soon enough. And he's not practicing today, by the way, so that's another thing. We don't want to develop any kind of Texans interview curse. I didn't bring it up. No, it's not happening. Not happening because we have plenty of guys who we have interviewed who are doing just fine.
Well, then one last thing about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Yes. The first day you brought me out here, I was talking more to the C.J. I knew when he was in New Orleans, right? How he's looking to change the narrative, be the leader, be the veteran voice in the locker room. It didn't take until day 4 of practice when we talked to some of the players and they said, look, he's somebody that is giving us advice and information in the locker room, and the response has been great. CJ's actually been giving a lot of advice out here on the field too. So you think about the depth this Texans defense has. It's a good problem to have. There's a lot of cornerbacks. It's cornerback heavy. Jalen Smith, do you think he makes a push?
He's been making plays.
Yep.
So
he had the huge pass breakup that caught everybody by surprise.
Is there room at the end, with Lassiter outside? side, and then
And
you look at
Lassiter looks
Petrie at
good,
the
too.
nickel, but the nickel starter, if you will, with
Right.
Petrie out on Saturday. I hate to say it like that, but the guy who was getting reps with the ones was Miles Bryant,
Right.
who looked really good. But
And then
maybe
how often
Smith
they
there.
go in dime. I don't know
Yeah.
how that plays a factor into it. How
They
many
w-
guys you keep on the 53.
Yeah, they were putting Smith outside. No, Smith makes the team.
Yeah.
But the question is, what plays does he make?
Right.
Does he dress? You know, he might not dress on Sundays. Who knows? We'll see how they all put it together. Brooke, that's great stuff. And tonight, we're going to hear from Andre Johnson again because a lot of you might have missed that. Had him on early in the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to have the McNairs on tomorrow as well, as we'll have an exclusive with them talking about how this team's doing, talking about Janice McNair getting into the Ring of Honor and the rest of it. And In the Loop is coming up next. Who's your player today, In the Loop? Quick. Brevin Jordan is going to be on with In the Loop, and he's doing good things out here at Texans Training Camp. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Thank you, Matt, for engineering. Really rising to the occasion today. Have a great day, everyone. In the Loop next. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
At Kroger, you never
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find them.
Dumb and Dumber? At all. When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Monday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm sitting right next to the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig out for the day. Sitting in on the ones and twos, our guy Colin Neal. And we're broadcasting live from the Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston Texans Training Camp 2025. And it's a momentous occasion, Lopez. Pads are on, baby.
It is a momentous occasion, and it's right in front of us. We got the perfect angle. We'll keep you guys updated. First impressions, and then we'll get into some other stuff. I know you want to set up a couple things here. The offense and or the defense seems to have picked up where it left off Saturday. Saturday in the early
football activities are happening. Some people are winning. Some people are losing.
Why does it always have to be?
Yeah, man. Not only are we going to be talking about things that are happening today, obviously Saturday was also practice day, so we'll get to some of that. We will talk to Brevin Jordan, a big-time breakout candidate, not just this year, for the last few years. So we'll talk to him coming off the practice field. But right now, practice is happening, and so I think we should give some passing thoughts, no?
I think we should as well. You ready, Colin?
Let's hit it.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse, and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
All right, let's get to it here. Of course, since we last talked, they have had two practices. Very lively practice on Saturday. Not full pads today. So let me kind of do some combos here. And the first combo I just alluded to in terms of what the offense and defense are looking like. And it just goes back to the same question, Reggie. I mean, we've wondered in drills, and it kind of picked up Saturday. It's picking up some more today. If the defense is just that good and far ahead of the Texans' offense, or if the offense has some legitimate, early, want to make that clear, early questions, because the defense has just been dominating, man.
No, the defense has been that good. I think that's part of it. But also, the offense has ways to go. I don't know if you saw this or noticed this in the same way that I did from Saturday's practice. C.J. Stroud, you could see he's not that same bouncy effort, not down, but up guy that he typically is. And I don't think that's because he's not having fun. I don't think that's because, he's not that same type of personality. I think it's because he is using so much more of his processing, his CPU, on figuring out what this offense is, how to, have the reins of it, when to do things, what to be looking at. You could see the cogs going, which of course in game time that would be a problem. Mm-hmm. But this early in camp, it makes sense that he's finding that space. So it makes sense that he would not necessarily be winning somewhat, and I think that's what contributed to him throwing an interception to Azeez Al-Shaair, who read him like a book. In addition to the fact that the defense is obviously very good.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because that's another sort of a combination from Saturday to today. And this is not a bad thing. This is what you expect at this point in training camp. He looks like he's thinking.
Yeah,
he looks like he's thinking, and that's something that's going to come a lot more natural as we move ahead. But you mentioned the defense. Saturday, 3 interceptions that I saw, and at least 3 what would have been sacks that I saw today to open practice. Really, really good play by Kalen Bullock, to open on the first pass of the game to break up a play. And then the run game, Nick Chubb, and we're going to get to this at 10:20, but Nick Chubb seems to be carrying the load early there, and the defense is, of course, controlling. Another passing thought for you, just in general.
Wait. Before you move forward, you mentioned 3 interceptions. I want to make it known, pet cat points coming my way.
Yeah, I saw that.
Our guy J-Rock, as he's been referred to, waved and talked about a little bit amongst some of the guys that are now, I don't even know, how do we term like Kamari Lassiter and stuff. They're not necessarily vets, but they also already kind of are vets. Those guys like him. They like the way that his energy is, and obviously it shows up with an interception on Saturday.
And you mentioned pet cat points. Another one, I believe it was yours as well. Maybe it was Figgy's, but
I believe it's Fig.
Ariante Ursary. Ursary getting reps with at both tackle spots. He's one, that I've said in the past, nothing against Fisher, but if we could get Ursary to make those kind of strides, I think it would be all good. By the way, he's a big dude. He's one of those guys that just looks like a monster in pads. I'm looking at him right now, just an absolute monster. So if Ursary gets it, to dovetail off of that, and I want to get your thoughts. I don't know if you noticed this during what they call install and team individual drills. D'Amico Ryans was was with the offense.
I missed that, actually.
He was with the offense for the first 3 or 4 periods here, and I'm wondering if that's sort of, last year he talked about he needed to get a good beat on things on the offensive side. He was with the offense today, at least throughout most of the early going.
Yeah, it makes sense, though.
Mm-hmm.
This is a D'Amico Ryans who wants to grow further in his head coaching capabilities. And then also, I would understand it just from the idea of, hey, there's a new offense that, by all indications, even Nick Caley does not have a full extent of the scope, not because he's incapable of knowing it, but because it's going to be built off of the strengths and off of the backs of the players that are there. So figuring out what your offense is and understand the team, especially the man who's going to be making decisions on a 4th down and medium should we go, who's going to be making decisions on what to do in these places. Ultimately, the buck stops with him, so understanding your offense in and out, or at least to a strong degree, will matter, and so that very much feels like a responsibility for him at this time.
I think you're right.
You mentioned Ariante Ursary. I did feel like obviously we know that the offensive line is going to be moving, shaking. We know that they're finding different combinations. Today, in individual drills, I went over and I saw the offensive line working, and they were working on, at least when I was looking, they were working on kind of duo blocking. It was 2 guys on one dummy guy, and then they were just trying to, get upfield. Nothing too incredible there, but the 2 things that I took away from it. One, Cole Popovich is every bit as, animated is the word I use here, as he has been purported to be. And you can see that lands with the fellas, but also the combinations of pairings that they were using. Tell me if I'm reading too much into this. As Jalen Noel with a nice grab as he gets off the ground, gets over his head and brings the ball down. But I was kind of documenting and charting the pairings as I went, and some of the things that interested me, I think that on the offensive line, there's 2 positions that we feel like are pretty solid when it comes to being starters this season. That is left guard, Lakin Tomlinson, and more importantly, right guard, Titus Howard. Those ones feel like those are set. With those guys, Jarrett Patterson works with both of those guys in this combo blocking drill, compared to Jake Andrews, obviously the guy who played in New England, hasn't had a lot of games, but he has a familiarity with Cole Popovich, with Nick Caley. He ends up working and Jalen Thomas.
Okay.
Those are guys that I very much view more as backup type players compared to potential starters in the ways that Jarrett Patterson. How much do we make of that when we look at who is going to be the starting center? I don't know. And then Ariante Ursary, and maybe I missed something, because again, you're not going to see every single thing that happens. But Tay did seem like he was working almost exclusively with Titus, a guy on the right side. I don't know how much of that is, get a feel for working next to somebody who we know is a veteran, who is more likely to get it right than not. But that is also, if he was going to be a starter at right tackle, that would be who he was playing next.
And I think you absolutely nailed it. And what I'm hearing is, when they talk about competition, there are different degrees of competition. I think Jarrett Patterson and Jake Andrews are in a competition, and Jarrett Patterson is getting some run right now. I think Ariante Ursary, and whether it's Fisher or whomever, is in a competition, and I'm looking at it right now. Ursary, obviously with the first group, it looks as if he's there again, this time at left tackle. So I think the competition at those 2 spots is very, very intense. Let's go back to Saturday, a couple things, because I don't want to miss on these. Number one, how about Janice McNair getting the announcement that she's going to be in the Ring of Honor? Very cool that J.J. Watt and Andre were part of the sort of the social media introduction to that. And also, I like just a little observation. They're wearing them again today. I like that H-Town blue jerseys they're putting on the quarterback. That just pops, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, social media was a buzz with it. Obviously, quarterbacks, you want to make sure they're wearing a different color so that everybody knows. Do not touch this man here. job. Usually that is red. It is a natural color in all of nature to let you know danger. And it had been red. Which is interesting. When it came time to have the fans come out, they broke out these H-Town Blue quarterback jerseys as if to say something in particular. Hey, man, we open the doors to the public. We want y'all to see this is a color that we identify with.
Yeah. All right, so let's get to Christian Kirk. He spoke. He's been performing. Obviously, I was watching him earlier. He's been out on the field right now as we're watching 11 on 11, and we'll keep you updated on some of the things that we see there. Just a quick update. Offense having a little bit more success than the start of camp against the second-team defense. But Christian Kirk, I feel like we know he's going to be an integral piece. You know, that's why they brought him in. They needed him. He's experienced, all that. I feel like he's even more so of an integral piece, kind of like the Al-Shaair of the offense. Now, he's not, necessarily that intense guy that can fire you up. But after listening to him and watching him, and he said a couple things that stood out to me. He's never had this long a break. He broke his collarbone in October, and he's had that long break to get healthy, to get his legs back under him, etc. I think he's going to be. Oh, and the other thing is, nice play right there for the offense. Of course, that would be
touchdown pass.
Jalen Knoll.
Yeah, to Jalen Knoll. I was thrown up by Graham Mertz, the quarterback draft pick.
He also said, and I hadn't really put this together too much, he's very familiar with this offense. There was from Jacksonville, so I feel like Christian Kirk's going to be an even more integral part than we thought.
Oh, absolutely. Did you hear when he was talking about how, and it's something that we knew, but obviously sometimes putting it in context helps the light bulb click for you, talking about, the intentionality that wide receivers have to have in this offense. It's not just what your route. You come into the huddle, hey, that's the route that I hear, boom, I don't care about anything else. You need to know what everybody else is doing.
Yeah.
And I think that for him, that's going to make him even more vital than he already is, because how much can you expect a Jaden Higgins, a Jalen Knoll, some of these other guys to be able to immediately fire like that and have an understanding of all of the offense? This is a different level than college football, with all due respect to those fellas. He is a vet, and obviously he's still picking this up to some degree, but it's more reasonable to ask him to be that guy that has a better understanding of, hey, you get out there and not only do you know what you're doing, you know what everybody else is doing, you're able to run your routes with a level of precision and accuracy and dependability for your quarterback. I think that for me illustrated again, having that vet alongside Nico Collins to offer defenses another challenge somewhere where they have to silo attention instead of just focusing on Nico Collins is going to be very, very vital. Plus, it also, again, highlights one of the things for Jaden Higgins in particular, but all the other guys who will be filtering in. That's going to make it a little bit steeper of a climb. Jaden Higgins, as a dude, has the capabilities. He has the raw materials. Is he able to refine it quick enough to get up to speed to be a threat to defenses early on, week 1, week 3, early on in the season?
Brother, Kalen Bullock, another big play on a ball. Should have been an interception. This guy's training camp last year. Ball skills are off the charts. Little breakdown play, roll out there from C.J. Stroud, threw across his body, which isn't always the most highly recommended. And Kalen Bullock probably should have had a reputation. Go ahead.
Not just good ball skills, good eyes.
Great eyes. All of it goes together.
I mean, I've been rewatching the season from last year, as you know, and I was just rewatching Week 15 Miami, doing that exact same thing, right?
Yeah.
Like looking up, seeing what's happening, jumping in front of the football and getting downhill, like getting that direction is huge. Can I mention something when you talk about the offense being kind of behind the defense, especially over the last week headed into Saturday? One of the things that was easy to forget is, hey, there's no pads on.
Yeah.
And so for an offensive line who, again, to be fair, there were some getting beat very quickly by the likes of Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter and everything, which, again, understandable. But also, those guys, typically, your technique has you grabbing pads. If you do not have pads to grab, it makes it that much harder for an offense to get any level wins, especially this caliber of defense. Now, today is going to be very instructive in how much was last week about that, not having pads to grab, and how much of that was you just getting beat by a very good defense.
Yeah, no, you're right, and that's the big question during camp. How cool was it for Azeez Al-Shaair, who went to Puerto Rico to a defensive back camp with Derek Stingley over the offseason to get an interception right off of the shoot. He's been really working on the pass defense, which was admittedly and obviously a weak spot for him last year. And lo and behold, some of those defensive back tricks that he learned, if he can do that, just he did last year. Al-Shaair is going to be a monster for this defense against the pass.
I mean, absolutely. He's going to – I mean, that's one of the things that we talk about with this defense is possible weak spots. Is linebackers being attacked in coverage. Now, I don't know how much I can extrapolate from that, but it was good to see him using his eyes, jumping around, getting the football, and taking it the other way for what would have been a pick six, right? No, that's going to be huge. It's going to be absolutely necessary between him. I think Toto obviously raising the level there if he can. EJ Speed, and then obviously one of the big things we've been saying is Christian Harris going to be out here? Is he going to have the opportunity to impact it that way? Because he's probably the one that you look at as a coverage guy.
That's my next passing thought here. Jalen Petrie not participating. Christian Harris not participating. One of those guys is a little more concerning than the other. Guess which one?
I have a strong feeling.
Yeah. So we'll see. Christian Harris, again, not out here today. On the sideline, but just not participating.
Yeah, this is just going to be a continual, will he, won't he?
Yeah.
And it just feels like we're in 2024 again, doesn't it?
It sure does. Couple more for you real quick. Go ahead.
Well, John Mechie just dropped the pass, and that reminded me, especially as a person who has been looking at John
Swept
Mechie.
up?
Yes, I had been smitten with John Mechie's route running and braking and acceleration. He has had a number of drops between today and then on Saturday as he does catch that one there, a nice slant on the field here during team practice. But yeah, that's the issue with him. Make sure that you're bringing those in. I did want to make mention 5-2, 4.610. Y'all better give Figgy his points for all that Christian Kirk talk. In fact, I gave him a point, but do we need to give him two? Because he had the comments that obviously we discussed, but he also had a huge, probably the biggest offensive play Saturday.
I'll give it to him right now. Two more for you. We've been very excited to see what C.J. Gardner-Johnson can do for this defense. I mean, it's so obvious with the energy he has. Kalen Bullock was talking the other day just about we're not just one of the best. We are the best. We think we can be the best secondary in the NFL. And Gardner-Johnson, he and Al-Shaair were the first two out on the practice field today, and he let out a big old howl and a big old scream, and everybody got riled up and fired up. It doesn't seem like it matters that much, but I think they are following what C.J. Gardner-Johnson does. He is an absolute immediate leader on this team.
Yeah, and on top of that, like, he's also coachable, right? Because I think that I want to say that because, his demeanor has been, I don't know if criticized is the right word, but it's been much talked about at the very least. And I've seen a number of times where he's back there in team drills where they're, you have your secondary coach back there giving him more technique, like things that look a little, at least from my vantage point. Of course, I'm not hearing exactly what they're talking about, but you can see they're refining even a game for him, for a guy who we know is deeply experienced and very much a master of his craft. So I found that to be very interesting. Not that it was novel, but that it was good to see from a guy in C.J. Gardner-Johnson who is very, very clearly just wants to win.
Last thing, thoughts as get rolling with the Texans practicing right in front of us. So they were doing right out of the chute on the main field here. They were doing field goal kick and field goal block. And I went, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Will Anderson and Mario Edwards were smack in the middle of the defense against field goal. Both of them blocked kicks last year. And it just reminds you that this special team, these special teams units are just absolutely monsters, and they're going to take advantage of Will Anderson and Mario Edwards for sure.
I would love that. It was one of the thoughts I had in rewatching last year. I don't think I got to it in one of those games, which is how good was the special teams actually last year? Because it's one of those things where we give Frank Ross a lot of credit, and he's due it. And, obviously Kaimi Fairbairn can be a very good kicker. We saw him knock down a whole bunch of 50-yarders. But he had a little bit of slip in his percentage overall. Plus, there was a lot of penalties. There was a lot of instances where, you allowed something to happen on special teams that absolutely you shouldn't. There was enough breakdowns that gave me a little bit of concern, not necessarily spinning forward, but at least looking at that year and going, your margins were too thin with the ways that your offense was and all the other things for your special teams to not be on point. So that's going to be a fun thing to keep an eye on in a way. Like, I guess that's the beauty of having a team that's this good, is that now all the pieces matter in a different way, right? Being pinpoint on special teams matters in a bigger way, because those little things are the things that could be the differentiation between, winning or losing in big moments.
Speaking of which, working on punt right now. Who's returning the punts? Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios with Jalen Nolan. in the mix as well. This is going to be fun to watch these special teams.
Yeah, and I might be doing a little too much, but I'm still looking for the development of Jalen Noel because at times, he's gotten better. They worked on, making sure that you bring that punt in so that it's not hitting the ground. Obviously, that's number one. And maybe this is more a credit to Barrios than a demerit for our guy, Jalen Noel. Man, the difference between catch and getting going north and south for Barrios and Noel is so big for me, and that's just a credit to what Braxton Berrios can do, the smoothness, the fluidity that he has between I've caught it and I'm already headed back to the other end zone. I love seeing that, and obviously I'm interested to see how that develops for Noel as we continue through camp. Texans training camp 2025. What is this, day 5 now? Man, we are really moving and shaking here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Of course, those are some passing thoughts here on a Monday as practice continues to roll on. All right, you're listening in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we got some big news about your Texans this weekend. And I gotta admit, it's a little concerning. What does it mean for your running back situation when Joe Mixon is now reported to miss a good majority of training camp? Let's talk about that next.
Take it from Nick Caserio. When it comes to offense, success. Houston Sports Leader is your one-stop shop for all things Texans training camp. Don't miss live reaction to practice and exclusive conversations with players and coaches. Only on Texans Training Camp Live. Then even more inside information every weeknight on Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the big voice man, Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston, Texas Training Camp. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. And boy, it has been fun. There's a lot of people out here, man.
There are a lot of people
walking around trying to go over to see what the offensive linemen were working on.
Actually, let me ask you something about that real quick.
And there was a number of people that were still waiting to get seats as we were already getting into independent drills.
3:30 in the morning, I saw. Some people were arriving for practice today. But let me ask you.
I saw 2:30 for Saturday.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
I got mixed emotions on this, so help me out.
Okay.
How do you feel about the people that come to training camp, get up early, get out here, and don't even watch practice, but instead just line up where the players come in and out hoping for autographs? Like, look over here to your right. They've been there since about 8 this morning, just waiting.
Hey, man, they know the purpose that they're here for.
I guess different strokes, right?
Yeah, different strokes for different folks. Like, it is worth noting. Look at you sitting on your elite pedestal above everybody
asking.
else.
I said I didn't know. I had mixed feelings.
Not everybody got access to these players like we have the good fortune of having. So when you see that this is my opportunity to maybe get a signature, an autograph from my favorite guy.
The 12-year-old me might have been over there.
Yeah. And there's a lot of 12-year-old looking kids out here that are looking for the opportunity to maybe get Nico to sign something real quick, or get CJ to sign something, or Will, or what have you. So, no, I 100% get it, and, you got to make sure that you get there. From the 3-4-6, we can skip Astros today. It's fine. No, I understand I understand your inclination, but we are headed towards the trade deadline, so we will talk about your Astros. It is your Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. We are not going to abscond our duties here, but also big on our duties here is talking about your Houston Texans, especially when a big NFL insider drops a little bit of a bomb. I think we knew that Joe Mixon was on the non-football injury list. We knew that this was something that we wanted to watch. But we got a little bit more clarity on the situation from Ian Rappaport, one of the best ones in the game on getting information of this sort. And he lets us know that Texas veteran running back Joe Mixon actually ends up in a space where, like, he re-aggravated that ankle that had been aggravated working out. He's expected to miss a significant amount of time, going as far as saying that we might not see him for the entirety of training camp and preseason.
Yeah, I feel like a big dummy. Over the course of getting ready for training camp, I was like, I think he'll be fine. I think they're ramping him up, giving him that Laramie Tunsil treatment, veteran guy, a lot of tread off the tires, etc. But I did the old 180 when I saw this, and then started digging in a little more on some of the reporting that has been out there. Let's just be honest, this is very concerning. And we didn't know. There are so many questions at the running back position behind Joe Mixon.
Right, if Joe Mixon is not there.
Behind Joe Mixon.
All of the things that we had that made us comfortable and confident about this running back room came with the idea and the thought, well, Joe Mixon is there.
It hinged on Mixon being healthy and doing what he does.
Right.
So now, not only are there questions, it's a question about the entire room. Nick Chubb, I like the way he's looked. He's been out there early. I have.
Okay.
All along. You know that. And actually, the little subtle passing thought here, this is a full pad day, but a lot of guys wear the cutoff football pants, no thigh pads or anything. Joe Mixon's out here ready for day one. He's got the full pants, the thigh pads, the knee pads, Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
Nick Chubb is out here like he's got it all, like he's ready to play. So he came to play today, no doubt about it. But back to the running back room. Where's the question? There's questions about Nick Chubb, as much as I feel good about him, with all the way he's played, the injury he's had.
And then the explosion doesn't look there.
I think he's looked fine. We'll see once they get more.
I'm gonna be honest, and maybe I'm not giving him credit for being a big boy moving, but it does look slower.
Okay,
and I think that's 100% good for running back two or in a tandem. If he now becomes somewhat closer to a bell cow, I think that gets a little bit interesting. Not to say that he can't be capable of being a good running back for you, But I think that changes the dynamic. A lot of conversations and framework under the Nick Chubb signing was, yeah, but what if he can get back to being that prior Nick Chubb? Not seeing a level of explosion that feels the same as earlier Browns Nick Chubb, I think that changes that conversation to, okay, what happens if you get something a little bit closer to last year Nick Chubb?
I honestly haven't seen that. I'm going to take your word for it as your impression. Of
course, I'm one person, right?
I think he's looked pretty good. But again, questions about Nick Chubb. Questions about Woody Marks. Questions about, Darian Gumbawale is running with the first team a lot.
He is.
That's not an ideal situation if you watch this team last year. It's just not. So there are a lot of questions. And then I started digging into the reporting. And, oh, by the way, Texans about to go 11 on 11 with offense and defense on the sideline. So this is going to be full bore, full go.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be game-like atmosphere. We'll keep you up to date on that. So then I started digging in on the reporting of what's going on. And Jane Slater had something.
Slater!
I know you saw this because you follow her, too. She had something that I thought
You've been checking my follows? Hold on.
Looking right over your shoulder.
What you doing?
I got to be a little bit more careful.
Looking right over your shoulder. That I thought was very telling. Everybody's been saying ankle last year. She said it's his foot, and it's the same foot that he's hurt twice before. So if it's the third injury on his foot, not the ankle, if this reporting is true, that to me is very, very concerning.
Yeah, and I don't know how much stock to put in that because, I love Jane. I think she's a grinder, but it's also worth noting that, she's parachuting into Houston.
Yeah.
And that could easily be one of those things where you kind of just, move an injury slightly in a way unintentionally and get that just a little bit wrong. I'm not saying that she is wrong. I'm leaving that open.
But it would be very concerning if true.
It would be. It absolutely would be. But again, I've liked Woody Marks out here, especially catching the football. His catch radius is pretty damn big. It's fun to see it. Jawar has been fun, but again, all of these guys feel like they don't add up to Joe Mixon if you are missing time. Now, I know that some people will easily say, well, Joe Mixon, he don't play preseason no more. But I think that it is worth noting that this is an age 29 season for Joe Mixon, a guy who has had a lot of carries in his career. And so this was something that you were standing on the table for coming draft time, like, hey, you need to start thinking about getting other running backs in here. And I would very much hate for the Texans if this is a sign of that wear, that tear, and then ultimately you get, even less than 14 games or less effective nature from Joe Mixon, because that was very important, and I think it matters even if you get your blocking to be better this season.
Yeah, offensive line just gave up what probably would have been a sack. We'll keep you updated. Coverage was fantastic. Here's the other thing about the running back situation with Joe. What have they been saying from the very, very start of really rookie OTAs, much less minicamp? We are going to run the ball. We are going to run the ball.
Yeah.
Run, run, run. Well, we've talked about how it's all of a sudden a different look in the running back room. Maybe there's someone else on the horizon, depending on what Joe Mixon and when Joe Mixon gets back, etc. So there's that, and then on top of everything else, new offensive line. New offensive line that has only been the most important thing we've been talking about all season. So all these things, the fact that they want to run the ball, the offensive line is in flux, and that Joe Mixon is out, it's a concerning little development.
It's funny, though, because we've talked about all this, and I look over at the YouTube page, again, Sports Radio 610, an appreciation to the Mo Cameron Injury Lawyers for the live stream there. We'd like to see Dameon Pierce have a decent preseason and then Nick trade him. But, the idea of please get Dameon going. Has Dameon kind of popped for you at all?
Not at all. It's been Nick Chubb. It's been Dari, as I mentioned. It's been Woody Marks. Dameon has gotten his reps, don't get me wrong, but I think he's getting the fewest reps of those four guys.
Has he gotten out here?
No, he hasn't really done very much either.
He was on pup to start.
He hasn't really done anything.
So it's it'd be great for him to get out here. This is kind of crazy because we talked about this in China, kind of just in a vacuum of, hey, this is kind of, Dameon, you need to get out here and have your day. He would be even more important. I imagine that he's very much not happy not being able to get as much work or get work out here right now, because this would feel like from a
opportunity,
man, Pierce-centric perspective.
You got to take advantage of the opportunity. So a lot of things to sort of consider with Joe Mixon, and then there's the question of, well, when is he coming back? It seems to be the reporting that it's going to be the majority of training camp, maybe, well into the preseason. Well, all of a sudden you start talking about if it is an aggravation, if it's something that he did in the offseason. We know there was a walking boot involved at all. Exactly how much is that going to affect him going into the early part of the regular season?
Yeah, this is going to be a big thing that we have to continue to watch. Thankfully, there's still some training camp to work through, and as we mentioned, like Joe Mixon is the type of player where, he can jump in. He has an understanding of football. He has an understanding of tone the rock. It is worth noting, though, like this is a system that does feel like it's moved away from what Joe Mixon typically has done.
Yes.
In playing under Zach Taylor in Cincinnati, that is obviously off the Sean McVay tree, and playing under Bobby Slowick in that same Shanahan kind of inspired thing. This is a different running scheme, so it would behoove him to be able to get out here and get some work in this scheme to make sure that obviously all the talent fits in with what they're doing here. So I don't want to minimize this, but Joe Mixon is a consummate pro. He's done this a lot. So this is going to be a story that is absolutely worth watching because the running game, as you mentioned, is going to be fundamental to what this offense does this year.
And just to update, as we were watching some goal-to-go situations, pass game here with the Texans offense. Once again, C.J. Stroud took a lot of reps. I didn't count them, but he took a lot of reps. Nice throw, good protection as well to Jaden Higgins for a touchdown in the corner of the end zone. So how about that?
All right. This is going to matter a lot because last year getting into the red zone and actually punching the football in was a little bit deficient. All right, 713-572-4610. From the 713, Reggie looks creepy using those binoculars. Hey, man, they on the far side of the field and I want to see details. Y'all got to let me live. And shout out to all the people that got out here waiting because I saw some folks get some Tank Dell signatures. So
there you go.
Yeah. They ultimately they were dedicated. They spent time, they waited, and they were successful in getting those signatures. So shout out to all the Texans fans who are out here enjoying Texans Training Camp 2025. This is practice number 5 here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You guys are negative Nelly's, always focusing on the bad news. I mean,
what are we doing?
This one matters, man. This one absolutely matters. And
listen more.
Y'all have not been negative. Y'all just been speaking the facts. Really.
Exactly. A lot of positive. Just talking about the Jaden Higgins touchdown. Some of the other things.
Look, man, I think that it is a portion. It is a thing that matters, and we're going to bring to you the things that we believe to matter for your Texans. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the question of the day. We will have Brevin Jordan coming right off the practice field once they are done with practice, but they're still working on team right now. What is the worst way you've embarrassed yourself publicly? Because there's a lot of players and club personnel that have been banned from buying Super Bowl tickets for a little bit of an error, a little bit of an oversight. So 713-572-4610. What's the way you've embarrassed yourself publicly? We'll talk about it next.
The Texans. Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Colin Neal on the ones and twos. As Figgy, I don't know if he embarrassed himself this week.
Oh, I bet he did.
Because he is on the IL for the day. I'll let him tell that.
I'm playing hurt too. You know that.
All right.
John's an old school guy. He plays hurt.
You got to play hurt. Just put some tape on it.
Just make sure you're still producing. I don't want you out here limping and not actually.
Oh, I'm limping.
I need you to actually pick up the yards. Still, you guys are hilarious, man. I always appreciate that. Text line 713-572-4610 from the 832. Maybe the Texans should get a second opinion on Mixon's foot or ankle from the Astros medical staff. They have a lot of experience. That's hilarious.
What would they call it? Yeah.
Discomfort.
Neck discomfort.
Yeah, that's right. Right this moment, I don't know if you heard that air horn that went off. That is the conclusion of practices. They're wrapping it up, coming together, which means not too long from now we should be able to talk to Brevin Jordan, tight end for your Houston Texans. But what's the worst way that you've embarrassed yourself publicly? That's the question of the day right here, because there's been a number of players and club personnel that have been banned from buying Super Bowl tickets because they sold them for a higher price than face value. It seems like the rules rather are, you sell them off to others, obviously, if you don't need them or what have you, but you got to sell them at face value. And it seems like the temptation to get some money off of those Super Bowl tickets that are available
even for NFL players.
Yeah, even when you make it millions or at least hundreds of thousands.
Hey, I could sell this for blah blah blah.
Yeah, man, which probably says we have a too high of a price on these Super Bowl tickets, to be fair.
Yeah, and so more than 100 players and personnel, NFL personnel, and then just for those who don't know, I think you get 4 if you're a player, and you can use them or sell them or whatever. And none of these names have come out just yet. I have a hunch that some will, but it's still embarrassing for the NFL and those players if it does happen. So what's the worst way you have publicly embarrassed yourself? Because I embarrassed myself privately yesterday trying to carve up a deck that I needed to trim around an old oak tree, but that was private and very embarrassing. But publicly, the worst one for me, because you guys know how I like to fish, and we have podcasts, and I know so many people in the business, and I'm fishing all the time. So it's probably been pushing 15 years ago now. I was so excited to fish, Reggie. Hooked my boat up to the trailer, backed the boat down the trailer, launched it, got everything ready on the boat, took off fishing. Forgot to move my truck from the ramp.
Wow, you just left it there?
I left my truck.
Oh, John.
I left my truck parked on the ramp. I was already running about 20 minutes out to go fishing, and I went, oh, crap, I think I left my truck. So I turned around and, of course, parked the boat. Hang down over my eyes. It didn't help. Everybody there that knew me and others who didn't know me, they were not happy. They were not happy. So
at least they didn't take your truck.
And it has been mentioned multiple times on the podcast by my cohort. So I was the guy that left his truck parked. At least it wasn't running. I left his truck parked on the boat ramp. So they only had one ramp left for everybody else to launch because I had that one.
Well, I mean, at least it wasn't the only one. And God bless those people that needed to use that ramp, because I would have been tempted to just take your truck.
Oh, there were a couple notes on the windshield.
And put it somewhere.
There were a couple of notes.
I'd have hopped in that mug and moved it.
No, I had my keys.
Oh, so you just...
It was parked.
Goodness gracious.
It was parked.
I'd say put it in neutral, maybe try and see if it could float. No, that's bold. Some things that are coming in on the text line from the 832, introducing your new wife using your old wife's name. Yeah. Getting names right matters a good amount. I learned that last week.
Yes.
As I believe I did refer to Joanna.
Yes.
As Hannah.
Yeah.
In my defense, they are twins.
Yes.
That is I feel like that, but it's not fun, right? Like, it's not fun to be to be, especially on these airwaves.
On the air, yeah.
And talking about.
I hadn't thought about that one. That's a good one.
No, yeah, that one didn't. I don't feel good about that one, but of course they're very kind, and they've been very fun to interact with.
And of course, Reggie being Reggie, that he probably couldn't sleep that night.
No, I was good. I had a good reason for why it happened, but now here's the thing. Here's the thing that's gotten to me is I haven't had the opportunity to stop and talk to Joanna and at least apologize because I don't know if she knows that I'm like I recognize it or she just thinks that I was out here calling her the wrong name. That's the thing that gets me more than anything. Somebody said they went to the restroom in the Chick-fil-A.
They had an emergency.
They have a phobia of using public restrooms. Had to use it bad. 3 kids walked in while they had an emergency, making crazy comments. So I imagine when you said kids, you mean like, I don't know, are we talking like
I'm guessing teenager,
preteens? Because I have to say, they're bad people.
Yeah.
I've said this often. Like, it's either that, they're not good people. Like, kids are not good people. And to be fair, that's to be expected. That is why parents and adults exist to try and help raise up and train up the kids and to make them good people. But at that age, they're not good people. And so that sucks. Not only did you have the comments, because we all kind of try and avoid the ire and the wrath of teenagers. But then also to have to have a phobia on top of that, that they're exacerbated, not fun.
And the fishermen in the group are weighing in. God, Lopez, can't imagine the hate you got when you got back to the ramp. Yeah, it was about what you would imagine. A couple of notes on the windshield, a couple of steely stares, and then Kicks Rock says he had a similar story. He forgot to put the plug in the boat, and then ended up going out, getting back to the ramp with a boat full of water, and had to get creative trying to get it back on the the trailer. And clearly there were some comments as well. But yeah, the boat stuff. And I do it automatically. Maybe that was the problem. I mean, it's just like second nature for me. And I was like, I'm going fishing. Just took off without moving my truck.
Someone said Mixon's goal is 60% healing. Unbelievable. Man, yeah, I'm still so very much interested in this running back situation for the Texans. I know that a number of people, like the text line from the 832, says Mixon hasn't taken a preseason handoff since 2021. And again, that's one of the things that we mentioned, and it's very right to mention it, that like this is something where it doesn't end up being as much of an issue in that way of him being prepared to go. We know that he could tote the rock. The thing that I've kind of been, I don't know, intrigued with and hoping to see a little bit, and one of those things is once you see it, it's probably kind of put to rest and you don't worry about it, but this is a different system from anything that he's run before. Is that to say that he's incapable? No. But I'd like to see him be able to do that, and right now the reporting on this injury is making it seem like he might not have the opportunity to do that until we are in season.
And he would want to be out here.
I think so.
You know, just for that reason, new offense, etc. No, he absolutely would want to be out here for that. But that's it's true that he hasn't taken snaps, but I think he'd want to be out here now.
Oh, this is a very good one, especially with how detail-oriented everybody is in planning these particular days. Lopez, I imagine your wife was very detail-oriented when you guys had your wedding.
Yeah.
From the 832, farted while taking my vows at the wedding. Pretty much everyone in the church heard it.
Well, because it's quiet.
Yeah.
It just echoes throughout the cathedral or church.
I saw one of my, friend of ours got married. I saw the bride pass out during the vow. Well, I guess, but just completely fainted. But not just fainted, knocked down three racks of candles, and the glass shattered and went all over the floor of the church. So people had to be careful where they were walking. They were trying to get her going and awake and all that. So she probably doesn't remember it, but she saw the pictures and the video, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. It's not like they have any record of all these things happening, except, yes, exactly they do. You paid for it.
Yes.
You paid for the videographer, you paid for the photographer, and you're going to get a huge roll of evidence of one of your most embarrassing public situations. So, yeah, from the 281, Buddy wet his pants on a flight to Vegas just after takeoff. Vegas is probably the destination that is most acceptable,
Where
right?
people most wet their pants?
Well, I would hope that's not the case. But at least if you fly into Vegas, maybe that makes some sense.
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine what the worst place is. Like, I don't know if you fly into, let's say, Kansas City. I don't know what the place would be, Minneapolis. Like, what are you wetting yourself for? But Vegas, I feel like we might be able.
Salt Lake City.
Yeah. I don't know if you hear a little bit of a cheer coming up from the crowd as C.J. Gardner-Johnson walking in. A number of guys walking in as practice is done for the day here at the Houston Methodist Training
Rookies
Center.
carrying shoulder pads. See that? See that kid right there?
That ain't got nothing to do with me.
Got 2 sets of shoulder pads he's broken because it's his rookie year at camp.
Shout out to Hamilton defense.
Did you notice that?
I did notice that.
Okay.
Again, I asked what that got to do with me. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll get into Around the NFL.
Oh, here he comes.
However, should we just go ahead and take it?
Let's bust this, Colin.
All right, let's go ahead and take it because supposed to take a stop, but I'm looking at number 9 for your Houston Texans walking towards us. That's Brevin Jordan. Excited to talk to him, a potential breakout player for your Texans. And my man looks fit, man. My man looks good. He's got the skull cap and everything. Joining us right now is Brevin Jordan as he's about to get his headset on. I mean, dripping sweat. Right off of the practice field. He's got himself a nice beverage to get those electrolytes back.
Man, I'm telling you.
Is that going to be enough?
No. I'm about to go inside and get some pickle juice, some rice stuff, maybe grab a salt packet. Yeah,
so you're
man,
a pickle juice guy?
Yeah, man.
Does it work?
I don't know if anything really works, but you could try, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
No, I love that. Was that something that you just figured out yourself, or was that advice? Because one of the things, this is my first training camp, so I've been really intrigued with what are the pieces of advice that either people are giving or have received about training camp that has helped them the best.
Yeah, our nutrition staff is unbelievable. Hannah, Ladd, they do an unbelievable job of just preparing us before we come out here, because you can't really be prepared for this. You have to come out, just try your best to just hydrate, get as much electrolytes in, man. So they do an unbelievable job with us.
Now, listen, we got a lot to talk about. You seem to be really in the mix this year, more so than ever. But I got to go back to last year. When you hurt yourself, you gave no indication that it was a bad injury.
Man.
And you played on it.
Man.
Dude, what? That was incredible to me. Did you surprise yourself? Did you think it was like that bad?
Man,
you played on it.
I played on it. I still tore my ACL on. It was just, I don't even know how to, man, it was unbelievable. Like, we had an MRI scheduled because I was dealing with little knee stuff here and there before the game, just football stuff, little stuff. But when we looked at the MRI before, I had an MRI before that, it was fine. So we had an MRI scheduled, just trying to manage it throughout the season. And when we scheduled the MRI, and after the game, I took the MRI thinking everything was fine. I walked home, came in the next morning, everything was fine. And then we went in the meeting, and they said, you tore your ACL. And I was just utterly shocked. I had no clue. I was astonished, actually.
Hold on. Even after the adrenaline dropped?
I had no clue.
Wow.
I had no clue.
No swelling?
No, not really, man. I came in, and it was regular. I thought I was completely fine.
Dang, you're John Wick.
Man. I'm telling you, I had no clue. It was unbelievable.
Did you surprise yourself with your pain threshold that you could withstand?
I mean, yeah, bro. I've seen some ACL injuries, man. They look crazy. And for me to just go out there and play on it in the way I tore it, it was completely torn off the bone. I'm shocked still to this day.
Yeah, but with ACLs, I mean, as you mentioned, it could be really gnarly. I mean, it takes a while for you to get your confidence back. When did you gain your confidence back? And also, do you feel like the same player, or is it kind of feel different now?
Nah, man. I got my confidence back, I want to say, month 4. I wasn't posting a lot about it. I was trying to stay under the radar about it. But our training staff, Roland, Shannon, Randy, that whole staff put my head down and just came in and worked every day. So shout out to them. They did an unbelievable job. And now, I'm faster, stronger. I ran 21.7 at one point throughout rehab. So I'm feeling faster, stronger, man, and I'm just ready to go for the season.
If there is a silver lining, and nobody ever wants to get injured, it happened early enough.
Yeah.
So you had all the rehab. I'm sure early in the offseason you felt like you were good to go.
Oh yeah, man. I was, man. By spring, I was just ready to go. I was just watching, but I was ready, and our training staff just did an unbelievable job. They helped me get the confidence back to push on it and be explosive off of it.
Now, we're talking to Brevin Jordan, tight end for your Houston Texans right here. And, I mean, you've been a guy who's been a candidate for breakout every year. It feels like everybody's excited about the possibility of you having your moment in the sun with this team. And I'm really interested from your perspective, what for this year feels like it gives you the opportunity to be that guy for everybody that's looking at you?
Man, honestly, to me, that's all outside noise, bro. I'm glad people, thinking of me to have a breakout year, man. But to be honest with you, I come out here every day to work to have a breakout. Every day to me at practice is game day. I'm trying to prove it every day to my coaches, to my teammates, to myself that, I'm accountable, I'm reliable, you can trust me to do my job. So all that stuff is cool, man. But for me, bro, it's just let's go out here and let's win some games. Let me do my part. Let me be reliable to my coaches and to my teammates, and everything will take care of itself.
So when a new offensive coordinator comes in, I'm sure like everybody else, you're like, all right, what and all of a sudden you're going on the list. Wait a minute, he coached tight ends his whole life?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, he worked with the tight ends and the offensive line? Wait a minute, they're going to use 2-3 tight ends? That had to have been music to your ears.
Man, when they hired Kaylee, I was so hyped. I remember it was early in the rehab process, but none of the team was really in the building like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I seen D'Amico, he was walking in the hallway, and I just told him like, man, great hire, coach. Like I was so hyped just looking at the resume that he had, being with LA, being with New England, being around some great tight ends. Man, I'm excited.
Great hire, Coach.
His energy is infectious.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about his energy. Have you been able to feel the difference of having that tight end experience specifically with Kaylee?
Yeah, man. It's funny. Like it'd be small things like on a chip block. If the defensive end is in a 35 technique, he's way out by the hash, and we want to get in the receiver stance. So something as small as that, Kaylee would be like, hey, no, get in the square stance. It'll make your job easier. Like little stuff like that. That our offensive coordinator is not really thinking about. He has a lot to handle. He's worried about the offensive line, receivers, and for him to have that keen detail with the tight ends it's unbelievable, bro. It's going to make our job a lot easier.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston.
All right, so are you seeing it in practice now? Because not only is he a tight ends coach, but he uses 2-3 tight ends. It seems like it's wide open, even playing field for all four of you guys. Is it that?
Yeah, man. I mean, all of us are just coming out every day working, bro. We have a great room. We have a great staff, and they're putting us in positions to go out and be successful as a room, Today, all of us had a play call for us. I think Luke, Dalton, Cade, Irv, we all had catches. So, I mean, it's unbelievable, man. The tight end group is definitely going to be involved, and I'm just excited, just to be a part of it.
Now, how exciting is it, and what's the difference? Because I was thinking about this earlier today. We were watching the whole first 4 days of practice, and we're looking at the offense and like, oh, man, blocking-wise. Yeah. How much different is it to have the actual pads on where you can get a grip on it, that technique-wise?
Oh, man, I've been missing it, dog. Like, I was ready to go this morning when I got up for this morning and I was eating breakfast. I was like sweating, bro. Like we got the pads on finally. Like I haven't put on pads in so long. So to be blocking with pads on, it makes our job a lot easier. Trying to block, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter with no pads it's pretty hard. Trying to block him with pads is hard enough, but trying to block him without pads is pretty difficult. So it just feels good to be back.
Have you been able to tell the step up for those guys from last year to this year?
Daniil and Will?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, them dudes. I don't think them dudes their motors are so, everybody sees what they do on Sundays, but I'm with them dudes 5, 6 days a week, 7 days a week. I see how they work. There's a reason why they're so successful. So, yeah, them boys are unbelievable. They're stepping up every year.
You guys got to protect C.J. Stroud. You guys especially. And last year, I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but to me, my words, it felt a little unfair that tight ends were on an island so much. How has that translated to this year with your blocking techniques and your assignments?
Yeah, man. I mean, honestly, that's the position we play. We have to be asked to block on third down. We have to be able to be ISO on a DN and tram to a middle linebacker, go run routes. Like, that's our job. So last year was a tough situation for us. I think this year we learned from it last year, and we're gonna try to correct it and be better this year.
All right, Brevin. I'm not gonna try and influence the witness here. However, I mentioned this is my first training camp. My man of the OG here, he's been here a very long time. He's trying to get me to carry his bag, and I want to ask you. I want to ask players. I want to get your perspectives. Do I need to carry the bag, or is that something that I can just let go? Does he just need to carry his own bag up?
Nah, bro, you good, bro.
Oh man,
you good, bro. Y'all good.
See, this is why I drafted you in the guys that I'm looking forward to at camp. 100%.
No doubt.
All right, let's talk about the guys inside of you. Mm-hmm. Everybody's talking about the offensive line. I'm not going to mention any names. I want you to mention what you've been seeing with the tackles.
Oh man, our tackles are Tay, Blake Fisher. These guys are doing an unbelievable job. Cam. Trent's not out yet, but, man, we have an unbelievable group with our offensive line as a whole. The mentality that we're establishing up front it needs to feel infectious. The whole team needs to be able to feel the energy of the offensive line. The guys up front get it started for us every Sunday. So I think we're just establishing an identity of just competitive nature, just competitive toughness, and I think it's going to really show on Sundays. I'm looking forward to, everybody getting rid of that doubt, getting rid of everybody's doubt of the offensive line and just showing up on Sundays and having sevens back.
How'd you respond to Saturday where they had some success against you?
Yeah, they're talking about the defense?
Yeah.
I mean, this week or today we came out with just a competitive nature. With the pads are on, it's different. It's a bunch of guys out there, grown man with a lot of testosterone. So, I mean, it was getting chirpy out there, but it felt good, man. It felt good to just be out the pad. and I think we
respect C.J. Stroud, and we know that this offense is going to put a lot more on him. He's talked about it. How is, from your perspective, how has he been handling kind of the additional workload that's been put on him?
Oh man, that dude is so grown. I've seen him since my rookie year, and yeah, he's grown up and he's changed. But man, that dude is so grown. He's like, I be telling him like, bro, you like 30, bro, 35 already, bro. Like he handles his business so well. And he's just so mature. So seeing how he's going about his business, bro, it motivates all of us. He's handling it like a complete pro.
And he's running things much more.
Oh man, he's running. He's hands-on. He's hands-on with a lot of things, motions, audibles. He's on top of it.
And so I've been coming to training camps in the NFL for over 30 years. He can't carry my backpack one day. One day.
Hold strong. you don't need it.
This is your first one?
This is my first one.
Yeah, you might have to do it. You might have to. Just one time. Just one time.
I thought we were going to make it.
Just one time.
It has been an absolute pleasure, Brevin. I mean, we got to do this again.
No doubt.
And I know that you're working every day like like it's game day.
No doubt.
We still are excited for the opportunity for your breakout because I know that you talk about it. You're a fighter. Your families are fighters. Mm-hmm. So we're excited to see more from you.
Appreciate you, bro.
Yes, sir.
And try to bring the energy more, man.
Got you. You haven't been giving us enough yet.
Got you, bro.
That's Brevin Jordan, tight end for the Houston Texans, joining us right here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back. We'll get you around the NFL.
and wealth insurance.
Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, yeah, you're in. We'll go around the NFL right now. Again, appreciation to Brevin Jordan for sitting down with us not too long ago. You'll hear that again a little bit later on in the program. But let's go around the NFL. A lot of things happening as Tramp continues to ramp up all the way across the league. But we'll stay here in Houston as Sheldon Rankins was just talking to the assembled media, and I found this deeply interesting, Lopez. One of the things that he revealed to the media, he revealed that he was very sick last year with the Bengals, said that he had shingles and meningitis at the same damn time. Couldn't sit up and eat for about 2.5 months, he said. Lost more than 50 pounds as he was bedridden. All of this I'm seeing per Will Kunkel. And then, lost more than 50 pounds. Wasn't able to eat much nor work out. Dropped down to 255 from a typical playing weight of 300. And obviously you never want to hear that type of report for a guy, especially a guy that is such a good guy as Sheldon Rankins. However, I'd be remiss or I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't kind of happy to hear that.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
From the perspective of he had a no good, very bad season last year, I think, for Sheldon Rankins situations. And I was wondering, is that some level of indication of what he still has in the tank? And for Sheldon Rankins to put this out here, I think that I can lean on. This is the situation that probably had his play not at the level that he typically has, as opposed to what the player still has within.
We've all been there, at some level, whether it's a virus or something more serious like this. I mean, it just affects everything about your life, and you just don't quite feel the same. So, yes, I'm right there with you. I was like, okay, cool. Not that he had this affliction, this sickness, but I think it does speak to the level of sort of expectation that we should have this year. And, oh, by the way, he's looked pretty dang good from what we've seen. So, he does look like he's back. He's bigger, again, and certainly seems to be in a good place, in terms of performing.
Yeah. So appreciation to Sheldon Rankins giving us a little bit of that insight.
Yeah.
Obviously it's his information. He did not have to, but it does shed a little light on his season with the Bengals. Some other things around the NFL. We were talking about Christian Wilkins and the weird situation that happened with the Raiders. Last year he was a big-time free agent signing for the Raiders, and this year he is getting released with a lot of his guaranteed money being knocked off. And then him having a grievance filed with the NFLPA to try and recoup some of that money. Well, the reporting upon the release was that this was all based off of a will he, won't he on how he rehabs a foot injury, a Jones fracture. Well, Josina Anderson gave us more information saying that sources with the team were careful to not give too many details, but that there was kind of a weird incident supposedly within there. It seems like there was more. This is believed an incident involving a teammate may have factored in part into the Raiders' fatigue and release of Christian Wilkins. And obviously there's more details with that, but generally I think, again, you have a big name, hit the market. We talked about it on Friday. Texans fans look up and go, ooh, interior defensive lineman, would we?
Yeah.
I think that this, even more than the idea that he had a Jones fracture that was kind of lingering, is a very big, not a Texan.
Not a Texan, and it's unfair and it's too bad, but where your mind immediately go, where mine did anyway, incident with another player. It almost feels like it was some sort of, whether it was a fight or some private matter that they got into some sort of difficulties. We don't know. We'll probably never know, but that's a sure way to get your ticket out of town.
I'm like, what level of incident do you have to have?
You let your mind wander, and
for
it's
us
probably incorrect.
For us to get you out of here in order behind like some incident, because this is the thing that we have to remember. These teams, as much as people are really great about having camaraderie and coming together, and we're very blessed here in Houston to have that, they are also workplace environments.
They're people.
You'll be hard-pressed to find a workplace environment with 90-plus people where everybody likes everyone else. There's going to be instances where people don't like each other. But I'm like, did somebody sleep with somebody's girlfriend or something?
Well, that's where mine went. I'm glad you said it.
In order to get to this level where it's like, or did somebody do a bad business deal where you are, because it really is, it's like you mess with my money, you mess with my woman, you mess with my family. I think is where you get to the real, I do not like you, I will never like you type situation.
This was, to me this was a personality conflict that was irreparable.
Yeah.
In my mind. We could be dead wrong, but it sure has all the markings of that.
Speaking of conflicts that at one point seemed irreparable but have now been remedied, Shamar Stewart.
How about Shamar Stewart?
He will be a Bengal this year. He's in camp. They have finally reached a agreement on how they get to their space.
They decided to go ahead and pay him, didn't they?
In a way. So the standoff between number 17 overall pick Shamar Stewart and the Bengals came to an end. The holdout happened for a while. He signs his contract. The numbers obviously are going to be there. Those are slotted. We knew that. 4-year, almost $19 million, fully guaranteed, which was always going to be the expectation. The part that was there was the controversial clause that would allow Mike Brown, the owner of the Bengals, to recoup money in the event of,
some off-field issue,
detrimental conduct incident.
Yeah.
Well, the Bengals reportedly changed the clause, but it's not dropped entirely. It was softened enough that Shamar Stewart agreed, and I don't know what that means.
It was a bigger guarantee. I think they're going to be able to guarantee more money even if they do get out of it, and I think that would keep him happy.
Okay, so maybe they can't recoup all the guaranteed, or less of the guaranteed can be recouped in those situations. Okay, I can see that. I'm like, man, it took us a long time to get here now, didn't it?
How hard was that?
Very, apparently.
I mean, for them, it's always hard.
Everything is difficult out there. Some other things that are happening around the NFL. Kenny Pickett, who is one of there in Cleveland, one of 4 who was actually going to have an opportunity to do anything. He suffered a hamstring injury on Saturday, which obviously makes that quarterback competition a little more interesting. I think that some people look at it and go, okay, now it's Flacco's starting job. Does this at all change your perspective on what's happening there with the quarterback? Do you feel that Jalen Gabriel has a better shot? And obviously the big thing that I imagine a lot of national media will be talking about in the week leading up to the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
Where is Shedeur now?
Well, Shedeur is 4th on your depth chart, at least in terms of reps, it seems like. And you ask if does it change anything? Not really. I think they're going to try to go with Kenny Pickett, but they sure do like having Joe Flacco there as a backup plan that's proved. Remember the first day, I believe, maybe 2 days of camp, Flacco didn't even do anything. Well, now he's taking reps with the first team. It's like just get sharp. I think they're good with those top 2 guys.
Yeah, probably. It remains just to be a very interesting thing. And honestly, I don't know how much the Browns are going to hurt from Kenny Pickett not losing a little bit of time here. I don't know that was a decision that they should have made. To be completely honest,
I agree with you.
Maybe a little bit of a hater thing to say, but it'd be like that sometimes. Some other things around the NFL. Evan Ingram, apparently, who was previously with the Jaguars last year. Obviously, we saw him a couple of times. He now is with the Denver Broncos, and he made a point that I found to be kind of interesting, saying it was easy to be one of the first ones in the building with Jacksonville, and he says that now it's much harder in Denver because of the culture.
It's so funny to read it. He's like, hey, I got to work to be the first one in, first one out, last one out here in Denver because the culture is so good. He's like, that was easy in Jacksonville. But, to be fair, Jacksonville has changed again, so maybe, the things are going to be.
Oh, with Magnificent Gladstone, right, of course.
We'll see.
We'll see synergy.
We'll see about that. But it was a mess. And you could tell that he was happy to get out of there.
Yeah, 100%. But it makes sense. Like that Doug Peterson regime clearly was not in a good space, so maybe that doesn't mean all that much, but I found that to be kind of funny, a shot at an AFC South rival. And before we go, a couple of things. Obviously, I will get you your top 100 player or players of the day. But first, Sean McVay gave full comments this weekend to NFL Network when it came to Matthew Stafford, saying, quote, he's still good. We're going to be week to week with him, though. I think when you look at it, the end goal is September 7th when we open against the Texans. He's going into year 17. We were going to take a modified approach, had some soreness in his back. When you really look at it, he feels really good about a plan. And then obviously he goes further, talking about they have the luxury of a player like him and so on and so forth. But again, when we talk about not seeing time in the preseason, this is another space where it will be intriguing to see. Matthew Stafford, one of CJ's idols, for lack of a better term. But he's been dealing with a back injury since last year, and it's lingering to the point of they are really not giving him a lot of burn in training camp, and it seems like this is writing it off all the way to week 1.
Yeah.
That could open up some spaces, especially against the Texans defense, for turnovers or maybe just lackluster play.
Yeah, I totally agree, and most mobile, but maybe even suffering in terms of his mobility a little bit as well. Normally, I would sit here and I'd say Matt Stafford, one of the best there's ever been, one of the toughest, unquestionable that there's ever been. He'll be fine. But a couple of things have me pausing. Number one, it's a back. The back. We've all dealt with some back stuff here and there. Most of us have. That's going to affect you long term, especially when the clock does catch up to everyone. I don't care how good you are and how tough you are. The clock does catch up. It's good news for the Texans, but Matt Stafford, normally I'm like, he'll be fine. I'm not like that right now.
And trick backs don't stop tricking is something I like saying. All right, real quick before we go, your top 100 players of the day from the top 100, NFL's top 100 that was voted on by players. Number 60, Cooper DeJean, the cornerback for the Eagles, who apparently has been playing safeties because y'all don't let white people play cornerback for some reason. I don't understand that. And then number 59, funny enough, quarterback Matt Stafford. He is 59, falls 17 spots from last year. Looks like CJ's above his guy, Matt Stafford.
I'll say it again. Is he?
We will find out.
Is he?
We are still waiting for the first Texan on this list. I never thought we would get this far into this.
But it's good news for the Russians because they're going to be way up in the top 50.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. And yes, you're right, Brandon, on the YouTube page. It will make it easier against the Rams if Stafford and Alaric Jackson, one of their tackles, is out for week 1, which I believe he will be. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's Around the NFL. Coming up next, let's talk about the Astros real quick. Of course, not the best weekend, I guess you could say, for the Astros. But we're 4 days to the trade deadline. What needs to happen now? We'll talk about it next.
Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, we are at training camp 2025, and shout out to Nico Collins, because it's been at the very least 10 minutes he's been signing autographs, and I don't think that he's going to be done anytime soon. There is a grip of people still looking for a autograph from number 12, and he is obliging. Always great to see that level of willingness to be there for the people that make this all go. You know,
it really does. And some people, well, I mean, Nico, has a safe squad, so he can get there when he does there. But man, that's a big big thing for all these people out here.
All right, let's not skip this, even though as much I know a lot of people want to. That was a rough weekend for your Houston Astros, man.
You go through you get swept by the A's. I kept saying that yesterday. They can't get swept by the A's. They can't get swept by the A's. 4-game set, swept by the A's.
And not just swept by the A's. I'm sorry to say it. They whipped your tail.
They did.
They whipped your tails, including
What'd you score, 6 runs?
I
think that's what it was.
I didn't even think about
7?
It was disgusting all the way over the weekend, including a Friday night in which Nick Hurts, man, this kid, like, not only did he whoop you up, he also made it very clear. Don't worry about it. Cam Smith, don't worry about no AL Rookie of the Year, brother. Don't even think about it. That's not going your way. First rookie in MLB history to hit 4 home runs in one game. First player in MLB history to finish a game with at least 6 hits, 6 runs, and 8 RBIs. How much further you want me to go? He tied a single game record for total bases at 19 total bases in a game on Friday.
That's a wrap, isn't it? That's a wrap on the old Rookie of the Year.
Like, there's more of them. I'm just refusing to read all of them. Which, I mean, obviously that was a him thing, but also to some degree, this felt like the entirety of the evidence that this team needs trade deadline, and they need reinforcements back like no man's business.
They need to get players back. We had some, I guess, progress on that over the weekend. Here's the thing that I keep going back to. We still won't know. Maybe this is where we are. We won't know what this team is, and I think we can sort of just come to grips with this all year long. Like here we are, 100 and whatever games in. Even when they get these guys, if they get these guys back, it'll take some while. Will we know exactly what we're getting, and whether it's Garcia or Getty or whatever? Offensively, they get players back. Will we know how long will it take for them to establish themselves? They've had some really great moments, but they've had some really bad moments, even with the full squad. And texting with friends and family over the course of the weekend as we're watching the Astros. I mean, a couple times I said this. I mean, this is why they call it the minor leagues. It's rough out there, man. They got a largely minor, or big chunk of it anyway, is a minor league roster, and it looked like it.
Yeah, and I think the thing for me was that this was a sign that we've reached the end of just being able to make it off of timely hitting, and really importantly, I think the starting pitching is waning, and that's where I think starting pitching is just going to have to be guys coming back, because it feels like you need 2 bats now.
You do.
Like, it doesn't even feel like it's just 1 bat. Obviously, the return of Jeremy Payne will be cool. I'm done waiting on Christian Walker to be like the Christian Walker that you would hope for this year.
What about Jordan? What about Myers?
Jordan returning back would be very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
But when do you think that is?
And it goes back to my point that I said, even though Jordan's back, you still won't really know.
And that's why you need to port 2 bats.
Yeah, that you know about.
And that very much takes you, at least in my estimation, I think you need 2 bats, especially obviously give you a little bit of left-handedness, so you have the ability to kind of work your lineup a little bit better. But then it feels like you need somebody else on the infield, particularly third base, with what we learned about Isaac Paredes.
It really does. And oh, by the way, add another name to the injured list. With Brandon Walter getting
which stinks because
being the latest.
He's been one of the guys that's been giving you a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's been able to give you a little bit. So yeah, no, this was a real sobering weekend for the Astros, but in a way, I kind of appreciate it for it, and this might just be me trying to find a way to make chicken salad out of you-know-what. But you got 4 days to the trade deadline, and I think it's been made abundantly clear what's needed for you.
One of each?
When you say one of each, what?
Pitcher and a hitter, or two hitters?
I think you got. I think you go two hitters with what. I mean, again, I don't know how much you can expect to be able to actually get with what you have, prospect wise.
Yeah.
And so I think it's two batters, and then because your offense just needs to be significantly better, but it's going to need to be Fromber and Hunter, obviously being what you asked, but it's going to need to be some of these guys that are coming back off of their rehab starts. And very relatively quickly, hopefully.
And what happened after that little run shortly before the All-Star break of Phillies, Cubs, and Dodgers, where we're like, oh boy, they just keep doing it. Now, I know there's been some roster changes and lineup changes since then, but just collectively, it's not falling off a cliff, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the longer that you are asked to have a particular feat, like
hold the line.
The longer you're asked to hold the line, the harder it becomes, and the more likely that there is a level of falter.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it feels like. They faltered.
Yeah.
They've faltered in this space. And so it's incumbent upon Dana Brown, and I'm sure that he's doing that. All the reporting seems to trend towards they're looking at guys. Eugenio Suarez continues to be a big name, although the thing that kind of scares me about him is the bat is there. The defense isn't.
The defense is not.
Are you going back to that space again? But what choice do you have when the offense has been as sparse as it has of late?
And, as much as we talk about, well, they're still leading the division. I hate to be the one to bring this up, but the Rangers are making a little ground up.
Rangers, Mariners, and also, and I'm being just a Debbie Downer here, I'll acknowledge it. Looking at Ryan McMahon for the Yankees, that does feel like that would have been a really good get if you could have gotten him, because he's good with the bat, but he's really good defensively.
Yeah.
But, of course, beggars can't be choosers in this way, and right now it feels like you're getting closer to being a beggar on trying to make sure that you can keep this upright. Again, salute to the Astros for being able to make it to this point. But we've reached a point where, all right, you definitely need some support for what's happening here, because you're starting to see that lead begin to crumble. What is it, a 4-game lead on the Mariners and the Rangers?
That's what I'm saying. The Rangers are making some moves.
Had a 9-1 in their last 10, and they are also trying to creep up. And damn, I'd be damned if they do.
Oh my gosh!
I'd be damned. It can't be that. It can't be the Rangers walk you down. It cannot be that. All right, you're in the loop. You, Tedder. I see you. I understand. It was a weekend that was rough on the base paths for the Astros on the diamond. However, a good weekend for the history of the Astros. Let's get into what's popping next, including a salute to a Hall of Fame Astro. Billy Wagner will do it next.
All right.
weekdays in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Yeah, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula here. Day 5 of Houston Texans Training Camp 2025 out here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. It's a wrap. Fellas have already taken it in. In fact, we've even managed to get all the people who were hanging around getting autographs. They're also leaving the premises. So been a successful day in which I think the offense had some good success
better, right?
as well. Much better for them. We'll talk more about that coming up next. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans and everything. We'll do all of that here in a moment. But I did want to give more time to your Houston Astros. A rough weekend on the diamond. Also a rough weekend in some ways. Dana Brown was talking to the flagship for the Astros, and he gave a little bit more about Isaac Paredes. I guess maybe I'd misremember that. Was that Friday or was that Saturday? But he said that Isaac's hamstring strain is, quote, a little bit more severe than we projected.
I actually, first of all, appreciated the candor because I think that's very easy to connect the dots. That's not some vague, sort of we'll see, that the Astros are known to do. I think he's kind of telling us without telling us, don't expect him anytime soon. In fact, sometimes, and this is not part of what he said, but it's part of what I'm going to say, sometimes bad hamstring injuries need surgery, man. They just do.
And even if it doesn't need surgery, hamstring was tough. He went further to say it's tough to be optimistic when you know it's more severe.
Yeah.
And if the Astros are telling you they're not optimistic,
then it's bad.
Which, again, leans into the idea that trade deadline, it feels like, and look, I know that Eugenio Suarez is also Venezuelan. He's a Venezolano, as is obviously one of the best Houston Astros of all time, Jose Altuve.
Mm-hmm.
You wonder if that plays any level of a part in the possibility of acquiring him. But yeah, man, it's clear that third base is going to be something that they're going to need to contend with.
Man. Just
huge.
We all get Yordan, at his best, maybe the best hitter in baseball. But given what Yordan was and what you were getting out of him, and then the injury, you couldn't have had a bigger injury than Paredes.
He's been a bellwether. He's been a guy who's continued. Jeremy Pena would be the same, but you already lost him for a period of time. So Isaac Paredes being there was a constant, and then you take that hit. I mean, the Astros, you talk about adversity for a baseball team. They've dealt with quite a bit, but of course, unfortunately, there's not a trophy nor a ring for adversity. It's just can you get it done. So that is where Dana Brown and the entirety of the Astros now have to focus their attention. How do they continue to find a way to get it done? A man who got it done many a times as a reliever, and now has taken his forever place in Cooperstown, Billy Wagner.
Mm-hmm.
Were you able to watch his speech?
I watched his, yes.
It was incredible. He had a moment where he did, because I don't know if everybody's familiar. Hopefully you are. At Cooperstown, when they do have this, they have on the stage with them, which obviously for the Astros includes Craig Biggio and Baggy, as Billy Wagner referred to him as. And this was Billy Wagner actually speaking to those teammates live from the podium as he was giving his acceptance or his induction speech.
It was Craig Biggio. Bish, even though you whined and complained about pitchers, I still loved you. You brought consistency every day, and your competitive fire helped drive me to be my very best. Thank you. Baggy, where do I start? It wasn't your words. You are a man of few words. It was your look, your glare. That's what let everyone know if things were okay or if we needed to get our act together. I loved your grit. You taught me one of baseball's greatest lessons, how to show up and play after a bad day. No excuses. You showed me what a big leaguer looks like, and your friendship means the world to me.
So that last part, I was just sort of nodding my head. If you were around the Astros at that time, and I was damn near on a daily basis because I was working at the Chronicle and covering this team, talk about a pro's pro. Billy Wagner didn't have a lot of bad days, but when he did give it up, a late home run or something like that, that dude stood there and talked and answered questions and was accountable and was affable. I've often said, you've heard me say it multiple times, my all-time favorite, right next to him was Billy Wagner. very approachable, very good, and my goodness, I've been on this. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame for dang near 15, 20 years, and I used to vote for him when I had a Hall of Fame vote every single year. I couldn't have been happier with what he did.
Yeah, it's interesting because watching the speech, you could tell it was not as smooth as, it's like an MC delivering, which obviously is not the expectation. But for a guy like Wagner, you could tell that, he's a little more reserved as a dude, but it was incredibly heartfelt. You could tell he was holding back. He was holding back, fighting back some of the tears in order to get through it. And you could tell, as you mentioned, it was heartfelt. And he had a lot of love for the Houston Astros and the organization here. As obviously he goes in as an Astro. Yet another one for the Astros in Cooperstown. Well deserved from Billy Wagner. As at one point he talks about him being 5-0 and 100-0, which obviously was a fun little exaggeration. But no, man, you could tell the level of appreciation he has for everyone and all the people that helped him be the incredible fireballer.
And also keep in mind, you just mentioned it, fireballer. When he pitched, not everybody was throwing 100 miles an hour or 98 miles an hour. It was a moment, when he would come in and the crowd would go nuts. And he'd hit 101, 102. And starting pitchers, good was 94, 95. And so he was just lighting fools up. And with a left hand, being a left-handed pitcher, which...
But not inherently left-handed, though.
Exactly. But what people always told, just always moves. You can't, Milo Hamilton used to say all the time, a left-hander's never thrown a straight ball. Just an overwhelming talent and absolutely well-deserved.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. So, again, salute to Billy Wagner. Much deserved and really a pride for the city. And you mentioned it, like long time coming. It was really, really cool to see that happen as he goes in. A lot of great speeches. CC, Dave Parker. Ichiro, obviously. He stole the show. They knew what they were doing having him have him be the closer of that situation. Some really funny situations. It really does make me, though, want to think about the various different interactions with Ichiro that we kind of have ideas about, but we haven't heard specifically. Because that dude is hilarious.
He's funny. He is absolutely funny, and I think you guys know how I feel about him, too. I think he should absolutely be mentioned as one of the all-time greatest at the very top of the heap.
All right, so a little bit more audio here. This is from another Houston legend, but a Houston rap legend, Lil Keke, talking about another Houston legend, Andre Johnson. Apparently, there's a fool out here in the city of Houston, because if you don't think this Houston will ride down for Andre Johnson, you're crazy. This is Lil Keke doing a little bit of reporting himself and actually trying to bargain in some ways with the city of Houston to get Andre's stuff back.
H-Town, you know how much we love this city, how much this city love us. Tastemakers, entertainers, athletes, rappers, hard-working people, entrepreneurs, it don't matter. We love this city because this city love us back. Andre Johnson is my brother. He's the first Houston Texan Hall of Famer. His career here. And also, he resides here as a Houstonian. That makes it much, much more important. Man, we family, and it's a family message. Over the weekend, somebody broke into my brother's home, took some items that represent his legacy, represent his dedication, his hard work, his family. We need to recover that and get that back. This is not like a car. This ain't like a jersey hanging around. This represents his career and his family for real. Let's come together as a Houston family and put our ears to the street, put our nose to the ground, and find out who got these items, and let's recover them and get them back to our brother. They represent much, much more than some money or something like that. He family, we family. Let's get that did. Big salute, Houston.
How dumb do you have to be?
Very. Or you just don't know. Like, because I was like, is this possibly someone who's like not from Houston or does not live here that has parachuted in? Like, because again, remember around NFL, very, very many like Joe Burrow, a number of guys who had their stuff.
Oh, I think this might be part of that. Not the same, but
because that group got caught.
Yeah,
right?
that group got caught. But there are organizations, we've seen it all over in all sports, that sort of target the players when they're not around, and they are professional. It's not just a smash and grab or anything like that. I mean, it's a professional burglary, and I do think that this is one of those that is. They're going to get caught. I mean, I think most get caught. This one is definitely going to get caught.
And honestly, it'd be better to hey, just bring that stuff back. You don't think so, Aaron? Aaron's over there is like, nah, man. Here's the problem, right? I imagine that you might catch a little more leniency if you bring that back than if they catch you out here in these streets.
Yeah.
And of course, I don't mean to make be glib about something like that. However, that's a little Kiki talking. I was like, don't let Jay Prince get out here talking, because then it's real issues. Is there a single person? Maybe there's one person I could think of who it would be like worse to wrong than Andre Johnson.
Not a lot.
There are very few people in this city.
Who were you thinking of, JJ?
I was thinking maybe JJ.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But Andre, you don't want Andre to get to you. Forget the people that have Andre's back.
Treat you like Cortland Finnegan one time.
You don't want Andre to get to you.
That's a big dude. He was out here again at practice, and we know he's nice with hands. Yeah, I just can't believe. And the way that it was being talked about by Lil Kiki there, it's not jerseys, it's not just a car, but it's stuff that represents his legacy.
Yeah.
I was like, yo,
Yeah.
First and foremost, I'm interested in like what kind of memorabilia or whatever that we're talking about in that instance. But then also,
I'm wondering about like Hall of Fame stuff and Pro Bowl and All Pro stuff and
good answer by Rob here, Hakeem. Yeah, you getting run down behind Hakeem. Now this is the thing, Hakeem might actually protect you. He might pray for you and protect you. But outside of that, all of us on the outside that are
I still say Andre.
Oh man. Andre. So yeah, if first and foremost, Lil Kiki was literally asking everybody, put your ears to the street.
Yeah.
See what you can hear. Just keep your ears and eyes out for anything of that nature. But yeah, also I can't imagine. Somebody said Reggie's putting out a bounty on live. I ain't do nothing. Hey. I'm just passing along messages in the city of Houston. What's popping? This is popping, man. This
presumed. It's presumed there will be repercussions.
I am not doing anything. I am just advising anybody if you happen to be under the sound of my voice.
You made a big
mistake. Hey, we can fix this. Fix it while it's fixable.
Yeah.
Before it gets to a place where it's not fixable. But yeah, it really sucks for Andre, man. He doesn't deserve that at all, one bit. All right, but that's what's popping here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. A couple of things that I did want to mention. The Cleveland Guardians are closer Emmanuel Clase placed on the non-disciplinary paid leave as part of a sports betting investigation. That's a big name that possibly was tradable at this trade deadline, so a big-time reliever apparently going down, and now the sports betting thing gets even bigger. Man, this is going to snowball into a problem.
It already is, it seems like. We've been talking about it here and there, on and off, a lot.
Yeah, so there's that. And then also programming note. Tomorrow, obviously everybody loves the Texans. You're all invested in that. Tomorrow you hear from Nick Casario on with Sean and Seth on Payne and Pendergast tomorrow morning.
A couple of full segments.
Yeah, man, of course. They always get them for damn near 40, 45 minutes from 7:15 a.m. tomorrow. That'll be live right here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. So you want to make sure that you tap into that. He's always very good about being open and even more so talking to Sean and Seth. So appreciate you guys for rocking with us here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, they're in the fields. They're keeping them pretty. And we'll talk about what happened on these fields as we hear from the head coach of the team, D'Amico Ryans, next.
Training camp is here. The Texans are back on the field, and we'll be your eyes and ears for every practice, every press conference, and every inside conversation leading up to the season. It's football season, H-Town. Can you feel it?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. No one doubts NBA star Nikola Jokic's ability, but sometimes it seems that he views basketball as just a job. The three-time MVP broke into tears when a horse he owns won a race in Serbia. A lot of athletes have various interests. Usually they hide it. Joker does not. He's all about the horses, and we can safely congratulate him because it doesn't take away from his ability to dominate in basketball at all. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver, finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness, where science, coaching, and heart rate technology come together to deliver the most effective, science-backed workout around. With 29 convenient Houston area locations, your fitness journey starts close to home. First-time guests get their first class absolutely free. And with our Premier membership, your first month is backed by a money-back guarantee. That's right, no risk, all reward. Visit orangetheory.com to book your free class and find the studio nearest you. Terms and conditions apply. See studio for details.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
On my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy computercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
This year, Texas Mattress Makers is celebrating 45 years of helping Texans sleep better. To honor this milestone, enjoy 45% off their most luxurious mattress, the Quantum Collection. Built with the most supportive coil in the industry, it's designed to be your forever mattress.
Hi, I'm Yuval Michler, founder of Texas Mattress Makers. It's been my honor to serve this community and help Houstonians sleep better for 45 years.
Don't miss the biggest sale in Texas Mattress Makers history. Visit any of their 9 Houston area locations or shop online at texasmattressmakers.com.
Getting a beautiful lawn and garden is easy when you become a Home Show Garden Pro.
Good morning, Sherry.
I got an email from you about your peas turning yellow.
Yes.
Sherry's here to help.
They are not liking the heat.
We believe gardening should be fun.
They're just like, I don't like 90+ degree temperatures, so I don't want to live anymore.
Home Show Garden Pros, Saturday mornings 7 till 9.
Thank you.
On Sports Radio 610.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Lowe's
most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been another good day of practice. The fellas on offense got some good work in as well. I think the pads really helped. We were talking to Brevin, and I'm glad that he helped illustrate it even further. It's night and day when you can grab a hold of something trying to block, especially trying to block these guys on defense. Man. So, that was very good to see the offense have a little bit more success.
Redeem themselves a little bit.
Yeah, we were starting to talk a little bad about them.
Well, for good reason.
Speaking of talking bad, y'all are hilarious. Whoever happened to make the very, very bad call to steal from Andre Johnson, there's a lot of folks it's now talking about it on the text line. 631 said that person's calling up gangsters now to get Dre stuff back. Whoever stole it should just put it somewhere safe.
Yeah.
And text or call Sports Radio 610 anonymously. And if we help facilitate that, we will. So, again, if the person who jacked Andre Johnson, if you're under the sound of our voice, if you just need to put it somewhere, we will take your text or call.
Bury it somewhere and let us know.
We will help you do this anonymously. But I'm telling you just want to get this back to Dre. You don't want no issues. You do not want no problems. All right. Like I said, good day of practice, as always. Pads on, at least the shoulder pads. It's tough. How do we are we calling this full pads?
These are pads. Like some people did have the thigh pads.
But dudes just don't wear,
normally
pants
they don't
anymore.
Nick Chubb did, but he was the exception. Yeah, he had the whole thing on.
Yeah, but they got the work. And here's D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the team, talking about the day of work for your Houston Texans.
So about the first day of pads, and talk about how things will start to ramp up. What you see today that stood out?
With it being the first day of pads, what stood out first and foremost, guys did a really great job of just staying up off the ground. I want guys to still be able to protect each other. We're still teammates. Understand we want to play physical football, but we got to protect each other. And I thought our guys came out, did a really good job of that. And you can see our running backs really running the football, how it will look, playing physical behind their pass. I thought those guys, Chubb did a really good job today with a couple runs, also Jawar. So, and our defense as well, they stepped up, played physical, nice. Couple nice thuds, nice tackles in there, so I'm excited. First day of pads, everybody was safe. So I'm happy to get out clean today.
Coach, I know Saturday about Joe Mixon. Well, what changed as far as the diagnosis?
Yeah, nothing's changed with Joe. Joe is still working. We get reports about Joe. Nothing's changed. He's still working. Whenever it's time for Joe to be back, he'll be back. Right? I know a lot of people want to report a lot of things about guys with injuries. My thing is are you really concerned about our guys? Or are you really just trying to get something out there, right? And for me, I always put my players' health and safety first and foremost. So I care about the guys, so you guys don't hear me talking a lot about injuries because that's their personal information. Guys are working through that, and it's nothing to report or get in an uproar about. Like, our guys are working, and it's always sensitive to me because I've been there. I've went through that. So it's not just to report something. Like, I want people here who truly care about our guys. I care about our guys and what they're doing throughout their process, and it'll continue to be that way.
Hey, D'Amico, Brevin, I think, so to speak with us today. What have you seen from him now that he's healthy, and when healthy, what can he bring to this offense?
Yeah, what I've seen from Brevin, man, he's excited to be back on the field playing football. Brevin spoke. He just said, you talk about how rough of a time it is with injuries and to be missing football, missing your teammates, missing being out here on the field. So he's so grateful to be back out here, and you see that excitement on his face. You see how he attacks today. I think one of his first plays out, he caught a short pass, and it reminded me of the play he had versus the Browns where he took one the distance, right? And that's what Brev can do. He's an explosive playmaker, and I'm as excited to see him back out here working with a smile on his face.
Why was he an important player to bring back on exception?
was important to bring Brevin back on an extension because I see a very talented young player who's really loves football, and I know he can help us, whether it's passing game, running game. He's doing a really great job of working at the line of scrimmage, working on the blocking as well. So I see an ascending young player. And when you got an ascending young player in your building, we want to keep as many of those guys here as we can. So I'm happy to, lock Brevin up for a few more years.
You guys were able to add C.J. Gardner-Johnson. What was already a successful secondary? What excites you about the potential of that?
What excites me about the potential of our secondary group, adding CJ is, you don't add, it's not just another player. You're adding a Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber player with a Super Bowl pedigree who's done it at a high level, brings others along with him, like he's a true leader by example and by talking. Like he does a really great job of motivating guys, getting guys to go. And he's a very thoughtful guy, asks really great questions, right? Really smart player, asks great questions, making sure everybody's on the same page, and that's what a safety has to be. A safety has to be an elite communicator along with the Mike linebacker, and that's what CJ has done for us. Did a really great job of communicating. Now when the ball is snapped, any one of those guys back there can go make plays. So I like their play style, and I love the way they're gelling and coming together.
You know what you're like. You were living through the injuries when you were a player, and you're sensitive to that. What about it is sensitive as a player when you're hearing the reports or whatever that might be?
It's everybody doesn't have all the information. We have all the information on our guys. So when you talk about injuries and all of this with the guys as a player, you're sitting there and everybody wants to report about who's not out here and what they're not doing. I would like to talk about the guys that are here and the guys who are busting their tails out here on the field in this hot climate, the humidity. Guys are working, grinding. I want to highlight these guys who are doing a great job. Understand our guys who aren't out here, guys are in the back end, they're doing the same thing. They're working just as hard as the guys who are out here, and I just always think it's unfair for everybody to always jump to be first to report something about an injury and is not taking that player into consideration.
D'Amico, when it comes to take a couple more. When it comes to the trenches, the pads can be a great equalizer. Did you see that happen today for the offensive line? With you can actually kind of put your hands on it a little bit more.
By putting it on the pads today, you did. I saw our O-line do a nice job of blocking the D-ends, D-tackles. They also did a great job of getting after them as well. It's going to be a really great competition, right? Our O-line gets to go against one of the top D-lines in the league every single day. You get to go against the top guys, so everybody's going to get better from that. And so that's what I saw today.
So a player like Chubb, how much of what he went through from an injury standpoint a couple of years ago comes into evaluating where he is and maybe not trying to compare him pre-injury status and just kind of take what he does out here?
Yeah, when it comes to Chubb and how am I comparing him, guy's age, he's been through a lot. It's his early years in the NFL, but what I hang my hat on with him is just this guy loves football. He's physical. He plays the right way. He prepares himself the right way. Really sharp guy when it comes to the protection scheme. He's on it. He's helping out the guys. Coach Danny Barrett has done a great job of bringing him along, getting caught up to our scheme. And so, seeing him today, he definitely showed up in the pass today. A guy who can play physical behind his pass. He can eat out yardage, so I'm excited to see him just play football, and that's what he's always been. He's always been a tremendous, football player, especially when he's healthy. So he's still working his way back, and it looks like he's in really good shape, and he'll continue to get better. Now going through camp, everybody continues to get better the more you go through it, and I see the same, with Chubb.
All good.
All right, thank you guys.
Yep, appreciate it.
Hey, man, that was D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of your Houston Texans, after another day of training camp practice. And, man, I forgot. Did we mention this when Figgy was talking about the camp cliches? Best shape of his life? Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb, he's looking great. I did find it interesting there, though, the head coach, when asked about Nick Chubb, he's like, guys are, it's not always going to be the same.
Yeah.
Is the way that he talked about it and referred to Nick Chubb. I think that's a tacit acknowledgement that you're not, the framework of, well, if you get old Nick Chubb back, that one, they're not even coming to it from that perspective of if you get old Nick Chubb back, because he talked about, the protection, picking up the protection scheme, which obviously matters a great deal from the running back position. Talked about the physicality, which is the part that we knew Nick Chubb is back when it came to Nick Chubb. And I think all of those point to the idea, again, that he's not going to be the crazy explosive Nick Chubb that he once was. But what portion of that explosion comes back, and that becomes even more important now with more information on Joe Mixon and what kind of seems to put him in a place where we might not see him a lot, if at all, in this preseason.
And that's what I want to talk about, because that stood out to me. D'Amico Ryans, how long has he been in the NFL now? Player and coach and assistant coach and everything.
Long time.
He knows how it works. He knows that there are going to be, stories and injuries, etc. It really felt like this Joe Mixon report started with Ian Rappaport. We heard some other reporting as well. Kind of struck a nerve. Kind of made him uncomfortable that it got out there, because he visited it twice, and I care. I wish they could just care more. Do they really care more about the player or the new? Well, he knows that's not how it works. It's not to say the player that reporters or whomever don't care about the players. They are doing their job. They are getting information and sending it out there. And D'Amico knows that. He knows that's how it plays. That's how it works. He lived it himself. He just mentioned that. So I think it kind of struck a nerve. And I don't know how you feel about it. I was like, maybe there's more to this after listening to him being quite aggressive in terms of trying to downplay it,
Yeah. We know D'Amico loves on his guys. Like, he likes protecting them. But yeah, the nature of being this defensive, and now we're back in this, in this tug of war and this back and forth, because we've done this before. We did the C.J. Stroud in the offseason. We're back in this place, and I know that there's people listening like, oh, you guys are making too big a deal of it or what have you. But this has always been an interesting kind of tug of war with D'Amico, and I know that this probably stems from, like you mentioned, when he played, the idea of, hey, there's things on this side that I think need to be considered. But also, we know what the game is, right? And the game, as you mentioned it, you laid it out very clearly. It is the job of that reporter to try and get information and disseminate it. But yeah, it does feel like there's something else happening, or he was just really disappointed that ultimately we found out about kind of where this is. But it does shed some light on that running back room, and it puts more of an emphasis on Nick Chubb specifically. But it also then sheds a light on the idea that Dameon Pierce has not really been out here. Woody Marks is is a rookie. How fast is he going to come along? And then how much are you actually regarding the likes of J.J. Taylor, Juwan Jordan, those type of guys? And obviously Dare Ogunbowale, don't want to forget him in the possibility of running the football.
So it's going to be sort of a different emphasis. He did also point out, the offense did, perform better today. Not to say they were dominant, but they had some really good moments. And he seems to really be embracing, sort of bringing it along slowly with the offensive side of the ball.
Yes, he's very much continuing to push,
including Chubb.
He's continuing to kick the ball down, or kick the can down the road when it comes to giving us his evaluation of offensive line. All last week it was, well, we want to wait until the pads are on, which absolutely fair. Day one, we're like, all right, so pads are on. What you think? He was like, I think offensive line did a good job. I think defensive line did a good job, and we will continue to see competency when D'Amico feels comfortable to give us like his evaluation of what the offensive line is. But he also knows the game. He knows what we're looking for. But yeah, very interesting from D'Amico, and particularly the defensiveness that he has on what is a big deal for the Texas team with Joe Mixon. A couple of notes that I wanted to throw out there. Apparently, according to the Sporting News, they're saying that the Astros are, continuing to, or they've made firm their decision on, according to Bob Nightingale, that they will not target Nolan Arenado, obviously the third baseman for the Cardinals, who they seem to have a deal with pretty much set up before Nolan Arenado just was not comfortable enough to waive that no-trade clause. It would make sense that Nolan Arenado would be a name that you think about at this point. At least according to Bob Nightingale, it seems like that will not be Nolan Arenado. So you can cross that off of your bingo card if that's where you were looking.
We've got a pretty full bingo card right now that we're looking at.
Yep. And on top of that, and I'm seeing this from a number of places, Deion Sanders, head coach of Colorado, he had an impromptu, not impromptu, but he had a pretty quickly put together press conference today in front of the media where people were and we knew that it was somewhat medical based. Apparently, him and his medical team have announced that he had a bladder tumor that has now been removed, and Sanders is, quote, cured from cancer. So there were some people that were speculating that this might see him step away from the work as head coach for the Colorado Buffaloes. It seems that, no, he will actually remain there and that he's great.
It is in terms of Deion and his coaching and his ability, but of course this is ongoing. Things can change. He was talking.
Look at you.
No.
Look at you, just negative. You never know. Cancer could come back.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
I'm messing
not by any stretch. But what I'm saying is just the way he feels doing what he does. He was talking about first time in his life. He kind of had that oh wow moment because he put together a will. Before his cancer surgery, and that's an eye-opening thing.
That will do it for you.
So I'm not saying anything about his ailment. I'm saying just the way you approach it, the job, if you want to keep doing it.
Yeah, those types of moments will change your outlook on life, won't they?
Yeah,
like one of those moments where you have to confront your mortality.
Yeah,
that'll make you shift. But as of right now, he remains the head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes, and thankfully, seems like, according to him, quote unquote, cured from cancer.
Yeah.
So that's great to hear as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about the time where we do our lunchtime confessions. We will do those next.
Yes, we.
homes and leaving many in urgent need. The Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services Team is on the ground right now, serving hot meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't at salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so we touched on this a couple segments ago, talking about Andre Johnson, a lot of his memorabilia, very important things. We didn't get specifics. It seems very important things to his career were stolen. And you said something that was my confession, but I think it's worth reiterating right here. You're better off turning yourself in. I mean, you are. If you did this, you've heard and seen sort of the reaction and Lil Kiki and all that stuff and people like us talking about it. Don't you think, like right now, as much as you're like, hey, maybe we can get away with this, and maybe you can fence the stuff, out of state or out of country, don't you feel like if you're that guy and you've been listening, you're like, yeah, I got to turn myself in. I'm safer turning myself in than getting caught.
Whew.
Not just better off, safer.
I mean, yeah, this is the thing. I hadn't considered the idea of, do I think I could just make it? Because you already did what I imagine is the hard part, which is the B&E and actually doing the theft. Yeah. But is this something you're just going to hold on to because possession does not serve you pretty well, or are you going to try and move it? And like the pawn, the pawn shop owner who just pled guilty because they ended up with memorabilia that was Joe Burrow's, right? Like, I don't know. That you might be right. That, hey, just bring this thing back.
Do I want prison or do I want that?
Eventually,
prison's looking pretty good.
Eventually, something bad gonna happen to you.
Yeah, exactly.
These are my confessions.
All right. And of course, I forget my confession because I have a big old, the leaf blower that came right by here. All right. Let me see. Where did I write this down?
Come on, Reggie. You gotta lock in, man. Can't let leaf blowers get to you.
I know. You know what? I'm proud of myself though because I have not complained about the heat yet. Like that has not been the thing that has stopped me.
No one would blame you today.
It is a hot day. I'm not gonna lie. It is a hotter day than it has been.
Well, I'll give you mine right now.
No, here it is. I got you. So I don't know if you saw this at all because I am a sports sicko. So in addition to watching the Astros and the Hall of Fame and all the things over the weekend, obviously watching various different things for training camp, I was watching the Brickyard 400.
Oh, yeah.
And the winner on the Brickyard 400, Bubba Wallace.
Mm-hmm.
His first, he had
he's been around.
100, I think it was 100-plus race, drought on winning. I think last time he had won a race was 2022. And I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I had completely given up on the idea of him getting a winner. He has been on the lead car of that 2311 racing team, Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin's racing team.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking because a lot of kind of talk around him, especially at a given time early on. And I was looking at him like, all right, cool. What are you going to do? Michael Jordan put money in. They tried to get him a better car from what he was racing before. They tried to give him Booty Barker, who, a hilarious name as a crew chief, but an incredible crew chief. And I was like, all right, they're going to get him a better car. They're going to get him better team around him. And it was just constantly 12th finish, 13th place finish, 10th place finish. And I was like, all right. He might not be all that good at driving.
Yeah.
And so for him to be the first black driver to win at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
I completely did not expect that because I had really and truly had completely given up.
I had just forgotten about him, to be honest.
I mean, it
had been so long.
He hadn't really gotten very many. I think I've seen him here and there get some top fives, but it really had started feeling like, okay, he's not going to be one of those top racers. He's not going to be one of those top drivers. He's going to be one of those guys that's in the pack who is, solid.
Yeah.
Shout out to the man actually getting a win, and not just getting a win at one of the most historic raceways in all of America.
These are my confessions.
All right, so Colin, you have the audio here. Boy, this just warmed my heart when I saw this. It was yesterday morning. I don't know when it posted, but it was yesterday morning when I saw it. So we're all familiar with what happened with the CEO from Astronomer and the affair and all the worldwide recognition, for lack of a better way to put it, that it got. Well, Astronomer responded, and it was like perfect for me. It was it. You'll hear me talking about it. They spelled the name right. They had some fun with it, leaning into it, as people say. This is how they responded, and I thought they couldn't have responded any better.
Thank you for your interest in Astronomer. Hi, I'm Gwyneth Paltrow. I've been hired on a very temporary basis to speak on behalf of the 300-plus employees at Astronomer. Astronomer has gotten a lot of questions over the last few days, and they wanted me to answer the most common ones. Yes, Astronomer is the best place to run Apache Airflow, unifying the experience of running data, ML, and AI pipelines at scale. We've been thrilled so many people have a newfound interest in data workflow automation. As for the other questions we've received, yes, there is still room available at our Beyond Analytics event in September. We will now be returning to what we do best, delivering game-changing results for our customers. Thank you for your interest in Astronomer.
Dude, this was brilliant. Brilliant. They had some fun with it. They got Gwyneth Paltrow to answer. By the way, those questions were like off the internet that they showed on the screen, like, yo, WTF. The second question was like, I forget exactly, but it was another sort of mocking type question. And she's going right into what Astronomer actually does. I just laughed, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. I think they're going to be just fine out of this.
Why they get? Well, I mean, honestly, I don't know how much. If you were much, this thing actually shifts you.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
But why Gwyneth Paltrow's Chris Martin, who is the lead singer of Coldplay, his ex-wife? Really?
Yeah.
They were all right. Whatever, man.
For a very short time, she's gonna be. They've hired her. I thought it was great. That's how you do it, man.
These are my confessions.
All right, so this happened. This has happened a lot recently. And I mean, it happens a lot just in general. If you are a church-going person, you know this experience. The pastor trying to make sure that he helps the message land. Mm-hmm. And he gives you something, from your typical life that you can, use as an analogy. But not much annoys me more than when a preacher uses a sports example and it doesn't hit right.
He butchered it?
Not even butchered it. Because, butchered it is just one thing entirely. But when it's like, I get what you're trying to do, but it doesn't quite fit. It feels like, all right, preacher, man, you know about football, but you don't, know football. That one didn't quite work. And I'm trying to remember the one that specifically got me on this, and, of course, I'm forgetting in this moment. I think it was a basketball one, but it's like, now you're taking – and this is a me problem, right?
Yeah.
I think
I think you're right.
Most people get it, but especially for those of us that are, deep into the sports, when you get the thing, it takes me off the message. We supposed to be talking about Jesus right now, and I'm trying to think about how – actually, 12 personnel works a little bit different because, what you're thinking about, and I'm off.
Yeah.
You done lost me. You were trying to help me connect, and now I'm somewhere else.
Actually, that's not an RPO.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. It's typically referred to it as, but actually, no, that's something different. Yeah, no, those ones get me.
Yeah.
And I've realized that about my. Just go ahead and preach the message. Don't try and bring it to sports because it's going to throw me off.
Yeah, I'm with you.
These are my confessions.
All right, so we knew the Christian Wilkins thing was weird, and the reporting coming into the day was basically there was some sort of a weird interaction or conflict between he and another player. Well, now we're hearing from Adam Schefter of all, and my confession is he knew better than this. Everybody knows better than this.
Oh, we got a little insight into the Christian.
Got a little bit of insight from Adam Schefter. Quote, from speaking to people inside the Raiders locker room, they say that Christian Wilkins went to kiss a teammate on the top of his head, I'm presuming in the locker room. The player took offense, and that was the last straw that everybody's been dancing around. Tried to kiss a dude.
On the head, though.
On the head, that's a little different. You can see where that's more playful.
Well, that's the thing is we don't have all the additional context. Because that by itself sounds like, why? But you know what I immediately thought of? And obviously it's the dude who we've seen come through these parts, Dwight Howard. Mm-hmm. Dwight Howard was largely harmful in the various things that he did. But you know what his issue actually was?
Yeah.
He's the guy that played too much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No,
like,
you're 100%
the guy
right.
that played too much, everything that he's doing in the individual, like in the vacuum, is like, that's not that big of a deal. Like, he's coming over but it's just, why are you always playing like this?
Yeah.
Why are you always, and I wonder.
And maybe that was Christian Wilkins.
That's because they were talking about this. This is more like the feeling in the locker room as opposed to just like an actual individual. I'm so tired of you. That if that's the case, somebody said maybe he tried to sun someone, maybe that's it, right? Like maybe that's the additional context that if you were trying to sun me and then you try and kiss me on the head, that's a level of disrespect that I cannot abide by. I don't know. Maybe that is the way that it goes.
You have to be like, it has to be a really, really good friend, a really tight, teammate, and you're like, hey, and you just kiss him on the head. I have a hunch this was more like kind of the Dwight Howard mocking, playing, a little bit too weird.
Yeah, cool. You play too much right now, man.
Yeah, just a little bit too weird.
Someone from 832 is talking about Dwight maybe. I don't remember exactly what the information was on that because I think that there was a lot of conversation about his potential sexuality. I don't recall exactly where that ultimately landed up. And maybe that factors in because, again, we're not going to lie about these spaces sometimes being very macho and sometimes maybe not as comfortable as we would like to admit when it comes to dealing with issues of sexuality. So maybe that also got to a place where it's like, hey, why are you touching on me, dog?
That's exactly right.
Stop.
Not here, not now,
I said,
not
I don't
ever.
like it. Stop.
Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe, but that is all of this. No matter what we ultimately come to with all these hypotheses. How do you lose $30-something million of guarantees behind this?
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Well, he's working on that.
Yeah, I guess so.
There's got to be more to the story. Like there's got to be more stuff that happened.
And you know what?
This was the final straw.
I cannot wait for the eventual oral history, like 10 years from now. Just like I read religiously that the oral history of Geno Smith getting his jaw broken in the Jets locker room. That Deep actually put together.
Yeah.
If you've never, and you have a little bit of time, please, for the love of God, go read the oral history that ESPN wrote on that because I find it to be hilarious. I find it to be incredible. But yes, that's wild. All right, those are our lunchtime confessions here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on this Monday. Coming up next, we sat down with Brevin Jordan. Coming right off the practice field, a very, very fun interview with the dude who is effervescent, and you get to hear that coming up next.
Training camp is here. The Texans are back on the field, and we'll be your eyes and ears for every practice, every press conference, and every inside conversation leading up to the season. It's football season, H-Town. Can you feel it?
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can
Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Presence in the Loop.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Been a fun day here at Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston Texans Training Camp 2025. Day 5 in the books here, and it was a very fun one. The offense got a little bit more juice, a little bit more burn today, and a man who absolutely got some burn and a guy who we're always looking at to be a breakout star. Brevin Jordan sat down with us. It was a delight to talk to him, and you'll hear exactly why right here. I'm looking at number 9 for your Houston Texans walking towards us. That's Brevin Jordan. Excited to talk to him, a potential breakout player for your Texans. And my man looks fit, man. My man looks good. He's got the skull cap and everything. Joining us right now is Brevin Jordan as he's about to get his headset on. I mean, dripping sweat. Right off of the practice field. He's got himself a nice beverage to get those electrolytes back.
Man, I'm telling you.
Is that going to be enough?
No. I'm about to go inside and get some pickle juice, some rice stuff, maybe grab a salt packet. Yeah,
so you're a pickle juice guy?
Yeah, man.
Does it work?
I don't know if anything really works, but you could try, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
No, I love that. Was that something that you just figured out yourself, or was that advice? Because one of the things, this is my first training camp, so I've been really intrigued with what are the pieces of advice that either people are giving or have received about training camp that has helped them the best?
Yeah, our nutrition staff is unbelievable. Hannah, Ladd, they do an unbelievable job of just preparing us before we come out here because you can't have to go out, just try your best to just hydrate, get as much electrolytes in, man. So they do an unbelievable job with us.
Now, listen, we got a lot to talk about. You seem to be really in the mix this year, more so than ever. But I got to go back to last year. When you hurt yourself, you gave no indication that it was a bad injury.
Man.
And you played on it.
Man.
Dude, what? That was incredible to me. Did you surprise yourself? Did you think it was like that bad?
Man,
you played on it.
I played on it. I still to this day have no clue which play I tore my ACL on. It was just, I don't even know how to, man, it was unbelievable. Like, we had an MRI scheduled because I was dealing with this, like, little knee stuff here and there before the game, just football stuff, little stuff, but when we looked at the MRI before, I had an MRI before that, it was fine. So we had an MRI scheduled just trying to manage it throughout the season. And when we scheduled the MRI and after the game, I took the MRI thinking everything was fine. I walked home, came in the next morning, everything was fine. And then we went in the meeting and they said, you tore your ACL. And I was just utterly shocked. I had no clue. I was astonished, actually.
Hold on. Even after the adrenaline dropped?
I had no clue.
Wow.
I had no clue.
No swelling?
No, not really, man. I came in and it was regular. I thought I was completely fine.
Dang, you're John Wick.
Man. I'm telling you, I had no clue. It was unbelievable.
Did you surprise yourself with your pain threshold that you could withstand?
I mean, yeah, bro. I've seen some ACL injuries, man. They look crazy, and for me to just go out there and play on it in the way I tore it, I'm shocked still to this day.
Yeah, but with ACLs, I mean, as you mentioned, it can be really gnarly. I mean, it takes a while for you to get your confidence back. When did you gain your confidence back? And also, do you feel like the same player, or is it kind of feel different now?
Nah, man. I got my confidence back. I want to say month 4. I wasn't posting a lot about it. I was trying to stay under the radar about it. But our training staff, Roland, Shannon, Randy, that whole staff, they do an unbelievable job. I just put my head down and just came in and worked every day. So shout out to them. They did an unbelievable job. And now, I'm faster, stronger. I ran 21.7 at one point throughout rehab. So I'm feeling faster, stronger, man, and I'm just ready to go for the season.
If there is a silver lining, and nobody ever wants to get injured, it happened early enough.
Yeah.
So you had all the rehab. I'm sure early in the offseason you felt like you were good to go.
Oh yeah, man. I was, man. By spring, I was just ready to go. I was just watching, but I was ready. And our training staff just did an unbelievable job. They helped me get the confidence back to push on it and be explosive off of it.
Now, we're talking to Brevin Jordan, tight end for your Houston Texans right here. And, I mean, you've been a guy who's been a candidate for breakout every year. It feels like everybody's excited about the possibility of you having your moment in the sun with this team. And I'm really interested from your perspective, what for this year feels like it gives you the opportunity to be that guy for everybody that's looking at you?
Man, honestly, to me, that's all outside noise, bro. Like, I'm glad people have a breakout year, man, but to be honest with you, I come out here every day to work to have a breakout. Like, every day to me at practice is game day. Like, I'm trying to prove it every day to my coaches, to my teammates, to myself that, I'm accountable, I'm reliable, you can trust me to do my job. So all that stuff is cool, man, but for me, bro, it's just let's go out here and let's win some games. Let me do my part. Let me be reliable to my coaches and to my teammates, and everything will take care of itself.
So when a new offensive coordinator comes in, I'm sure like everybody else, you're like, all right, what let me see about this guy, you know?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're going on the list, wait a minute, he coached tight ends his whole life?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, he worked with the tight ends in the offensive line? Wait a minute, they're going to use 2-3 tight ends? That had to have been music to your ears.
Man, when they hired Kaylee, I was so hyped. I remember it was early in the rehab process, but so none of the team was really in the building like that. Mm-hmm. And I remember I seen D'Amico, he was walking in the hallway, and I just told him like, man, great hire, coach. Like I was so hyped just looking at the resume that he had, being with LA, being with New England, being around some great tight ends. Man, I'm excited.
Great hire, Coach.
His energy is infectious.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about his energy. Have you been able to feel the difference of having that tight end experience specifically with Kaylee?
Yeah, man. It's funny. Like, it'd be small things like on a chip block. If the defensive end is in a 35 technique, he's way out by the hash, and we want to get in the receiver stance. So something as small as that, Kaylee would be like, hey, no, get in the square stance. It'll make your job easier. Like little stuff like that. That our offensive coordinator is not really thinking about. He has a lot to handle. He's worried about the offensive line, receivers, and for him, that ends is unbelievable, bro. It's going to make our job a lot easier.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston. Right.
All right, so are you seeing it in practice now? Because not only is he a tight ends coach, but he uses 2-3 tight ends. It seems like it's wide open. Even playing field for all four of you guys. Is it that?
Yeah, man. I mean, all of us are just coming out every day working, bro. We have a great room. We have a great staff, and they're putting us in positions to go out and be successful as a room. Today, I think all of us had a target. I think all of us had a play call for us. I think Luke, Dalton, Cade, Irv, we all had catches. So, I mean, it's unbelievable, man. The tight end group is definitely going to be involved, and I'm just excited, just to be a part of it.
Now, how exciting is it, and what's the difference? Because I was thinking about this earlier today. We were watching the whole first 4 days of practice, and we're looking at the offense. I'm like, oh, man, blocking-wise. Yeah. How much different is it to have the actual pads on where you can get a grip on it, that technique-wise?
Oh, man, I've been missing it, dog. Like, I was ready to go this morning when I got up for this morning and I was eating breakfast. I was like sweating, bro. Like we got the pads on finally. Like I haven't put on pads in so long. So to be blocking with pads on, it makes our job a lot easier. Trying to block, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter with no pads it's pretty hard. Trying to block him with pads is hard enough, but trying to block him without pads is pretty difficult. So it just feels good to be back.
Have you been able to tell the step up for those guys from last year to this year?
Daniil and Will?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, them dudes. I don't think them dudes their motors are so, everybody sees what they do on Sundays, but I'm with them dudes 5, 6 days a week, 7 days a week. I see how they work. There's a reason why they're so successful. They're stepping up every year.
You guys got to protect C.J. Stroud. You guys especially. And last year, I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but to me, my words, it felt a little unfair that tight ends were on an island so much. How is that translated to this year with your blocking techniques and your assignments?
Yeah, man. I mean, honestly, that's the position we play. We have to be asked to block on third down. We have to be able to be ISO on a DN and tram to a middle linebacker, go run routes. Like, that's our job. So last year was a tough situation for us as a whole offense, but I think this year we learned from it last year, and we're gonna try to correct it and be better this year.
All right, so Brevin, I'm not gonna try and influence the witness here. However, I mentioned this is my first training camp. My man of the OG here, he's been here a very long time. He's trying to get me to carry his bag. And I want to ask you, I want to ask players, I want to get your perspectives. Do I need to carry the bag, or is that something I can just let go? Does he just need to carry his own bag?
Nah, bro, you good, bro.
Oh man,
you good, bro. Y'all good.
This is why I drafted you in the guys that I'm looking forward to at camp. 100%.
No doubt.
All right, let's talk about the guys inside of you. You know, everybody's talking about the offensive line. I'm not going to mention any names. I want you to mention what you've been seeing with the tackles.
Oh man, our tackles are Tay, Blake Fisher. These guys are doing an unbelievable job. Cam, Trent's not out yet, but man, we have an unbelievable group with our offensive line as a whole. The mentality that we're establishing up front it needs to feel infectious. You know, the whole team needs to be able to feel the energy of the offensive line. The guys up front get it started for us every Sunday. So I think we're just establishing an identity of just competitive nature, just competitive. So I'm looking forward to, you know, everybody getting rid of that doubt, getting rid of everybody's doubt of the offensive line and just showing up on Sundays and having sevens back.
How'd you respond to Saturday where they had some success against you?
Yeah, they're talking about the defense?
Yeah.
I mean, this week, today, we came out with just a competitive nature. With the pads are on, it's different. Some bunch of guys out there, grown man with a lot of testosterone. So, I mean, it was getting chirpy out there, but it felt good, man. It felt good to just be out the pads, and I think we responded well to that.
You get a real good perspective of C.J. Stroud, and we know that this offense is going to put a lot more on him. He's talked about it.
Yeah.
From your perspective, how has he been handling kind of the additional workload that's been put on him?
Oh, man, that dude is so grown. I've seen him since my rookie year, and yeah, he's grown up and he's changed, but man, that dude is so grown. He's like, I be telling him like, bro, you like 30, bro, 35 already, bro. Like he handles his business so well, and he's just so mature. So seeing how he's going about his business, bro, it motivates all of us. He's handling it like a complete pro.
And he's running things much more.
Oh man, he's running. He's hands on. He's hands on with a lot of things, motions, audibles. He's on top of it.
And so I've been coming to training camps in the NFL for over 30 years. He can't carry my backpack one day. One day.
Hold strong. You don't need it.
Is this your first one?
This is my first one.
Yeah, you might have to do it. You might have to. Just one time. Just one time.
I thought we were going to make it.
Just one time.
It has been an absolute pleasure, Brevin. I mean, we got to do this again.
No doubt.
And I know that you're working every day like like it's game day.
No doubt.
We still are excited for the opportunity. For your fighter, your family's are fighters, so we're excited to see more from you.
Appreciate you, bro.
Yes, sir.
And try to bring the energy more, man.
Got you.
You haven't been giving us enough yet.
Got you, bro.
That's Brevin Jordan, tight end for the Houston Texans, joining us right here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. There you go, Brevin Jordan, tight end for your Houston Texans, sitting down with us here at Houston Texans training camp. Always a delight to talk to all the fine folks that we've been able to thus far through training camp. All right, coming up next, let's get into my 2024 rewatch of the Houston Texans. I thought there were some really interesting notes to take from Week 15 versus the Miami Dolphins. It was a win, and we'll have some of those notes next.
What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick? Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Monday to you. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Been a fun one thus far. Hot one, right?
Very hot.
Okay. Very good.
Wednesday, the first day, and today were the hottest.
Okay. Are you charting? You're charting how hot the days are?
I will tell you.
Oh man. Good day when it came to the Texans and getting ready for the 2025 season. Real quick, just to circle back to some of the things that we kind of noted. I mean, the tight ends, and we, as you heard with Brevin Jordan, appreciation of Brevin sitting down with us again, coming off the practice field. Tight ends really were involved. I was very intrigued, and it was a little disappointing for me personally not being on the end zone. Like I'm going to complain, as I am wont to do from time to time, to be on the end zone furthest from where they were getting some of the red zone stuff, and they had some jump ball practice and independent wide receivers as well. I think you might have gotten an eye on some of that. But yeah, they got the ball to some tight ends. They got Irv Smith even got a look in the red zone. So yeah, I'm very intrigued because that part is going to be very important for this Texas team in the 25 season, trying to get your red zone, be able to punch in for 7 as opposed to settling for 3, which they did a lot.
Yeah, and the tight ends have been involved in showing some stuff. And as we mentioned with Brevin Jordan, wide open, fair, even competition. I did feel kind of bad because I mentioned with Brevin 4 tight ends. I should have thrown Irv in there. I forgot about Irv. That's
you like, oh man, Irv just over there blocking. It's cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Mean. All right, so I mentioned been doing this 2024 rewatch. It continues on week 15. Versus the Miami Dolphins. This is coming off of the bye week, baby. We are hyped and we are ready to go for the the final stretch of the season, including a very tight, condensed schedule where you get Miami, Kansas City, Baltimore in fairly quick succession. Right? I think you remember those kind of conversations. Is there anything else you recall from the
defense dominated? Derek Stingley doing his thing. It was very clear by this point. This defense is, as far as they go, they're going to go with the defense.
100%. That was absolutely a big takeaway very early. Sting rallies. There's a number of tackles for loss. Like if anybody had any concerns about Derek Stingley as physical run defender, right, getting up in the run game, this is a game that you go to put the film on to say, no.
Yeah.
He's willing to get up. He's willing to make some good hits. I think there was 3 of them that I counted. Foley Fatukasi still good at shedding blocks, all those things. But I've been trying to focus on some of the bigger points as I get through this. A hip drop tackle on Joe Mixon in this one that was uncalled again. He was had a noticeable limp, had to come off the field for a measure of time. Now, again, we're seeing the ramifications of that with him having some workouts in the offseason that exacerbated that, and that's put us into place here with the Texans running back-wise, where we are watching the running back room kind of intently, especially when is Dameon Pierce going to make it back out to show his wares? What does Nick Chubb still have in the tank? I know that he's physical. We're seeing that. We're seeing the pass protection, but the explosion, at least in my estimation, does not seem in the same way. I think he seemed to kind of acknowledge that in some ways in his media availability today, but that's going to be something that we watch going forward.
Yeah, I mean, this game directly impacts the big news over the weekend. We're talking about Joe Mixon, some sort of aggravation, some sort of problem with the ankle foot, whatever it might be.
Ankle foot? All right.
Whatever. It's been reported both. So we'll see, but yeah, hip drop.
All right, so defense that we're talking about here, as we're spinning things forward, this was really fun. This was quintessential. This is the defense, and this is also some evidence and some pointing to what DeMeco Ryans seemingly has as a goal, or at least some level of hope for this defense, which is no longer just getting to the quarterback, but also getting that ball loose. In the second quarter, the defensive line did their big one. Danico Autry is really working on the right guard. Eichenberg, I'm not gonna lie, kind of looks like a hands to the neck, almost hands to the face. I imagine if the ref would have called it, I don't know how mad I could have been, but he works that man back into Tua Tagovailoa's lap. Will Anderson Jr. simultaneously. Stab club. Remember we were talking about it with him, that stab club that he really enjoyed towards the back end of the season. That technique, he uses that, wins on the left edge. He's coming around the backside, wins pretty clean, and he wraps Tua up for a sack, but he gets his arms and that ball comes loose. Daniil off the right side almost scoops and scores. He almost overruns it. Now Tim Settle scoops it himself
trying to get free. Like, this was all 4 of your frontline guys. Some of the guys I think you can expect pretty much all of these guys to have some level of impact this year. One I actually have a question about, but they all kind of come together, apply quick pressure, knock the ball out, turn the ball over. This is the platonic ideal of this defensive line this season as well.
Not only that, and it's something that, as we've been seeing on and over again through training camp thus far, 5 days in the books, this is something that they seem to be better at and certainly are emphasizing more. And with the experience as a third year under D'Amico with the system, we should expect the defense, not just carries the weight, but gives the offense their big assist.
Danico Autry is an interesting name, right? Because Danico was a guy who you brought in from Tennessee and you were expecting to make big waves. Obviously, you missed him for a period of time. But when he played fairly well. However, did it feel like it lived up to kind of what the expectations or what the thoughts of what it could be for Danico Autry before? And I ask that just because if we're spinning this forward, how much of an impact do you anticipate Danico Autry having this season, especially the return of Sheldon Rankins? We know that he can get upfield. Tim Settle had I don't know if I want to call it a breakout, but he had a fantastic 2024. And these are all guys that I know that they like rotating, but those are guys that very well could establish some strengths on the interior, and then the exterior, you have a lot of pass rush.
Yeah, look, that's an interesting question because Danico Autry had his moments, obviously.
100%.
But
this is one of those, in fact.
But I don't think necessarily the breadth of the season and his performance was necessarily what we expected, to answer your question. And right now, for what it's worth, they rotate so much. I think Tim Settle and Sheldon Rankins are getting a lot of run on the inside.
Yeah.
A lot.
I asked the question. I should have gone and double check. I do wonder, and I'm not here trying to get rid of people's jobs, so I want to make that clear. But when you have a salary cap sport and you have a zero-sum game, I do wonder, especially for a guy of that caliber. And I mean, not saying he's making a crazy amount of money. I think last time I checked, it was single-digit $1 million, right? But I mean, could you find some space, especially where you have a robust amount of pass rushers, especially as you're starting? You found what you were looking for in this defense. Mentioned he was a part of it. Don't get me wrong. As I mentioned, this was the textbook play for the defense, and he was there. But I don't know how quintessential he is to it.
I think that's a fair question, especially as you have guys, among the guys rotating on the inside, not just Tim Settle and Sheldon Rankins, but Mario Edwards, who had a very good year last year in the mix as well. So we'll see.
All right, in this game, you also have, this is what I called a Bullock trademark game. Bullock, I should say. Make sure I say his name correctly. He had one interception here. I mean, he had a number of interceptions. I think it was
dropped, didn't he, too?
Yeah, he had a drop as well. There could have been another one. Tua kind of made some bad tosses, not reading properly, but there was a couple of plays. One of them was dropped. The other one is just kind of like Bullock is the high safety, but your cornerbacks kind of get deep. It looked like maybe there's a cover 2 roll. I'm not the best at breaking down what exactly is the defensive formation, so don't let me get too lion or defensive coverage. But Bullock is intentionally sitting over the middle of the field. And this, for me, was an acknowledgement of Bullock, rookie last year, but rookie who developed into a type of vet by that point in the year, week 15, because he knows this is Tua Tagovailoa. This is an offense that's trying to get the ball out quickly, and we're going to speed them up even more with our defensive line, as evidenced by the quick strip sack by Will Anderson Jr. in the play that I previously talked about. And he's just sitting underneath he's well underneath the post that is thrown, as if it's thrown to him, and he's breaking forward on the football. Like, this was just quintessential. This was a fantastic play. It goes to show that this team is going to continue to be even more of a takeaway defense.
And now let's dig a little deeper into that. Kalen Bullock is so good for this defense, not just because of his ball skills, as we've talked about, and they seem to be on display again. We talked about him this morning, just the way that he goes and gets the ball. But not only that, you have the edge rushers, as you mentioned, and you have cornerbacks, especially Derek Stingley, just eliminating one player, which sort of limits the amount of or the space available for a quarterback like Tua Tagovailoa. Keep in mind, Tyreek Hill only had 2 catches.
Correct.
In this game because of Derek Stingley.
Following him.
Yeah, and so that helps the safety, especially when there's edge rushers, maybe a little rushed, and he's perfect for this defense at the safety position.
One more thing on this particular play, the Bullock interception that he takes for a good amount of yardage, just shallow. He takes it in the red zone, just shy of being able to find that final corner and get into the end zone. On the interception, he goes to the ground, but he pops up immediately and he's going the other way.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I'm stretching, maybe I'm reaching here. You can tell me if that's the case. That feels indicative of the fact that this team isn't just trying to turn the football over.
Oh, yeah.
They are looking to, like, the turnover is the expectation, and that's kind of what D'Amico has kind of been, it sounds like that's what he's talking about,
it is.
Pushing it to an even different. This defense is trying to turn the football over and go score. Like, those seem like those are built in. Like, I think with a general, normal NFL defense, the idea is, all right, maybe we can turn the football over and then cool. The idea seems to be built in that we are going to turn the football, and when we're going to go score.
Make no mistake, Collins, C.J. Stroud, Joe Mixon if healthy, Nick Chubb, Christian Kirk. There are weapons on the offense, but the defense considers themselves collectively a bigger weapon for this team. They want to be a weapon. They want to turn the ball over and score and win games. And I'm telling you, the early takeaways from, obviously that was a great indicator, that game against Miami, but from training camp now as you're moving forward, this is an outstanding secondary, and they're proving it every day.
Yeah, and it's funny because I keep thinking internally to myself, one of the kind of truisms of football that I kind of hold within myself is turnovers are kind of not a year-to-year proposition. They're not in the things that you
I have said that myself.
To carry over per se. And I'm like, how do I justify that with looking at this Texans defense? And I think they are going to remain a turnover defense.
No, I do too. But I also subscribe to the thought you just said. It's hard to predict a team's going to have whatever number of turnovers one year and come close to duplicating that or exceed it the next year because it's so flighty. It's so weird. This defense, I do expect them.
Yeah, and it's, I guess if I was to answer my own kind of thought, it's because they're very rarely are they turnovers of circumstance. I can look at a number of the turnovers that the Texans defense made in this 2024 season that I've kind of looked at in rewatching it, and I could see where they're generated. Just like with this one with Kalen Bullock. Kalen is sitting down in that space with a clear acknowledgement that I know you're trying to get it to the middle, maybe not in the arm if you want to, kind of shoot at Tua to go over the top of me.
Yeah,
I know that this is the space that you're throwing into, and thus all it requires is me to play basically like I'm catching off a jugs machine.
Yeah, and you talk about force. What he did there and what he did today broke up the very first pass that C.J. Stroud made, could have been a pick, and then had another one that was off his hands. Those are forced turnovers. They're not like, oh, he dropped the ball and we fell on it,
And then here comes one more of the defense as I'm just going ahead and looking at this game. You mentioned it was a defensive game. 20-12 was the final score. I mean, 2 field goals and a touchdown with a missed extra point was all that the Miami Dolphins got. And they were down that 8 points with the ball and an opportunity to try and go score. It was a Phillip Rivers situation, as I like referring to him. And the very first opportunity that they did to try and throw it up there, you're looking at me crazy, Colin. You don't understand the Phillip Rivers situation?
I had never heard that.
All right, so to be fair, it is not widespread. It is something I believe in myself, but you watched a little bit of Phillip Rivers play, right?
Of course.
Right.
Antonio Gates was one of my favorite tight ends watching growing up.
Tell me that every game that you watched Phillip Rivers play, particularly for the Chargers, did not end up, no matter what the game looked like, with him, Chargers having the ball, 45 seconds, having to go the length of the field, no touchdown.
You're right.
I guarantee if I charted it, it's probably like 60% of the games ended like that. And that's where the Miami Dolphins were. First play of the game, they try and throw it up to go to your best player, right? Tyreek Hill. Psych, here's Stingley. And this is the TV broadcast because it was just so good.
Houston will win a second consecutive AFC South title. Miami needs to win and get help. Here's the one, and it's picked off. It's intercepted. Stingley's done it again! Stingley has done it again! Hill had it, and then he just took it away.
That was the right place to go with the football. You've got Tyreek one-on-one in man coverage. It was underthrown a little bit. Tyreek tried coming back to get it. He has his hands on it. But Stingley has that right arm in between Hill's 2 arms and is able to rip the ball out.
Man, that's exactly what you're talking about. Force play. You heard him say, right place to take the ball, and still got it picked.
That was interception number 2 for Derek Stingley on the day. And when you needed it, generated the way that you wanted to. Like, The final point that I have on this one before we move on the rewatch is the defense, if they're humming like this out the gates, which I believe them capable of, some of the things that kind of slowed them down as you had a couple of rookies who were starting, those guys are continuing to start and they're no longer rookies. Like, I don't know that I see a portion of this defense that is not up to speed on week one.
Yeah.
This is a team that legitimately defensively carried them to this win. 131 yards passing for CJ in this game, 30-something, 33, 35 yards for Dare as your highest
leading rusher.
Leading rusher. Joe had 12 for 23 in this game. Like, you're not looking at the offense like, yo, they did a whole bunch when it comes to moving the football. This was a defense won this game kind of handling. It's because this defense is capable of doing that. I love the idea that they have that, and you're going to need it early on the season as the offense is trying to fully solidify what they are.
And they got better. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, others coming in and bringing in, by the way, with Gardner-Johnson, and even more of that mentality and that approach, and we're going to make you turn the ball over.
Yeah, so there you go. That's a rewatch of Week 15 versus the Miami Dolphins of the 2024 season. Continuing to love this and get excited. It's fun watching during training camp. I did not anticipate doing this, but it's fun seeing kind of the ways in which the overlaps happen from the 24 season and what we're seeing in 2025 moving forward. So excited for that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Fig is out on the day, rehabbing himself. I'll let him tell you what happened to the man over the weekend, but I will be taking over Figgy's mixtape coming up next. And coming up, another reason why you shouldn't use AI as a search engine. I got that for you. And also, J.J. Watt notches yet another achievement, but is the feat impressive or cheating? We'll talk about that and more next.
Training camp is training camp. Don't miss live reaction to practice and exclusive conversations with players and coaches. Only on Texans Training Camp Live. Then even more inside information every week. Night on covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is Figgy's Mixtape right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. I am not Figgy Fig. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig got the day off. Colin Neal is on the ones and twos. Thank you, sir. Of course, John Lopez always riding with me. Colin, do you want to give the update as to what you heard about why Figgy Fig is not in the seat that you currently occupy?
Well, from I would like to say it's back discomfort.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I heard he can't walk.
Was that the Astros multiplier that you're using there?
I heard he can't walk.
Is his spine 60% healed?
Hey, I think so. I think that sounds about right.
We're ADA appliant, so.
You mean compliant?
Compliant.
There we go.
Compliant.
I was like, I don't think I'm applying for ADA. I don't think that's how that works.
So he'll roll on in here tomorrow.
Wow.
So wait. Well, roll. But if he doesn't get a wheelchair, do one of y'all have to probably carry him up the?
I can tell you who it's not going to be.
Well, that's the thing. Lopez went and hurt himself this weekend, too, so it would have to be me. However, right. I'm only 2 weeks off of donating bone marrow, so I don't even think I'm supposed to be – we just going to be SOL if that's the case. Yeah. It's one of us got to carry him. But no, that's –
some prayers.
Really thought with Figgy Fig, at the Figgy Fig on social media if you want to send him some well wishes. But I did set this thing up, Figgy's Mixtape, by telling you that I have another reason why you shouldn't use AI as a search engine. And look, I specifically added as a search engine because I think we know, if you listen to this program, you know, not the biggest fan of generative AI. And AI, honestly, AI in the public consumption, like I do think there are purposes and uses for artificial intelligence that have been very useful. Obviously, like when it comes to some medical fields and things of that nature and professional realms that I think it can be helpful. I am not really here for the generative AI, but we got a little bit of a story, and understand, I'm trying to be as fair, as neutral as possible. But this comes from TechCrunch. Is that does that strike you?
I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
Okay, very good. Sam Altman, who is the chairman of ChatGPT, or of the company that OpenAI, I believe, that owns ChatGPT. He's the CEO, I should say. He's given us a reason. Something he said this weekend gives us a reason to think twice about using AI for therapy, emotional support, or just kind of like asking general things. Because I know some people have started using these things like their Google or Bing or one of those things. Altman said, in response to a question about how AI works with the legal system, Altman said that one of the problems of not yet having legal policy or framework for AI is that there's no legal confidentiality for users.
That could be problematic.
Quote, people talk about the most personal S in their lives to chat, especially a therapist, a life coach, having these relationship problems and asking, what should I do? And right now, if you talk to a therapist or a lawyer or a doctor about those problems, there's legal privilege, right?
Yeah.
They can't go telling your business. There's doctor-patient confidentiality. And we haven't figured that out yet for chat when you talk to ChatGPT. What does that mean, Lopez?
That means it's all out there. It could be.
So look, I know a lot of people listening are like, well, what does that mean to me? I'm not trying to go be a criminal. But if you happen to end up in a situation where someone suspects you to be, your ChatGPT, your AI conversations can be gotten.
And this is the part that just boggles the mind. The only time I've dabbled like everybody, but the only time I've ever like used it is when I'm driving in my truck and I hit the button, the Siri button, whatever. Like somebody said, hey, what was the blah, blah, blah? And I just ask, on my truck, so I don't have to pick up my phone or whatever. That's generally the only time I use it.
Oh, so you can't Google?
Yeah, because you're driving, so you can't Google, so I'll do that.
The exact way that you talked about talking to the ChatGPT is how you would talk to Google.
Yeah, but I don't want to pick up my phone and go to Google and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Your car got the AI button in it. Wow, look at the wealth. You see the wealth on this, Colin?
Hey, Siri, what's the square root of 22?
Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that. But here's where I have an issue with people
Just generally?
Just with
we might need a minute. Go ahead and ISO for me. Just clear out.
I think you'll agree with me. Why are you trying to build a relationship with AI, with a machine, with a program? Like people, like what you're talking about here, advice about personal issues. Ask for advice about relationships. Ask for advice about money. We've heard stories already, and in fact, we heard it on the mixtape a couple of weeks ago.
That's right.
Of
your preeminent source of AI news, Stiggy's mixtape.
Yes, where someone was actually like broke up because he had a relationship with some woman on AI. If you are building a relationship, AI is basically an easy Google, and it's not that accurate.
But it's not, because it's not doing the thing where it's finding you source material. It's just feeding stuff that it finds off the internet. Is it verifiable that it's correct information?
No.
Who knows?
In fact, one of my confessions one day was I used AI for something, and it said, check for details, check for mistakes in the details. I'm like, well, what's the use of using it if I'm having to check mistakes?
It's just a large language model, man. It's just like, hey, we put in a lot of language, and this can kind of find a way to artificially put those words together in a way that kind of seems sentient, but it's not. It is a big old bag of throwing things back at you.
Yes, the dumbest thing is like you're building a relationship. There's no other way to describe it with this program, this bot, this machine. That's to me like you're doing it all wrong.
Well, yes, that is my original reason why I would not use that in those ways. Mm-hmm. But the additional reason is if you happen to do something that might run afoul of the law.
Yes. It's there.
They got you.
Yeah.
They will be like, don't think, oh, you can't check I'll just lock my computer. Nope. ChatGPT, they will snitch on you.
Yeah, it's there.
They will snitch on you.
It's mind-blowing.
That's right.
Please don't do this.
That's right. All right, Figgy's mixtape right here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula holding it down for Figgy Fig, who has the day off. And are you familiar with one Justin James Watt?
Vaguely, yeah.
Who?
Didn't he play here?
I believe he did for a good amount of time. His name is up there in the rafters of that building there off of Kirby. He's a big-time Houston Texan, but he's also a Wisconsin boy. Mm-hmm. We've always known that about him. And so, he went to a Brewers game, and he did the thing that everybody cares about when it comes down to this, which is the 999 challenge. Not quite. I did 9 shots instead of 9 beers. I think we've discussed at great length the reason why that's not the same, because you don't have the sloshing around in your stomach.
I've been meaning to ask you how that went.
Went perfectly fine. Yeah. Outside of the time that I jammed my finger in these very heavy studio doors, it is still my fingernail is still black from the blood
is that
pooling
still from
underneath.
that?
Yeah, that's
I've
the blood
noticed
pooling.
that.
It takes a while for the blood pooling to work out from underneath.
That's
from the
crazy.
nail bed.
That's what happens when you're drunk.
Or when you're not paying attention, which can happen when you're drunk, to be fair. But yeah, that's so that went well for me. But J.J. Watt, in true J.J. Watt fashion, we expect him to almost be superhuman. Tell me, does this count as incredible feat, or does this count as cheating? Because he did the 999 challenge, except he did it in a slightly different way. I do appreciate the story that I'm reading off of. Make sure that you know when he's listed. So he's a big man. But 9 innings of the baseball game, 9 hot dogs, 9 beers.
Right.
He knocks it down, except he does it as a 5.5 9-9 because in 5.5 innings is when he knocks down all 9 beers and 9 hot dogs. Now, what's your first impression when I tell you he did all that in 5.5?
Very, very impressed.
Okay.
How could you not be? 9, 9, 9, and 5.5? Well, 5.5, 9, 9.
Whichever way. Like the point is getting across. Yeah. He does it in damn near half the time, a little bit over an inning over half the time. That's not what the internet says.
What?
The internet is not with you on the idea that this is super impressive. They think actually this is cheating.
How?
All right, so that is a good question. The thought process is the whole difficulty of the 999 challenge is not just that you're eating a lot of food, but that you're eating it over a period of time where you have the time for your body to feel full, and you have to find a way to push through that. So the idea is you have 1 beer and 1 hot dog in the inning, Like we've all had Thanksgiving, and I think we've all been at a point in our lives, some of us still there, where the objective of Thanksgiving is not just to spend time with your family and eat good food, it is to try and house as many plates of food as you possibly can. Colin, are you still in this time period yourself? I feel like you.
What time period?
The period of your life where your objective during Thanksgiving is just to house food.
Yeah. I mean,
unfortunately for me, I got out of that like 3-4 years ago, and I can't put as many plates down.
Yeah.
But you eat quickly before your body realizes it's full. Does it work when you have to wait every inning and it works over time?
Mm-hmm.
So people are saying this is actually
it would have been harder.
It would have been harder if he went with one hot dog and a beer every inning as opposed to housing them all in 5.5.
I kind of hear you on that. I read something recently. Well, it's been out there but I read it again recently that your body doesn't really feel full until 20 minutes after you eat. That's why people say eat your plate of food and then, kind of push it away and you'll be fine, even though you feel like you should keep eating and you get seconds or whatever and you get fat. But I can kind of see that, but it's still damn impressive.
I know, right? It's just like that is an ungodly amount of hopefully beef hot dogs. Because if we're just talking about any hot dogs, only God knows what mincemeat is going in there.
So the next step then is 18 towns. Like he has to do 18 hot dogs, 18 beers in 9 innings. I mean, think about it. He's not the typical human being. I mean, if we're being honest here, I think that will be similar to us doing the 999.
I'm kind of leaning toward what the internet has said. It's kind of opened my eyes. He just pounded it. He pounded all the beers and dogs.
Down, first and foremost, and then secondly,
I mean, he pounded the heck out of it.
All right, okay, now you're doing it intentionally. But do you feel like this means that JJ needs to get back in the booth and do it again, or do we just need to let it lie where it is?
Knowing JJ, well, not like we text every day, but just knowing about him, I'll bet you he does it again, just to kind of quiet the critter. 999, just the way it was drawn up.
Let's ask AI.
Yeah, that is the appropriate response in this particular segment to do that, right?
At Grok.
That is, I have seen a lot of people doing that on X, Twitter, whatever you like to call it. Yeah. All right, Figgy's mixtape right here on Sports Radio 610. I did want to ask you about this one. I've been holding on to this one because I think you know enough about me to know that one player in all of sports that has constant resonance in my brain is Barry Bonds.
Oh, yeah.
And just because he was an insane human being, an incredible player. Barry Bonds and Gary Sheffield were both asked this question about Barry Bonds and had different answers. And I want to know which of these that you agree with. Again, 713-572-4610. Let me know what you think, as you guys are always playing along in the mixtape. So Barry Bonds was asked if at his current age, which I believe Barry is in his 60s.
Is he already in his 60s? Dang.
Well, actually, let me make sure I get that right, because I might just call him older than he actually is, which would be unfair to Barry Bonds. But yes, Barry Bonds is 61.
Dang.
61 years of age. Crazy how fast that happens, huh?
Dang.
But Barry Bonds, 61 years of age, was asked right now, you think you could hit 100? As in, if somebody throws 100 miles per hour at you, do you think you can hit it? Barry Bonds believes one thing, Gary Sheffield believes the other. First and foremost, which do you believe, or what do you think of the responses from those gentlemen?
I don't think he could hit 100. I think maybe 85, 90. I mean, that we all know it goes quick, and it's hand-eye, it's reflexes and all that. Like, look, he could get a lot closer than most human beings on Earth, and maybe he could. My gut tells me I don't think so.
So you will not be shocked to believe or to hear. Barry Bonds believes that as long as he can see it, he can hit it.
Yeah.
He believes that he can hit 100 miles an hour at 61 years of age right now. Gary Sheffield said absolutely not.
Yeah. I just think the reality is no, but if anybody could, I'll put it this way, if anybody could do it, it'd be someone like Bonds, someone like Ichiro, somebody who can, who has had that muscle memory and knows the timing and all that. It's just, will your reflexes react? Like, I think in his mind, he'll see it and know when to swing and know. I just don't think he can.
Now, to be fair, I think that the question is, can he hit it? Not can he send it out of the park?
No, just hit it.
And I think I'm just too much in the cult of Barry Bonds and how incredible he is as a baseball player. I sincerely believe in being the best hitter that I've ever seen, at the very least. Because I was gonna say ever existed, but we was playing back in the 1800s, and what am I supposed to do with that? Yeah. But with that being the case, somebody said Barry Bonds, who was on steroids. But I believe that he could. Now, in order as being someone who does not believe that he could, how many at bats or how many swings or chances at it do you think it would take for you to get to a place where you go, yeah? Because I was thinking in the course of a regular age in there, I do think he could hit it. But how if he was just in front of 100, now a pitcher, not a hitting machine, and a pitcher throwing 100 consistently, how long do you think it would take for Barry Bonds to get that hit?
I just feel like it would probably be he'd need to see 10 or 12 pitches and not swing at them all, because then that's another factor. But you hear people talking about it all the time, like their mind is just on point. You know, they're so sharp. Their reactions in their mind are just like they've always been. You know, that doesn't translate to boom, boom, you know, and getting it done and getting the bat on the ball.
I believe it. I believe you can. Barry, if you're listening, which I know you do, I'm sure you listen every day.
You got Barry Bonds back on this?
610. I believe in you. Mm-hmm. And just like Mookie Wilson said, if I believe in dinosaurs and dinosaurs believe in you, you can do it. And I think the dinosaurs believe in Barry Bonds.
You're not helping your cause there.
What? Why not?
You're not really helping your cause.
I feel like I might have been in the sun a lot today. I feel like that might be affecting what's happening here.
You're just tired, man.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So there you go. That's a little bit of a Figgy's mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys getting involved. Somebody said they want their AI/Chat GPT to be integrated like Jarvis from Iron Man. Okay, you're going all the way that far. But a number of people pointing out that even search engines don't work very well. So definitely don't use your AI as a search engine in that space. All right. You're in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. See Steve, who said your thoughts on Colorado head coach Deion Sanders being diagnosed with bladder cancer. I mean, it is good that it seems like, according to him, they were able to remove the tumor, quote unquote, cancer free, right? And so that is ultimately a good thing. And I'm not going to lie, hearing that there was going to be a medically related press conference from him, I was wondering, especially with the number of, kind of medical things that he's dealt with, if this was going to be him saying goodbye to Colorado. Because I think whether you believe in his ability to continue to, have them step up and possibly at some point compete to win the Big 12 championship, the intrigue is worth it, right? For the sport of college football, the intrigue of what is he doing to Colorado, and I want to watch those games. I think that's inherently good for everybody in the sport. All right, coming up next, it's a Monday. Our staples kind of made us move, or we move around with training camp. We're obviously at the behest of what happens out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center. But coming up next, before we hand off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, let's do a little winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610. Who won, who lost on the weekend? We'll talk about that next.
Nick Caserio shared his opening thought. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Fun day here in the great city of Houston, Texas, with the Houston Texans. Another day of Houston Texans training camp. Again, in summary, and I know that the fellas of the drive will keep all of that conversation going. It was a day where the defense continues to be ahead, I think is the way we would put this, but the offense definitely made strides as pads went on. And we talked to Brevin Jordan about it, and I'm sure that the offensive line would also echo this. A lot better when you have something to grab onto trying to stop Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, Tim Settle, all the fine folks on that defensive line.
Yeah, and they needed it. That would have been my takeaway if I was in that offensive room. Whew. Another bad day would have sent a lot of sirens going off, no matter how early it is. You notice, and they weren't great, but they were better.
Right. So I guess let's do this in the context: winners and losers of the weekend, because we can also get into the Saturday of this all. And a big winner, Miss Janice McNair. Janice McNair is going into the Ring of Honor for the Houston Texans. It only makes sense, right? Like, she is a huge part of bringing football back to baseball. Obviously, you can talk about Bob McNair in the role that he plays, but this is a family affair. It's always been a family organization. And Janice, obviously, Miss Janice, I want to make sure I say that correctly. I don't want nobody to assume that I am trying to levy any level of disrespect to Miss Janice. But, I mean, she also helped bridge the gap from that time period to where we are now. So 100% Miss Janice makes sense that she goes in the Ring of Honor.
Yeah, you know that, I actually nominated her last year for the Houston Sports Award Hall of Honor, the Lifetime Achievement. And so I'm a huge fan of what she's done. It's not just, being part of the team at the top of the organization. She was the primary owner of this organization for, 3 years or thereabouts, and has done incredible stuff in the community and beloved. And, she out there, got her tent. She goes out to practice. She loves this squad.
She was out there today.
She was out there today. She was out there Saturday. 100% I back this.
Some other winners and losers. Y'all already coming in on the text line. I see you 832 making mention of the Astros losing a series, getting swept by the Athletics, the unhoused Athletics, as I tend to refer to them as. And I guess in a way you could also talk about a winner being Nick Kurtz. Like, that dude is just, he's far and away, running away with the AL Rookie of the Year, and he showed why. That dude is huge. That dude mashes. It's always fun when you get to, in some degrees, it's not fun when you lose games for it and you lose 15-3 on a Friday night when you're supposed to head into a fun weekend. But it is fun when you get an opportunity to see a really good player come into town and watch him at his craft. And that was the bittersweet nature of watching Nick Kurtz on a Friday.
It was incredible. You mentioned it, 19 bases.
Tied for the most in baseball in a single game in baseball history.
Is that good?
19
Not for the Astros, I'll tell you that.
Pretty incredible. And 4 home runs could have easily been 5. And, there's been some discussion. Yeah, well, the last one was against Cooper Hummel. How much? Dude, it counts.
Get the mess out of it.
It counts. By the way, a little bit of Astros news, I think.
Okay, upwards inflection, question mark.
Yes. Lindsey Singleton, John's better half.
Yes.
Just tweeted, "Let me break the news. John was just DFA'd."
Oh. So Big John.
Yeah.
So that opens back up. But no. So you
This is her.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's true or not, but according to his wife,
I don't know why she would just say that for no reason.
According to his wife.
So what's the corresponding move in your mind? Because you just put another person on the IL. I don't know that. Brandon Walter went on the IL, so I don't know that you're doing that for the sake of creating a space. We are 4 days away from the trade deadline.
We are.
Is it possible that you're seeing a level of move, and that is a space made in order to accommodate some level of a big leaguer coming in on the 40-man?
And also, in keeping with the winners and losers, is John Singleton a winner or a loser?
Well, I don't want to say it directly like that, but it feels like it's got to be a loser of sorts. Like, this dude.
But he also came up, got a start.
He did, but how much does that benefit him having to continue to bounce around and not find a place where he can stick and maybe try and find some development to progress his career. I mean, I don't think he's just trying to be in Houston and have a start here. And I think he wants to continue to progress his career and have opportunities to play consistently. And this clearly is not that for him.
Yeah, we'll see. But I just wanted to throw that in there.
No, that's a good throw in there.
From Lindsey Singleton.
All right, can I get this? I feel like this is a winner on the weekend. Nikola Jokic.
Yes.
And I guess it's a winner depending on who you look. If you're a Denver Nuggets fan, I know that this is inherently is still good for you, but it kind of feels bad.
Mm-hmm.
He had a horse, one of his horses in his stable. He is a huge horse level race and win over the weekend. And I don't know the amount of emotion that he displayed. And he has won a NBA championship. In fact, I saw a video that had side by side the video of him celebrating his horse with a champagne bottle and the video of him with a champagne bottle after winning the NBA championship. And it looked like two different people. It looked like he did not know what the champagne bottle was with the NBA championships. He didn't know how to get, the spray or everything. Mm-hmm. And that man looked like he was the happiest man to have ever lived and graced our God's green earth. That man really does not care about he cares about basketball, but he's like, it just does not move him like horse racing does.
It's funny. He has to care deeply about basketball to be
There's
that
no
good.
way that you're that good.
Yeah, he has to.
Actually, do you agree with that?
I always
It's impossible to be that good at anything
that
if you don't care.
We know what the work it takes to be that good. You have to. I mean, sometimes it's just a job for some, but you're not that good. If you're that good, you have to love the game. I think part of it is this is his hobby. This is his passion. And the other, as much as it's a love, he loves basketball. It's also a means to an end, and I think he feels like he's really good at it, and he comes to expect his own greatness. This was a surprise. This was just a really good day. So I think they're both kind of the same, but a little bit equal. I mean, a little bit different.
Some other winners and losers. Again, I saw a text put Mechie as a loser on the weekend. There's a lot of drops this weekend for him.
Yeah, won the day.
Yeah, but he did have some catches as well, a number of those, and I think one of them was a touchdown, if I remember. Of course, it's a little easier to get a touchdown when we're talking about Reds, but he does have that. How would you, if I asked you to place Blake Fisher as we welcome in Clint Stoerner, I believe we'll have Ron Hughley here, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, as we cross with them. How would you categorize Blake Fisher when it comes to winners or losers on the weekend, especially after practice on Saturday?
Oh, that's easy. He's a loser on the weekend. He didn't get a single, not one, first-team rep today. Ursery did. Someone else did. Maybe Clint has the name. I don't remember it off the top of my head. But
it had to be Thomas. If it was.
I think it was Thomas. I just didn't want to say it for sure. But, goes from it was kind of in the mix, and there's still competition going on, and getting the reps to not a single rep today. So, yeah.
That's tough. Kate Stover, I think, is a winner. He was running out there with the ones almost a majority of the time. Now, offensive line is the place where I can easily go, well, they're mixing and matching, and I can maybe wipe that away. That's not really the conversation with tight end. Clint, are you in a place where you're looking at Kate Stover as possibly starting to usurp Dalton Schultz's tight end one?
Well, I'm not real sure what that means, but that
Fair
word
enough.
means. But yeah, look, I think the beauty of the tight end situation right now is that Cade Stover they're all different, right? So they're all different in play style. So it's not like somebody with the Texans is going to have to say, hey, our starting tight end is Cade Stover.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we're never going to hear, well, Dalton Schultz got, somebody took him over for tight end one.
Mm-hmm.
You're never going to hear that. They're all different guys, but I do
roles.
And I do believe that Cade Stover is going to end up being the most valuable tight end on this team.
Okay.
I think, I thought in OTAs maybe I was just my disgust with Dalton Schultz last year, and then all of a sudden Cade comes out there and he's kind of the opposite of, I don't know if I can block this guy, but I'm damn sure going to chatter his teeth. I'm going to hit him. I'm going to be physical.
Yeah.
And he was wearing them clean-ass Jordans in OTAs.
Yeah.
The high-top ones, the red and black ones. And so I was like, man, maybe I need to pump my brakes a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, the more I watch practice, it's just, guys, the ball finds him.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. I mean, I played, Lopez, you covered it long enough. You've been around at Reg. Like, there's certain guys, and I'll tell you one, James Whalen from Kentucky. It was Tim Couch's guy at Kentucky. He was he was I think he was All-American tight end. But he wasn't much bigger than me.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't run much faster than me. But it didn't matter what field you put him on.
Yeah.
Didn't matter if it was a preseason game. Didn't matter if it was college. Didn't matter if it was Europe. He was going in the game with 4 or 5 catches.
Mm-hmm.
He was going to make plays that change a game. He was going to effort you to death. And that's, to me, that's what Cade Stover seems like. The ball just finds him.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a physicality to him that's going to get him on the field more than anybody else. And I think he's going to end up being the most valuable tight end on his team.
Whew, I'm excited to see it. I really am. That tight end, I don't know if I want to call it a competition or whatever, but I'm very intrigued, especially because we got to talk to Brevin. Brevin was a breath of fresh air, man.
Mm-hmm. I just think, John, you were a little too quick to the draw and excited to say that about Blake Fisher. I mean, the quickness. Definitely, he was a loser.
Hey,
I got Blake Fisher. He was a loser.
I'm not to toot my own horn here, but somebody said this weeks ago.
It was a promo. You ain't want to sell that one.
And I'm still very excited for the opportunity when Blake Fisher sits in that seat right across from
punches me square in the nose.
Damn.
I'm instigating too. I want you to understand that. Like, you go ahead and get ready to bob and weave, because I'm trying to set you up to catch that one.
I mean, he called his number. He said, "Look out, folks, I got this one." I tell you, the first loser I got. 57.
Well, that O-line's going.
Yeah,
I'm hoping, boys. It's just hey man, we're installing an offense and the defense is really good right now.
Yeah,
I'm hoping that's what it is.
Let me ask you something real quick, very quick, because I know you guys we're kind of up against it here.
Are we?
Reggie and I were talking. Yeah, we can go.
We got 4 minutes.
CJ looks like he's thinking a lot out there.
Installing an offense, new terminology. It's new guys around him. It's having to communicate more. It is. In fact, that is my deal today. We're going to talk about it, and it's not as much a conversation. Is last year it was how does C.J. Stroud straddle the way he played quarterback the first year, the boring stuff with this new explosive stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then this year it is how does he handle the frustration of guys not picking it up as quickly as he does,
or him.
Or him, or him. Like really, if they don't pick it up, it's him. It's it's ultimately all because if the O-line doesn't pick it up, it's your ass. If the receiver, it's on him. So just dealing with the frustrations that come with slow motion install. That's going to be the battle for C.J. Stroud.
That's what I saw. That's what Reggie and I were talking about.
I'm very intrigued to hear the quarterback's mindset from that. And their thoughts on Mixon, obviously the additional news that we got over the weekend, and how Chippy D'Amico done came right back out, Ron. I know you know about that, don't you?
Hey, man. Y'all know about him.
We don't like that.
Y'all think that was Schefter that pissed him off?
No, it was
I want to know who it was.
Oh, you think it was one of the national guys?
It was Rappaport.
Well, Rappaport is the one who got back out here again with the Mixon information over the weekend, I believe.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if Ian is just out here just trying to get it out there first, but whatever. We will get into that, but I just want to make sure that I didn't get to hear.
Like the local fellas caught the brunt of it.
Oh yeah, they caught the brunt of it, but they were catching it on behalf of the Cats.
That one got the old local media got the. We're gonna wait till everybody is gone, and we're gonna wait till everybody that's here every day, and we're just gonna let them. We're just gonna give it to them.
Hey, I just want to make sure that Lopez and Reggie, did we get an explanation on why that young man Colin is just wearing them sunglasses in here?
No, we did not. We did not.
And we didn't go over that.
Wait, Colin was in this producer booth wearing
shades? He sure was.
Oh yeah,
he sure
the
was.
Whole way,
and he was wearing the Oakleys that you wore going fishing in 2003. Like he was wearing
old
I needed
or the frog skins.
I come in trying to be figgy.
Hey, he's eating it up. I'll tell you that.
He's trying to be figgy. Figgy wears them all the time, and we don't say anything.
Does he?
I do.
I don't think that's
he's worn sunglasses.
I think
I've seen Figgy Rock shades on air multiple times.
Okay.
Oh, y'all wait till the white guy does it. Huh? Y'all wait till the white guy does it.
Oh no, I tell Figgy I think it's odd all the time.
Is that what we got going on here?
What's going on here?
I
don't see sunglasses personally.
Red shit. I don't think that's what's going on.
I don't see sunglasses. I'm very sunglass neutral over here.
Figgy has never looked like he was about to be on the sand volleyball court. I ain't never seen Figgy look like that, but that's what Colin looked like.
Always excited to hear you guys break down what's happening in sports.
That's what the whites used to do.
That is right. That is what the whites used to do, I believe.
Still do.
Yep, that is also the case. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. It's a Monday, and right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. A lot to get to today as it is a beautiful Monday. Clint's in the building. I see him on YouTube and Twitch. Topps baseball card T-shirt. I see you. T. Mill is in the building as well. Okay. All right. There he is. That's when you know it's
that was just for you, big boy.
I know it. I'm uncomfortable the way you said that, but I just want to be honest with you.
What up, big sexy?
I just want to be honest with you. Shout out to Kevin Nash. I see you in the building. But no, a lot to get to today. And I do want to get to our thoughts and what we saw, because today was a big day in training camp. It was the first day that the fellas were in pads. First day they were in full pads out there on the field. It was hot as hell, I would assume, and they were in pads. This was D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, with his first thoughts on how it went today, the first time in pads.
With it being the first day of pads, what stood out first and foremost, guys did a really great job of just staying up off the ground. I want guys to still be able to protect each other. We're still teammates. Understand we want to play physical football, but we got to protect each other. And I thought our guys came out, did a really good job of that. And you can see our running backs really running the football how it will look, playing physical behind their pass. I thought those guys, Chubb did a really good job today with a couple runs, also Jawar. So, and our defense as well, they stepped up, played physical, nice. Couple nice thuds, nice tackles in there, so I'm excited. First day of pads, everybody was safe. That's so I'm happy to get out clean today.
And that's that, Clint, is how most coaches want to see it the first day in pads or any days in practice, that everybody got out safe and no injuries. But what was your assessment? First day in pads, the temperature goes up a little bit. Things kind of change up a bit. What was your assessment on what you saw today?
Well, look, I think they definitely the physicality was ratcheted up a bit. I think when you throw the pads on, it's natural to go out there and they were thudding them up, keeping them up, but they were definitely. The downhill runs were significantly more physical. Nick Chubb going with the old school, literally some pants that I wore. Big knee pads all the way past the knee and everything. I mean, he was geared up and ready for.
Damn, that is old school.
Oh, it's old school. It was, and I'll be honest with you. Call me the old head. It was refreshing. I mean, everybody else. Will Anderson. I ain't lying to you. This is not a joke. The damn draws I got on today are longer than Will Anderson's pants he's got pads in. I mean, he has got them things yanked up.
Showing some skin?
Those Will Anderson's britches are, they are, I'm telling you right now, I would be willing to bet you they are about the same length as the Nike underwear I got on right now.
Got a big ass.
And so it was refreshing to see a guy out there that was, hey, look here, I'm going to protect myself because I'm fixing to come downhill at y'all's ass. So that was there. The physicality was there. Ron, another old man take here, they went an hour and 45 minutes. There wasn't no more of this hour 20 stuff. There's an hour and 45 minutes, and rotations were wild, getting a ton of reps. But they were out there for a while. And, again, the same stuff we watched last week, just a 30,000-foot overview here. D'Amico Ryans is keeping a close eye on what the hell's going on offense. I mean, there is no question about it. That wasn't just an OTA thing. It is Texans fans out there, you can rest assured that D'Amico Ryans is on top of whatever the hell the offensive product looks like. D'Amico is fully aware of it.
Yeah, and they need to be. And right, we've been seeing that since they started any kind of practice, since they started OTAs, since they started mandatory minicamp. D'Amico Ryans has clearly shifted his focus. And real quick, before we get to some of the things that we saw today, because I do want to get into this offensive line, because you were saying stuff at the crosstalk, Clint, that I kind of wanted to dive a little deeper in real quick. Not practicing some notables. Christian Harris, again, not practicing. Dameon Pierce, this is looming large, at least larger from the Joe Mixon situation. as we heard from, well, you will hear from D'Amico Ryans, a little feisty D'Amico Ryans, but over the weekend, the reports about Joe Mixon, it's even more important that you get your running backs in there. Jalen Petre's missed his third straight day. They are saying it's not a major situation. And then, obviously, as we said, Joe Mixon, we'll talk about a little bit deeper coming up. But those were the notables out there. And, listen, Clint, I'm going to play in a bit what D'Amico said about seeing the O-line in pads for the first time, because we said it Monday or Friday when we left. You said this will be a big thing to see what they look like in pads. All right, this is about the big boys mostly up front to see what it looks like. And I will say that first group that went out was Cam Robinson at left tackle, Laken Tomlinson at guard, Jarrett Patterson at center, Titus Howard at right guard, and Ariante Ursery. That was a group that went out there, Clint. It seemed like there were some struggles. It seemed like there were some issues, especially when they went team, that led to some either interceptions or near interceptions out there. And my question to you is this just a struggle that should be expected? You've talked about them installing a new system, new offense, new guys playing together. I don't think any of these guys have ever played together, these five that I just named. Or is this something to you that is more than just a struggle that is expected, but a bit of a struggle that's concerning?
Well, it's concerning, but it's not concerning because what we saw today and what we continue to see. I think this is to be expected, Ron. The thing is, the question is, the concern is you're entirely starting over on offense. So at what point do you decide, hey, these are the five guys that we're going to go with? Okay, at what point do you decide that these are my five guys and my right tackle needs this kind of work? At what point do you decide, hey, this is the center that I want to go with, and this is what my center and my right guard do best, and we need to, we hear a lot from the coaches, we're going to do what our players do best. At what time do we get to a point, at what point do you go from install and deciding your best five rotation to, okay, we've got to get to doing what our best five can do, and so that we're ready to play ball? I'm not overly concerned about the struggles offensively. This is to be expected. The offensive line, in particular, to your question, because there's no doubt about it, pass protection is ugly. We'll get to that. Pass protection is a struggle. So it was a struggle again today. But I am curious to know, and I don't think we ever will know unless they let us watch the practice film, until the game comes around. How good are they in the run game? Because let's be honest, they got to fix some pass protection issues, but they didn't bring Laken Tomlinson in here because he's a great pass protector. They brought Laken Tomlinson in here because he's a good downhill run blocker, right? They didn't draft Ariante Ursery thinking he's going to go out there and win a track meet with defensive ends coming off the edge. They thought he was going to set a certain level of physicality and a certain standard with this offense. Like, I do wonder how much we're missing from the side in how improved it is from a run game perspective. But there's no sugarcoating it, Ron. The pass protection's ugly, and at some point,
but that was what it was last year, and that was what the changes, right?
Right. That's where I'm going with this. Like at some point, Ron, we get away from, all right, man, it's install, it's a new offense, it's Nick Caley, to, hey, man, this is ugly. At some point, right now I'm still in it's an install. Everybody's learning new terminology. Everybody's thinking a lot. The defense is really, really, really good. But at some point we're going to turn that corner, and it's going to have to be a little bit more of, can these guys get the job done?
And again, as you know, as Tyler knows, as everybody listening, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. And I'll get to him in a second. They are going against what is one of the best defensive lines, especially when it comes to a pass rushing perspective, one of the best defensive lines in football. So I do want to give that, some credence. But again, for them to get to where they want to get to, they're going to have to be able to protect against some of the best defensive lines in football. And It is very early, and they are learning each other, and that's why I'm trying to use your expertise in, hey, man, this is day 5 in camp. This is a new group together, especially with the expectations. Is this to be expected this early, the way it is going down? So I understanding all of that, I'm just trying to take all of that into an understanding of what we're looking at.
I would say yes, Ron. To answer your question directly and more clearly, I would say yes, this is to be expected, right? Whether you're talking about the offensive line or you're talking about C.J. Stroud or you're talking about, whatever, this is to be expected at this point in camp. Remember, we've had a ramp-up period. We've had 4 days of accelerated walkthrough, and now all of a sudden the heat's ratcheted up and they put these pads on. It is to be expected. Again, the challenge is, when do they make decisions? When do they start making decisions on who's going to be the guys and what you're literally going to look like offensively versus just slowly install things that kick in? Right now, this is to be expected.
Yeah. All right. This is D'Amico Ryans expressing what he saw from the offensive line today as they put on pads for the first time.
By putting on the pads today, you did. I saw our O-line do a nice job of blocking the D-ends, D-tackles. They also did a great job of getting after them as well. It's going to be really great competition, right? Our O-line gets to go against one of the top D-lines in the league every single day. You get to go against the top guys, so everybody's going to get better from that. And so that's what I saw today.
All right, that's D'Amico talking about what he saw today. They should get better from this group. They should get better. This is just I'll say this because from the text line here, they're in rare form, ready to go here on a Monday. Ron, you're dumb AF. Give them time, the O-line. I would say right back at you because I don't think you listened to anything that was said. I'm just asking the question to somebody who has experience installing an NFL offense about how early, because you know what the number one thing is. We don't want to see C.J. Stroud get killed again. All right, that's it. And right now, there's been struggles. And as I said before, hey, I need to understand it's early, but when is a point that you do get concerned? And I guess I would throw that to you, Clint. At what point for you would you be like, all right, okay, like at what week? After a couple of preseason games, at what point would you move from, feeling a little bit more concerned than the early part install stuff? Yeah,
look, it depends on. I would just throw 2 weeks out there if you want me to just answer your question. I'd say 2 weeks into this thing. But here's again, I can't emphasize this enough, Ryan. Like, I think one thing that stuck out to me today was the rotation. And I'm not talking about the offensive line. I'm talking about the quarterback. Like, C.J. Stroud would take 2 reps, and then Mills would take 2 reps, and then they got 4 quarterbacks getting reps out there, right? I mean, like, so at what point do you go, hey, C.J., you're finna get 8 of these reps. Mills, you're gonna get 2, and we'll worry about Mertz and the other kid later, right? So, like, at what point do we get to that? And when that happens, I don't know when that's going to be, but when that happens, Ron, is the signal of, okay, things should get significantly better. Okay, we're starting to settle into our guys. Yeah. Things should get significantly better. Right now, there's so few, reps at a time that it's even difficult to get in a rhythm. So, I would say 2 weeks off the cuff, but to me, it really depends on when you start seeing a real first unit that's getting, again, 80% of the team reps. What that looks like is going to determine how concerned I am or I'm not. Yep. Not what we're watching right now. We're watching too heavy rotation at every position.
Yep. All right. Hopefully we get to a point, though, where they have some moments where they look good. They've gone through 5 practices we've watched. Would you say any of them they've held their own?
I did not see the Saturday one. I did not see it, but I heard that was ugly as well. Here's what's going on, Ron, is when the first defense is out there, they do have a really good front, but now the secondary is saying, well, we're not just going to sit here and just let you throw these little check downs, this quick game outside, these little option routes, these routes under 10 yards. We're going to come on down and smother this thing, and then CJ holds it, and then all of a sudden the tackles can't hold up. the guard can't hold up. That's the game they're playing, and that's just how good this damn defense is.
All right, speaking of CJ, let's let our quarterback, Clint Stoerner, evaluate what he saw. First day in the pads, that means much more of a pass rush coming his way that he's got to look at as the offense gets at it again. CJ Stroud, how did he look day 5 of training camp? We'll discuss that next right here live on The Drive.
All right, fellas out there, and all my ladies listen up too. You got fellas in your life that you love and you want them to live there.
on Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Monday here on The Drive for the first time this training camp. They put the pads on today, baby. And we talked a little bit about the offensive line, who, as Clint put it himself, has been struggling in pass protection. But according to many of you on the text line, you don't give a damn. It's early. And what's crazy to even have a conversation about it right now from some of you. So now that we got that out the way, Clint,
they're all fixable.
It's all hell with all fixed. It is going to get fixed. Hell with that.
It's in the process of being fixed.
Man, it's all good. What you talking about?
It's all great.
The audacity to even ask the question.
The hell
even have the conversation about it. I mean, it's the only thing that wrecked it. But speaking of the person who got wrecked by that, C.J. Stroud, Clint, you, I know you, as we always talk about, you watch that quarterback position, not just watching it, but you watch it in a different thought process. Different things that you look at that impress you that maybe some others don't see. What's your evaluation of what you saw from CJ today?
Well, look, I think this season, Ron, this entire 2025 season for the Texans is going to hinge on CJ Stroud's ability to be patient, manage the frustration. When it comes down to it, it's hard on everybody on the offensive side of the football, especially when you have that defense on the other side. But it's most frustrating for the quarterback because everybody around you, there's 10 guys. If one of them makes a mistake, it impacts you directly and your ability to take that next step, your ability to see a clear picture, your ability to feel that particular play or that particular protection or that particular route. To get a rep where it feels good, where you can start gaining some confidence in it, right? So
working with Clint here.
That's right. His ability to handle all the frustrations that come with installing a new offense, playing with a championship caliber defense, and having to go against them every single day and stay positive is going to be the biggest thing for C.J. Stroud. And you can already, as John Lopez said in the crosstalk, you can see the frustration in C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And just some of the body language stuff. It's quick play action, and this is one reason that play action, if you become a heavy play action team, a good defense, which the Texans have, are going to take advantage of you. They come out, they run the football on the first down in team, right? Nice little downhill run with Nick Chubb between the guards. They come out the next play, boom, it's a quick play action. The quarterback takes his eyes back to the running back, dips his head, dips his body a bit, pops back up. He's going to hit Cade Stover on the middle on a kind of like a little quick crosser route, and he loses sight of Kalen Bullock. Well, he throws it anyway, doesn't see Kalen Bullock. Well, Kalen Bullock had slid down. He didn't backpedal. It slid down into that hole, and in a real game, he would have decapitated the tight end right there. I believe it was Cade Stover. It was a bang-bang, just a breakup play. Great play by one guy. Poor read by C.J. Stroud. Poor decision to throw the football. Right? The very next play, protection breaks down. I think it was the very next play. If it wasn't the very next one, it was the third play. But anyway, the protection breaks down. C.J. kind of floats out and back and to his right towards the sideline, tries to throw back across his body. Kalen Bullock undercuts a ball, and I mean, it should have. He was full speed. Ball hit two hands. It would have been a pick six the other direction. He ended up dropping it. But that is a sign of frustration from C.J. Stroud, right? Okay, I misread a ball and throw an ill-advised ball there on that first play. Then, damn it, the pass protection breaks down the next play, and now I'm out here just scrambling around. To hell with it. And frustration throws it back across the body, turns into a pick, right? So how can C.J. Stroud manage that, Ron? That is going to be the big question, because there's going to be more days like the opposite. One thing from C.J. Stroud that was interesting, and this is what I admire about C.J. Stroud, and most people do that see it. They immediately went to a special teams period, and C.J. Stroud went over in the quarterback group on the whole other field, the whole quarterback, they were all kind of talking through some things. C.J. Stroud sat on his helmet, pulled out an iPad, and was watching, I'm assuming, the plays that had just taken place. He's not even paying attention to what the hell everybody else is talking about. He's watching these plays, and then about 5 minutes into it, he calls Nick Caley over there to go over some things on a couple of the plays that I guess he misread or made some mistakes or didn't see clearly. That is the part that, as a Texans fan, really gives you hope for this offense. Is that's the kind of quarterback you got. It's nonstop with him.
Well, and I think you have made the point, and we've made this point with all of these things. I mean, obviously, the offense is struggling in the early portion of camp. It is 5 days during training camp, but and this is the first day with pads on, and it's kind of been of the same story. One, as we said last week, that's not a surprise. I think in most camps the defense is probably ahead of the offense. But, again, with all of this, even the offensive line things as well, but with CJ, there's got to be a lot going on in his head. There's got to be a lot that this has got to be just damn near, Clint, back to year one when he's a rookie and he is everything and trying to figure out everything and different things of how people are going to attack things in a new system with new players and different expectations of what they're supposed to be doing in the system. So it's not surprising.
You're spot on, Ryan. You're spot on. And I'll argue that the rookie year, you don't know what you don't know. You know, people say all the time, your rookie year, you really don't. So you're not worried about anything. You just come in. And at that point in time, him and Davis Mills are splitting all the reps in the preseason. I mean, in the offseason, splitting reps in the preseason, right? So you got two guys going. You look at this year; he's trying to learn an offense and install an offense, and he missed a significant amount of time with the arm injury, right? I mean, he wasn't throwing. He wasn't throwing the football. He was wearing that damn beanie and handing the ball off.
Clint, you got to let that damn beanie go.
I'm not doing
Let it go.
I was out there
go.
today with that sun beating on me. I was literally mowing the yard yesterday, going, "What the hell's he wearing a beanie for?" I mean,
Tyler,
that's how
you
hot
missed
it
it.
was.
He gave us 12 minutes about his issues with CJ wearing a beanie out there. 12 when the one with the ball on the edge of it.
I went back and looked. I was wrong. It didn't have a ball. It has the band. It's thick and has the band. It did not have a ball.
Probably reminded Dirty Red of his nephew that's wearing that hoodie around.
He's wearing that damn hoodie, and I give him hell, so I got to give CJ hell too.
He got so pissed off. He made up a beanie, a ball on the back of the bat.
But Ron, like if you remember his rookie year, he was getting a ton of reps off season in training camp with him and Davis are splitting them. I mean, right now I'm time to OTAs, and now it's like they're like literally, Ron. He was taking today. He took two in several drills. Not at the very end when they went down in red zone and did 7-on-7. I think he took 4 reps. And then at the end when they did team, I think he took 3 or 4 reps. But all the periods leading up to it, he would take 2 reps, sometimes 1 rep. He would take 2 reps, and then Davis would take 2, and then another quarterback would take 2, and a 4th-string guy would take 2. And so it's like, you know, if you're comparing it to his freshman year, his rookie year, it's like, man, he was getting a ton of reps. Now, for one reason or another, he's not getting those reps. So it is a little different in a sense of installing this offense and not just being – balls to the wall. They're trying to manage him instead of him just being balls to the wall and getting all the reps.
All right, coming up, we got to figure out what the hell happened at the Daikin Park this weekend.
Stop.
What? This is. I'm glad you're able to laugh about it, Tyler. That was ridiculous. What happened is they got swept at home by the A's. Are the Astros in trouble? Are they in trouble? Maybe is it too early for this one? Are they in trouble? Do you have concerns? Are they in trouble? We'll discuss that coming up next.
At 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Say goodnight to the Astros. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I do want to get to it here in a bit. You can text in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I've seen it a little bit already. What the hell was that this weekend as the Astros got swept at home 32-7? Not one of them damn games were close.
I'm sure they vomited in the stands.
They did, Jim. 32-7. To the A's, to the last place A's. They let a guy get 19 damn total bases on him. We'll get to that. Are they in trouble? I'm seeing that. Clint, I was telling Tyler this during the break. I stupidly, I don't know why, I went to do a little bodyscaping, and I sit there with the armpits, feeling, brother. I sat there with the armpits, and I'm thinking, should I go ahead and polish these off? For some reason, I just watched something where Michael Phelps really talked about he shaves his armpits for a long time.
I just shaved my pits this morning.
I'm just going to go ahead and butt in on this one. Michael Phelps ain't the guy you need to be watching for bodyscaping.
You're probably accurate, but I
move like a bullet through the water.
I had just watched something on Michael Phelps. He talked about that, and I was right there at the mount, and I just hit a lot of the chest, soft pecs, got underneath, and I said, "Oh hell, let me hit these pits." I didn't know it until I took that shower. but I did a couple of slices or somewhere, man, and my armpits are killing me.
Wait, wait till you get you good. Well, I mean, have you started to sweat at all or anything that gets itching underneath there?
This occurred a couple days ago.
Oh,
this is a Saturday morning. I'd hit that shower, man. I mean, oh my God! Now, yes, the sweat, boy, got me. I won't do that again. Jesus.
Hey, that better not be you that did your manscaping up here at the shower up here at the deal.
No, what? Somebody did that at the place?
I showered.
Somebody manscaped in the public-ass showers at this building.
As I was getting out of the shower today.
That's a lie.
I swear to God, I almost took a picture of it. As I was getting out of the shower today, I looked down in the corner of the door. There is a stash of hair that there's no other way around it than somebody got in there and shaved their.
You gotta be a nasty-ass individual.
Yeah, I gotta hunt that son of a. I gotta hunt that guy down.
That ain't right.
And leave it in there?
That's nasty.
I thought, Ron, the whole time you were talking, I was like, please tell me that wasn't Ron.
No, I didn't do that there.
I did a little investigating. I do think the type of hair would have fit. I'm just being honest. I mean, you would have fit my suspect pool for sure.
What kind of grade of hair was it, Clint? How did it fit?
Hey, just what I imagine you're working with, G.
Great comeback. Great comeback. Yeah, maybe them clippers ain't the ones to go attack them armpits with. I'll just say that.
Hey, I take them long hairs and I just try to trim them so they ain't just sticking out looking like Chewbacca down there. And I'll hit that. If I hit that damn skin right there with the edge of them clippers, it bites me every time.
But it bit me, man. I didn't even realize I did it. I thought I was doing it good against the grain, and nope.
Got him. I feel you, man. I know what you're talking about.
Hey, man, what the hell happened this weekend? I mean, swept by the A's in not just a 3-game sweep, a 4-game sweep. Like I said, 32-7. The Astros, since that Dodgers series, when they swept the Dodgers, they are 5-15.
It's not ideal.
In their last 20. Now, luckily for them, fellas, the lead is now only 4 games, but it feels like, you go 5-15 in a 20-game span, maybe the lead would be worse, or the A's or the Mariners and the Rangers would creep closer, but that's the only saving grace that it's only 4 games. But this is starting to get a little bit more serious than maybe we thought.
Well, look, it shouldn't shock anybody. What we just watched this weekend.
It shouldn't.
It shouldn't shock anybody. Now, it can disappoint the hell out of you because it happened 4 times in your own backyard, and it was the A's. But it shouldn't shock anybody, Ron. We talked about this. Tyler, you weren't here. Ron said because the Mariners made a big move. I don't remember who the hell it was. They made a big move. Mariners made a move on Friday. Mm-hmm. And, hey, does this concern you? I said, absolutely not. What concerns me is the Astros' ability to continue to win at the rate they're winning, given what they're – and the last thing I expected was a 4-game homestand against the A's to make me more right than I've ever been. But that's exactly what we watched.
Oh yeah, you were right.
But that's what we watched. I mean, I didn't think it was going to happen in that fashion against the A's. But that's exactly what happened. I mean, in one 4-game set right there at the house. We saw how badly we are missing not 1, but 3 or 4 bats. You saw how badly you are missing not 1 but 2 or 3 arms, and it all just come crashing down right there at home 4 days in a row, 4 games in a row.
Yeah, and like Hunter Brown pitched better, but still, Clint, it's 98 pitches in 5 innings, and he can't go past 5 innings. Yesterday, you're thinking hopefully Hunter gets the ball. Or the other day, Hunter gets the ball, and you're like, all right, here's your ace, stop the bleeding. And he pitched well enough to win. But again, like he goes 5 innings because he's throwing so many pitches, and it still put them in a situation where they couldn't keep their ace or ace B in the game long enough, and he has to come out. It's a bit more concerning. I know. Last week I said I'm not really worried about the Mariners. I'm worried more concerned big picture. But I mean, the Rangers are coming along. The Rangers are now just 4 games back after they had a series against the Braves where they played well. They've been playing well of late. They're 6 games over 500, and this is not just a bad weekend, though. That's what I said. Since the Dodgers series, they're 5-15. That's more than a weekend. That's a 20-game sample size, and they need to pull it together. Like, I understand the injuries and stuff they have. We get that. And be honest, the Paredes news, the can't believe I'm saying this, but the Brandon Walter news, that's not making it any better. It's not getting any better. They gotta figure this thing out, Clint, before this sucker starts to get interesting.
Well, there's no question about it. Look, I mean, the whole time, well, I say the whole time, since the All-Star break, it's like, all right, here's the deal. How long can the reserves hold the league off, hold the lead, keep this 4, 5, 6 game lead in the division? How long can they keep that from getting flipped on its head and we're chasing the Mariners or we're chasing the Rangers, right? Ultimately, that's the play. But the whole time I'm sitting here saying that, hell, they're stretching the lead back to 6. And so you're like, what's going on? Well, now I think water's met its level or whatever the hell that phrase is, to where, okay, this is a problem. The wheels are coming off. The Astros need to get some big arms back. The Astros need to get some big bats back. And the story stays the same with the guys that are in there right now. You got to avoid the 3-game sweep. You got to avoid the 4-game sweep for damn sure.
To the A's.
Yes, no doubt, right?
I'm sorry, man.
But yeah, that's to me that's legitimately, those things are all just so true right now. Is, boy, they've got problems. They are leaking oil, as you would put it, and they've got to find a way to hold off the division until some of these guys get back.
Ocho on the text line, Ron, ordinarily I would say baseball happened to the Astros this weekend, but this is extraordinary. And I'm losing hope. I mean, I'm not going to tell you if you should not lose hope or not, because, I mean, the Paredes news doesn't make you feel good. I know how big you were on Brandon Walter, Ocho. That doesn't make you feel good. We'll see how long it takes for some of these guys, excuse me, to get back. But, yeah, you lose 32-7 to the A's at home. Like, we got to talk about, like, what in the hell is going on? And, Clint, by the way, I said that one time, and you have just completely connected leaking oil with Mixon.
You are, every time I hear leaking oil, I'm going to think about that. I'm going to think about that look about 2 seconds before you toss that damn 6 iron or pitching wedge, whatever it was, up in that tree.
That's my boy, Ron.
Every time you say that, now you just say, every time, well, and as you would say, I said it one time.
That is, and the crazy thing is, I mean, that saying's been around forever. It's so great, but it is forever.
It has.
It is forever, no question. When Ron, hey, it is, I mean, you are a go-getter, but when you start leaking oil, it is blatantly obvious. It is, there is no doubt.
Yeah. The last 10 times you said that, you have started that off with me. All right, coming up, there was reports about Joe Mixon, and if you have not heard D'Amico Ryans and how he felt about what's going on with Joe Mixon, you don't want to miss that. You'll hear from the head coach as he gives an update on Joe Mixon. That's coming up next.
We don't like that.
Training camp is here.
free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live back here on a beautiful Monday. As today, the pads were put on today. The pads were put on, and it's the first day of training camp that they were put on.
Hold up.
Joe Mixon.
Hold up, Ron. Nothing. But hold up. There's something. Yeah, I heard your tease. I heard you come in the segment. I thought you were going to surprise me. That's not happening at the moment. There's something else supposed to be going on at 3 o'clock on Mondays on this show, my friend.
Oh,
that's right.
Well, we not weighing in now? What? Just because you on remote, we ain't weighing in now?
I don't have a scale.
Oh, God!
I knew it.
I don't have a scale.
How convenient!
I had a good week in San Antonio.
Let me get. I knew
you had a good weekend in San Antonio. That's why it's convenient you ain't got no damn scale right now.
I did well. I had a good weekend.
Oh, that kind of good weekend.
I did. I only had one bad thing. We had to go to Raising Cane's, but.
Well, Clint's weighing in.
There you go, Clint. You ready?
I'm ready. I'm gonna get mine in. I'm ready.
What were you at? 242.
244, I think last.
244. Shoot.
Yeah, going the wrong direction, man.
All right, 244.
You're telling me, Ron, there ain't no scale anywhere in that building you're in?
I can go look after the break.
Please explore that.
You got to find a scale. 243.2.
He came down.
Well, I was a little nervous. I've not since we started. I've waffled a bit going up and down, but I've never had two back-to-back weeks where I went the wrong direction both weeks. So I was worried about not riding myself right there, but I at least did enough to get that. Thanks for the Texans' hot practice today. Good sweating. I got me a good 3.5 miles in before the show today. So
I need you to find a scale, Ron.
I will go in the break to see if there's a scale anywhere in this building.
You were really about to try to surpass our Monday weigh-in.
I can't believe you didn't plan for it.
I mean, that's what a responsible individual would do.
I mean, you could have at least weighed anywhere and said, hey, guys, I don't have it in the studio with me, but I did hit the scale downstairs, or I did hit the scale here or there, and this is where I'm at.
I will do that if they don't have a scale around here. I will do that. I believe the in-laws have a scale. You know I'm not paying for a hotel. The in-laws have a scale. And I'm certain I'll be able to hit it if they don't have one around.
Wait a minute. Wait one damn minute here. You putting the whole family? You're putting the whole family up with the in-laws?
Yeah, we got a lot. They got a lot of space.
I was shocked.
I mean, I know this was years ago. But wasn't there a conversation with Ryan Hughley about people coming to town and ain't nobody staying at his house and they're going to stay somewhere else?
The family thing, the family dynamic's different. Clearly, the family dynamic.
Well, now, I'm sure it is for them, but you bring five. You brought 5 breathing human beings to the party here.
Well, they bring 3. They've done it.
You talked about like folks can't come in and stay at your crib and hang and be in the same building, and then you just brought 5 people to the party.
I excluded family.
That is unbelievable.
You've heard of Dog the Bounty Hunter. I introduced you, world. We're on the show, the Bargain Hunter.
There ain't no doubt about that.
Hey.
No matter the situation or the weather.
This is
We're on the Bargain Hunter.
When they come down, Ron, hadn't there been times where they go ahead and get a house or something right around the area y'all are staying in?
They've done it a couple of times.
And you just crashed their whole crib, huh?
But they just crashed mine. All right? They've done it to me multiple times. I don't tell them no.
I couldn't
They've
help
taken
but
over my bed.
I just thought, damn, I remember Ron being like, "Nah, people don't stay with me when they come in town."
But when he comes to town hotel,
you better believe it.
You and your kids kidding. But I mean,
that's why I'm not coming.
I mean, unless you were really in a between a rock and a hard place.
That's why I'm not.
But I know you're not.
Hey, I hope you live in Houston your whole life, because if not, I'm never going to see you. If I'm coming to visit the Hughleys, damn it, I'm staying under your roof.
I'll get you.
You betcha.
That's your demand.
I'm gonna use your loofah. There ain't no question.
Like hell, you aren't. All right.
And I'm gonna manscape in your bathroom
and leave hairs in the corner,
all over the counter.
All day long. Tyler will be there all damn day long. Well, good for you. You went down. I apologize. I got off the plane and drove right here to the station. I should have.
They sell everything in airports. They gotta sell scales.
Check the text line coming in, Ron. The cheap ass Hughley. Oh, stop it. I did do a couple of cheap things.
What was it?
And it really wasn't cheap. It was just how much I celebrated because I pulled one off. That we stayed near the Riverwalk, and they were charging you, to use the parking lot at the hotel. And I came in expecting it, but the move I made driving to San Antonio, I called to see if we could get an early check-in. And they were like, "No, check in it until 3." Well, his first game was at like 1 o'clock, so it was like 2 o'clock. So it was like, well, we won't get there in time. But when we came after the game, after check-in, went ahead, checked in. They were like, "Oh, sir, we saw you called earlier. We noticed you have been waiting for a room for a while, so we're going to go ahead and comp the parking."
Got him.
Yes, that's what I said. Got him.
Hey.
What a call that was.
Canes
what
it
a
is,
call
boys.
that was. That was $28 in my pocket, baby.
Hey, Trey, you want to double Canes, baby? Let's double it up.
I'm telling you, man. That was great. I probably celebrated
You want
that
an
a little.
extra Texas toast? Get you one, son.
Hey, let's not get too crazy. That Texas toast, they're running that about $115, man. I don't know about that. It ain't worth it. I talked myself out of that one. They did. And I didn't know yesterday you're supposed to get an extra Snoop. I watched the Snoop commercial when I got home later on. The 27th, you're supposed to get an extra chicken finger, and we sure as hell didn't get one at that one in San Antonio we were in. So
it's not a participating location, right?
I guess at the 27th it said all of them.
Hold on, though. Hey, Snoop must not own that one in San Antonio.
They came up short is what they did. All right, report this weekend, Ian Rappaport, that Texans running back Joe Mixon, who is on the non-football injury list, is expected to be out an extended period of time with a frustrating foot injury. Sources say he could be out for the entire preseason, is what sources are saying. So that became very serious. We wondered. We have not seen him since any kind of off-season program has started. And that is your lead back, and it makes the Nick Chubb signing even bigger. But this was D'Amico today. D'Amico Ryan's the head coach addressing the Joe Mixon reports.
Yeah, nothing's changed with Joe. Joe is still working, in the background. I know we get reports about Joe. Nothing's changed. He's still working. Whenever it's time for Joe to be back, he'll be back. Right? I know a lot of people want to report a lot of things about guys with injuries. My thing is are you really concerned about our guys? Are you really just trying to get something? I always put my players' health and safety first and foremost. So I care about the guys, so you guys don't hear me talking a lot about injuries, because that's their personal information. Guys are working through that, and there's nothing to report or get in an uproar about. Like, our guys are working, and it's always sensitive to me because I've been there. I've went through that. So it's not just to report something. Like, I want people here who truly care about our guys. I care about our guys and what they're doing throughout their process, and it'll continue to be that way.
All right, that was D'Amico Ryans, Clinton. Wow. Okay. He let it be known there he was not happy with the reports. My question is, are they wrong? Like, are they inaccurate?
Yeah, that was an interesting spiel to me. I want people here that care about the team, and like, it's not the media's job to care about your guy about the guys. It's the media's job to be the mouthpiece and to keep people informed and to
report what they find out
and to report what the hell's going on, kind of deal. And so that was interesting to me. I mean, it sounded to me, we talked about it when I heard it the first time. It sounds like he's talking specifically to somebody. It's not. I mean, to everybody out there isn't asking questions, trying to be the first one to announce some level of injury or something. I don't know if it were Ian Rappaport or it was Adam Schefter or one of those guys. If it were, then I mean, I'm curious why that the local media caught the brunt of that one. But if it's about the same question that he hears, it seems like a lot of the questioning from the media a lot of the times is there's already a story in place, and I'm just trying to get a quote from the head coach to plug into my story. And I could see where that would get old for him. But it seems like there's a little bit of that, as well as the not wanting or not being happy with the details of injuries getting out. Because if you remember correctly, they beat around the bush before the C.J. Stroud thing ended up coming out. They beat around the bush before this Joe Mixon thing comes out. And I've always said it, Ron. Like, if you, quote unquote, beat around the bush in 2024, 2025, I guess it is, like, people are going to find out. There's sources, there's agents, there's people that are talking. Like, if you want to control the narrative, go ahead and get out there in front of it and be the one that puts the truth out there instead of getting mad when people report on something that may or may not be true.
Yeah, listen, I hope he's all right. We'll see. I mean, at least from the reports of people that usually are in the know and what they're reporting, Clint, this seems like he could be out for long stretches. This seems like he could be out for, as they said, maybe the entire preseason, which means right up into the regular season. And then, Clint, that means will he actually be ready for the regular season with all that? It sounds like this could be a significant issue potentially early if he indeed is going to be out for that long a stretch.
Absolutely. Hell yeah, it's a problem for the Texans. I mean, you go from talking about a 1-2 punch with Joe Mixon being the tip of that spear and Nick Chubb, depending on what Nick Chubb you get, being the counter punch. And the thought is boy, the I guess the X factor out there or the wild card out there is, boy, how good can Nick Chubb be? Is it old Nick Chubb? Is it 75% of the old Nick Chubb? And then how does that work with a 1-2 punch in Houston? And now all of a sudden the dynamic is, well, if Joe Mixon is hurt and to any degree he's going to miss a huge chunk of training camp, which is what it sounds like, you're one Nick Chubb injury away from, guess what? Dare Ogunbowale.
Yeah.
Guess what? British Brooks, Jawad Jordan. I mean, there's
or Woody Marks.
Yeah, Woody Marks could jump in there. I mean, we're back to square one in a sense of, boy, that damn trusty Ogunbowale is all of a sudden the running back again. This is a problem in Houston, no doubt about it.
Yeah, because right now, the Dameon Pierce situation, he has not practiced and been back yet, which brings him into the fold. So, now, right, Clint, even with the numbers, and I'm sure they can work this out, but they're going to potentially, depending on how this heals. Now, as D'Amico said, nothing's changed, and maybe there isn't going to be that much of a difference, and he's on track or off, and he's back quicker than that. But it does feel like I don't know that you can get rid of any of these guys if Joe Mixon potentially isn't ready week one, and if you're going to miss the bulk of the training camp and maybe all of preseason, then I think it's at the very least up for debate if you're going to be ready for the regular season against the Rams. And if that's the case, right, it feels like they got to probably keep almost all these guys. And I think somewhere between Dare, Woody, Pierce, Chubb, Mixon, like all of them, they weren't going to keep 5 backs. So this may potentially, look at their numbers as well because of this injury and not knowing how long it may be.
Well, here's the beauty of it is really it's the double-edged sword of Nick Chubb here, Ron, because Nick Chubb's going to factor in a major way. If this is we're going to miss the bulk of camp, we're talking about a lower leg injury. We're talking about a ramp-up period that's going to be necessary. This is a serious deal for the Houston Texans with Joe Mixon missing, the way that he's missing, the time that he's missing, the fact that they're installing an offense. This is a major issue. Now, it's a double-edged sword with Nick Chubb, though, right? You got no Joe Mixon, so everybody, the eyes are squarely on Nick Chubb. Now, yes, he is injury-prone, so to speak, or he is coming off of an injury. The flip side of that is, D'Amico talked about it today, Ron, is this guy is a pass protection. When it comes to installing an offense and listening, retaining, and applying an offense, Nick Chubb has got that licked, right? So you do have a positive situation there. You would just rather that be the counterpunch and not relied so heavily upon.
No, Nick Chubb, maybe staring at it, Nick Chubb may have to be, especially, Clint, if they're looking to try to really be a run team and run the football, Nick Chubb may potentially have to be called on to play starter caliber reps. At the very least, like you would think Joe's not going to be full regular workload. You remember last year, Joe Mixon carried the ball 30 times in week 1.
Ron, I will be shocked if week 1 Chubb isn't depended on with RB1 as being RB1.
I would think right now.
Yeah.
The way the reports are, I would think.
Because this isn't just a comeback and everything's fine. Now this is an NFL running back that's up in age a little bit that runs a certain style that's going to need to be ramped up. It's an issue.
Yeah, he's not going to have suited up for a while since last year. All right, coming up, a lot of news and notes that has just recently come out about the Astros from an injury perspective, from a roster perspective, a lot going on. We will let you know the latest on that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick Caley's new?
It's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. It's not just a copy and
Direct from the practice field every morning. Exclusive player interviews and insider updates all throughout the day. Sean's your eyes and ears on everything at the Greenbrier. Right here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive, and a lot of news and notes with the Astros. They got an injured player back.
Just one?
Just one. But hey, you got to
No, we'll take them.
You got to chip away at this thing. I do have some news and notes about others, but the Astros have reinstated outfielder Jacob Melton, and he's going to go right into the lineup in center field. He had that really bad sprained ankle, and he is back. And with that, they have designated John Singleton for assignment.
Big backflip didn't last long, did he?
And if you missed that, his wife Lindsay broke that news. She goes Lindsay with the Z. Now I don't think I've seen that before. That's the first time I have seen the Lindsay with the Z. Not judging, but first timer. Never seen that before. But yep, Linzy. Never seen that one before from Lindsay. But she broke the news earlier, and the Astros have gone ahead and made that official. So he is gone. Yep, again. At some point, you got to just stop playing music for him.
How many times have we said goodbye at the end of the road for Big John?
Keep saying goodbye to John's ass. I mean, at some point, you got to stop playing music for him.
We'll miss you, John.
This is
you bat flipping son of a bitch.
John's out there. John's winking at him like, "All right, we'll see you again." I'll see you again. But some other news and notes from some of the other importance. Yordan Alvarez, who has that right hand issue, is currently going through the hitting process. Last week, we heard, he was hitting soft toss off of the tee and also soft toss. So we'll see what happens there. 50 swings though. The last time we heard, Lance McCullers, right finger blister, is playing catch, Clint. So you should be excited about that, but has not begun throwing off the mound. Rehab in Houston.
Khakis.
That's it. Rehabbing in Houston. Jeremy Pena hit against live pitching at Astros Complex in Florida this weekend.
It's a panty dropper.
He is. He has returned to Houston and will work out with the Astros today. So that's good news, I would say. Spencer Getty threw 3 1/3 innings at Double-A Corpus Christi. On the 25th, he's scheduled to report to Triple-A Sugarland this week, so that's good. J.P. French threw 2 innings at Double-A Corpus. On the 27th, he will report to Triple-A as well. And Luis Garcia threw 2 1/3 innings in Double-A. He will report to Triple-A. So all of you guys that were in there pitching at Sugarland in the rotation, you're either gone or you're pitching for the Astros right now. And then got hurt once you got with the Astros. As Christian Javier is already with Sugarland. So Javier, Garcia, and J.P. France, and Spencer Getty will all be in Sugarland right now. Brandon Walter still not throwing with his left elbow inflammation. And then Isaac Paredes is seeking a second opinion on his injury.
I would too. Everybody in that clubhouse better be seeking second opinions about this.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be a popular.
Good hell.
The hotline over to you affiliated with the team. I'm sure that hotline is hot.
So there's some good and some bad in there. The pitchers there are now all in AAA, so they're coming along. I got no idea what's up with Jeremy Pena and how long he will be, and or Jake Myers or Yordan Alvarez. or Paredes at this point. So that's the other part of it. But some of the pitching help is potentially help or coming up sooner than maybe later.
Yeah, I mean, look, they can't get here quick enough. I mean, the key is as I said earlier, is can this makeshift lineup and this makeshift starting rotation, can they hold on long enough to give these guys a chance to get back? And it looks like we're getting another step closer over the weekend, and can't get here soon enough.
No, you can't. By the way, as you said, second opinion. We said second opinion there with Paredes. General Manager Dana Brown on the flagship over the weekend said Isaac Paredes' hamstring is, now guys, you would not have guessed this one, is a little bit more severe than we projected.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Paredes is going for a second opinion. Brown said it's tough to be optimistic when you know it's more severe. General Manager Dana Brown said.
It's also tough to be optimistic whenever you got this damn train.
Tyler Clint, I'd rather them just start lying to me.
I don't even know it.
I'd rather just lie to me. Just tell me it's a little bit. Don't tell me it's more severe than you projected. Don't even leave that part in.
Why?
Just lie to me.
What percentage healed is he? Give me that at least.
Just tell me it's a longer injury. It's not a 10-day. Just don't tell me that you guys projected it to be something and then you were wrong again.
I need to do some research to see. I mean, a severe hamstring pull. Well, I mean, it's 2 months. Can he be back in 2 months?
I don't know.
With this training stuff?
Like,
Miracle.
I mean, no, that's a good point, Clint. What is the second opinion on a hamstring pull?
Well, I mean, look, I know. Yeah, I got to believe it. I got to believe he's feared that he's then pulled the damn hamstring off the bone or something. Like there's
right,
gotta be, it's got to be something crazy. But what? Let's say, I mean, best case scenario is it is a true hamstring hamstring strain. What is 2 months enough? Can we get back within 2 months? Can we get a baseball guy back in 2 months? Now, to get a track star or a receiver in football, it may be a different deal. But can you get a third baseman back enough to help a team in the playoffs?
Well, I think, Clint, we will know and learn a lot by what they do by Thursday. Like if they go and make a move to get somebody that is like if they say, all right, to hell with it, we're going to go get Suarez from the Diamondbacks. Then maybe you're thinking, all right, well, hell, maybe they're in trouble, and they don't believe this is something that he comes back from soon. I mean, that might be a story that lets us know if it's because it's got to be.
I believe that would be a sign.
Yep, that would be a hell of a sign because right now, Clint, I mean, this is a sign. I mean, I don't know how many hamstrings you've been around or you've pulled, but I mean, I understand the Astros training staff, but how many second opinions on hamstrings do we get that isn't real serious?
I had a high hamstring pull I couldn't get rid of, and there was a little house right over here in Houston that I went to and got fixed. Only high hamstring I've ever had. Walked into a house. It was a makeshift doctor's office.
You just walked into a house?
I'll tell you about that. I ain't told you about that.
You just walked.
I wasn't even living here at the time, so I wasn't as familiar with the downtown area as this. When an old trainer sent me down, he said, "I got this guy down here in Houston." I said, "All right, well, give him to me." Gave me the address, set an appointment. I thought I was going to a doctor's office. Man, I pulled up to a house, pulled around the back, and went inside.
And it worked you out? Maybe.
They put a needle in my lower left butt cheek. I mean that needle was. I bet it was 8 inches long.
Well, maybe
sat me on a screen around me and stuck a needle in my glute. It was. I tell you what, I walked out of there. I limped in and I walked out.
Maybe Paredes might go in there.
I walked out cool as hell, boy. They had the only thing that made me feel comfortable was there was Olympians all over the wall of people that they had treated, and old Houston Oilers, by the way.
Oh, they might need to add.
I remember Bubba McDowell specifically, and I met Bubba a few times, but I remember Bubba McDowell's picture on that wall made me feel real good about being there.
That's what did it for you.
It calmed me. He calmed me.
Yeah. Well, maybe Eastside Paredes needs to go check out that Bubba McDowell. Photo.
Holler at me. He'll get you right.
He'll get you right. All right, weekends best, weekends worst. Text in your weekends best, weekends worst. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all know when you hop out of bed, man, and that knee or the back is screaming at you? Or how about when you go to walk up some stairs and that you go to groaning because every step hurts in your knees? Well, I know a lot of y'all
Save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. People on the text line, 713-572-4610. Clint, is your picture up there now on that house that you just pulled up to?
I don't know. I would not think so. I'm talking about Olympians and all-time Houston greats. I don't believe I fit that category. Now, if I eased over there now, I may be able to, just because I'm on the radio, maybe able to get a photo up there. But right now, no. I don't believe.
They didn't ask for your photo?
They did not ask for an action shot. No. I didn't stick around. I literally, I'm telling you, man, time's my life. I mean, I considered not going in, but I was in enough pain. I couldn't get this. If you've ever had a high hamstring, like it wasn't like a super painful deal. There was just a little bit of hit. There was a hitching to get along, and there was no like trying to run. Like there was no. It would just snag me, you know. And I was like, I gotta get this taken care of. And I was working out with my trainer a little bit, and he said, "Look, I got a guy down in Houston.
I got a guy,
and this is who you need to go see. It's a real deal." He didn't even warn me or anything. So I pulled up. They gave the address, and I called him. I said, "Man, this is a house." He said, "I know. Just go in." I said, "All right." So I walked in this house. Massage tables instead of like real doctor tables, with like curtains, makeshift curtains hanging between each one of them. Threw me a hospital gown. Put this on. Lay face down. So I lay face down. They come in there. I got nothing on up underneath. They come in there. They throw that damn gown wide open.
Bam.
And go to work on that damn hamstring.
And they worked it. That 8-inch needle.
I ain't kidding you. I laid down on that table and I got to looking around and I was like, oh, this doesn't seem right, man. I don't know if I should let them put anything in my body. I don't even know if I should be here. And I'm looking around, and I saw Bubba.
And that was it?
And, hey, I'm telling you, butterflies went away. I mean, I remember Bubba McDowell was one of my favorite oilers back in the day, man. I think Chris Dishman was on that wall.
Chris Dishman was probably there.
Yep.
Maybe Hayward Jeffries.
I did like Haywood.
Defensive players. Ernest Givens was probably.
Well, Bubba was defense. It was. I'm not joking either. When I saw Bubba, I thought, because I don't know all them.
Well, Bubba would come here, I'd come here.
Yeah, I mean, hell, if Bubba got away with it, hell, I can damn sure get away with it. You know what I mean? If Bubba didn't pop positive, I can damn sure survive.
Yeah, Eastside, go check him out. Maybe this is your third opinion. Go.
You ain't even got to leave Houston, baby.
Yeah, you can go right there to just that house. I'm sure it's operating.
They'll let you drive out too. You don't have to worry about being.
Well, maybe they've moved up and they got a building now. Maybe they've got their own spot.
I don't think these are the kind of folks and kind of place that was looking to have a real building.
Oh, you think that's where they were? They weren't building up.
I think they were doing exactly what they wanted to be doing. I doubt there was any medical reporting going on that was whatever. Like HIPAA was not being followed. I'm sure.
No HIPAA. Yeah, I got you. That makes sense. All right, let's do a little weekend's best, weekend's worst. I'll start with worst. Weekend's worst, and that is Christian Wilkins.
What is going? It's getting worse by the minute. I just saw a report on the TV.
By the minute. It started late last week where the Raiders voided Thursday the remaining of his. He just signed a huge contract, and he was still owed $35.2 million on his contract. And the initial reports, Clint, was that they were going to cut that because disagreement on how he was going to rehab his foot, and they thought that he may have should have had surgery. He did not want to have surgery, and they went ahead and cut him, and they weren't going to pay him that $35.2 million the rest of the way. Wilkins filed a grievance with the NFL Players Association, but then it continued to, as you said, step by step, more was coming out. And then it came out that he had an incident with a teammate that led to his release. Sources say it was weird. like a very weird incident. And then it has recently come out, Clint, that a Raiders player was offended by a Christian Wilkins playful kiss. This kiss on the forehead, a playful kiss
Oh, my
on the
God.
forehead. And that was also a part of what led to the Raiders moving on with him and seeking to not have to pay the remaining of his guaranteed money. However this shakes, then Christian Wilkins that got himself cut from the Raiders, potentially not getting any money, and now this stuff is coming out and he ain't looking in the greatest light at all.
How bad do you have to be? Like, how much of an idiot do you have to be to cost yourself $36 million because you can't just act right? Even if you don't like the team doesn't like you, it's a bad scenario, and we can all just agree this ain't gonna work the way that we thought it was gonna work. How bad do you have to be in terms of tickling people, room comfortable, kissing them? I mean, like, and being a fool to potentially cost yourself $36 million. Or for the team to potentially have to eat that money. I mean, how bad does it have to think about that? How bad does it have to be? I've been around I was in the locker room with Lonzo Spellman. I was in the locker room with Demetrius Underwood, man. I mean, we had some different birds, man, that made you, now not for those reasons that Christian's talking about, but made you a little uncomfortable at times. How bad does it have to be for a team to go, yeah, man, we're going to risk this $36 million or whatever it is just to get you the hell up out of here?
You know what Christian Wilkins sounds like?
What?
Clinton Tyler. And I think a lot of, maybe not all, but there are a lot of people that know a person like this, that hell, this person might be in your friend group. The guy who pushes the limits on the acting gay thing. You know what I mean? That pushes the limits on, hey, I'm gonna good game you, or I'm gonna
just a little too far with it.
That will, and sometimes you there are people who mess around with it, but this is a guy that's gonna take it up a notch.
Yes,
he seems like he's potentially that, and he ran into somebody who was not going to who apparently wasn't playing around and wasn't rolling with that, and now, along with this medical stuff, he done got himself into this situation.
Yeah, man,
it is wild.
Well, the thought that ain't nobody gonna sign him is if he's
about to say, he was a difference maker.
That's a different animal right there on the inside. That's a hell of a player, man. Yeah. So I can think of a team that may want to work him into their real strong culture.
I wonder if we're gonna hear something from him because he's looking real.
Yeah.
Real questionable at this point. All right, what's your weekend work?
Well, this is more of a last week, but it's just starting to come out. Rob Manfred. I don't know if you heard this story about him and Bryce Harper.
Bryce to cut him.
I didn't know this, boys. I didn't know that Rob Manfred, in an attempt to improve his relations with every team's players, like with the players, he has 30 annual meetings with these teams individually, right? I didn't know that, and literally, it's to improve the relations. Well, apparently, just to get to the weekend's worst, apparently Rob Manfred decided that it'd be a good idea to go into a clubhouse, or hell, 30 clubhouses apparently, and talk to these guys about implementing a salary cap in Major League Baseball, which would obviously it's putting any parameters, if you will, on the money that they can make. It's playing with their money, and apparently Bryce Harper didn't like it. Reports are he stood nose to nose with Rob Manfred before telling him to get the F out of our clubhouse, the commissioner of baseball, boys. And I blame this is the timing of it, right? The collective bargaining agreement is right around the corner. It's the ones that the current one is expiring, and apparently the December the 1st, 2026, I believe, is when a new collective bargaining agreement has to be decided upon. But it didn't sit well with Bryce Harper. So if I'm going to have 30 meetings with Major League Baseball teams, I don't believe I'm going to go in there and want to chit chat nicely about a potential salary cap.
I'm going to tell you this also. I would have to abuse my power if I were Rob Manfred Hey man, you ain't gonna be talking to me like
in front of everybody, in front of God and everybody.
No, I got to. Could you imagine David Stern? Oh man, David Stern will find a way to get your ass in trouble. He'll plant something on you to get you. I gotta abuse my power. And Rob's on the way out. Oh hell no, I ain't got time for this. I'm out of here. This is my last year. I'm gone.
Sit out,
hell with you, Bryce. No, I'd have to abuse my power. All right, my weekend's best is old Nick Krutz. That was
he ever.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
11 for 15. He sat out Sunday. 11 for 15 in the weekend series. 4 homers, 3 doubles, 9 RBIs. Held 19 total bases Friday night. 7 runs scored in the series, and he just went insane. It was nuts. I thought his teammate was really Wilson was running away with the Rookie of the Year. I feel like go ahead and tie that up, but that was a dream 3-game stretch that he had. 11 for 15, 7 extra base hits, 9 RBIs, 7 runs scored. Just crazy.
4 bombs in one game. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
Wow.
Almost hit a fifth. Hell, he almost came the next day and hit one. Just crazy.
My weekend's best is Deion Sanders. Yeah. Deion did a good job, I think, of keeping at least the details under wrap. Of what was going on. Obviously, we knew he was having some health issues, and we're not talking about 8-toed prime, the fact that he lost a couple toes. That's not the health issues we're talking about.
7, but nobody.
Is it 7?
Yeah, I believe it's.
Damn, he's done lost 3 of them. All right, but the
just wanted to just be accurate.
They went ahead and announced the bad news and the good news here with Deion Sanders. And again, I don't know that it happened this weekend. I don't know when did that actually happen. Was that this morning? Maybe.
I heard. Yeah,
I think it was today.
So it may be today, but nonetheless, Deion Sanders is they found a mass on his bladder, and they went in and it was cancerous. They went in, removed it, and he is cancer free. So bad news is they found that through some imaging that was associated with his other health problems. All joking aside, and. Ended up getting it and getting it out of him, and right now he's cancer free. So the coast appears to be clear, at least momentarily, for Deion Sanders. So good news on that front, man.
Weekends best, weekends worst. You can always text yours in 713-572-4610. Text line: Wilkins is like the NFL's version of Gilbert Arenas. Plays too much in the locker room. No, it's very similar to that, except in a different way. And actually, the Gilbert Arenas stuff led to some real craziness in the league. But no, yeah, he probably pushes the envelope and clearly did, and he pushed himself right on out of Vegas. Is what happened there, at least at this point. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, there's the Texans. They had practice number 5 today. Full pads was first time. The ramp-up period appears to be over. So I've got all my observations from today's practice, as well as the big point there is a little tight end report, Ron. These tight ends are the story's coming bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think there's something to watch there. We'll have all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, y'all, before we do that, though,
800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-0. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, it is. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. 281-222-2222. Hard as hell to say, but you know it's easy to dial, man. Everybody out there listening, if you're listening, any way you're listening, we greatly appreciate it. But I'd love for you to download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. And this friendly reminder about the Odyssey app is Brevin Jordan, Texans tight end. He joined the fellas on In the Loop, fresh off the practice field this morning. And they did go for about an hour and 45 minutes. So that's in that 10:45 to 11 o'clock range. Is where it's at. So you use that rewind feature on the Odyssey app, and you can go directly to that interview. Anything in the past, you can rewind directly to it. Also, all the podcasting, whether it's true podcast or it's our segments in our show that Tyler podcasts every single day, you can find it all right there on the Odyssey app. So greatly appreciate it. The Texans. They are in training camp, had practice number 5 today. We're going to get to that. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about what's going on tomorrow. Little programming note here. 7:15 a.m. tomorrow, Nick Caserio, Texans general manager Nick Caserio, will be live with Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
Pendergast and Payne.
Set your reminder, 7:15 a.m. tomorrow, Nick Caserio. It'll be 40-plus minutes uninterrupted. And every time I tell you guys about this, I mean, it is a great listen for multiple reasons. But the coolest part of it all is clearly Sean and Seth have a great rapport with Caserio, and there's some trust level there that you don't typically see. So Nick lets his hair down a little bit, if you will. So it's always a good listen. Again, put that reminder out there, 7:15 a.m. tomorrow. And also, just a quick reminder, we did I weighed in today. I weighed in at 243.2, so I lost a pound, a little over a pound from last week. And Ron, he ducked it. Ron is in Kansas City. He ducked the scale. He says he did good and said he feels pretty good about it, but he's yet to find a scale. So we'll figure it out. Or did you? Did you find a scale?
I haven't looked yet, but I got off the plane and I drove right here to work. Get some work.
That's right. I'll cut you a little slack. I just need to. I'd like for you at some point, maybe today at some point, maybe you can just tweet it later on or something.
I just think that could be worded differently. I don't think ducted is a fair.
Well, I mean, what would you prefer?
I just said,
hey, you're a busy man. You're a busy man.
Due to traveling issues, was not able to step on a scale.
That's fair. I mean,
that's better
was a little quicker. It was a little quicker and a little smoother, I thought. But okay. Yeah, he had some travel difficulties. But find a damn scale and tweet us what you weigh, man. I mean, bull jiving, man. I about lost my day. I thought I had a damn heat stroke trying to get this weigh in today. So I mean, I'll be damned. You better duck. You better not be ducking it.
Not ducking it. We're dodging it.
Hey, the Texans. They had their 5th practice today, and today I think it's fair to say, Ron, today was the day like when camp really started. I mean, we've heard them talking about acclimation periods and ramp-up periods about the first, and they've always, for whatever reason, included the first 4 practices in that acclimation period. Today, the pads came on, and I would say that the physicality was ratcheted up a bit. Nick Chubb was literally he went old school and went full pants with the big knee pads and everything. Literally, it made me think of the days when the back of my knee was raw from the first few days you wear those pants when you you wasn't used to it. The back of your knee gets raw from that elastic right there. Nick Chubb had them on, man. Nick Chubb went full over the knee, big knee pad, old school today, man.
I feel like he forgot his stuff, and that's all they had. They digging up that stuff that, as you said, Chris Dishman used to wear. That's the kind of pants they used to wear back in the day.
He put them britches on that if you don't, back in the day, you'd get fined if it didn't go over your knee. You remember them days? If the pants didn't go over the knees, you was gonna get a fine. That's he was not getting fined today. There is no doubt about that. It was all the way over the knee. But the physicality was ratcheted up. They went longer as well, Ron. They went for about an hour and 45, hour and 50 minutes today. They did not go the hour 20, hour 30. They went up about 20, 25 minutes, and there were fans out there, so there was a little bit of a reason to put on a show. So they went longer. Physicality was ratcheted up. I think it was more the same. The offense is clearly behind the defense. C.J. Stroud did not look good. C.J. Stroud, hung a tight end out to dry on one of the first team reps, and then he turned around and threw an interception and kind of a scramble drill. Either the next play or the next couple of plays, he did that. It's clear that this offense, the pass protection was a major struggle again today. They're still rotating a ton of bodies through there, so I don't know what they're going to settle on. But the offense struggled mightily again today. Defense is light years ahead of them, and I've got to this team with C.J. Stroud. Last year it was, how does C.J. Stroud juggle the boring brand of quarterback that won him the Rookie of the Year, and then this explosive five-headed monster they were talking about? That was I kept going back to that last year of like how well does he juggle that? That was going to determine how the season went. This year, I think this season is going to be determined on how well C.J. Stroud handles. And I did say I think it's a season. I think this is something that C.J. is going to have to handle well for this offense to get going in a before midseason kind of deal. And so how he handles the frustrations that come with installing an offense and practicing with a defense that's significantly better than you are, I think is going to tell us a lot about C.J. Stroud and about the offense this season.
Yeah, and I think early, hopefully the longer they get through this and they get more understanding of what the system is, and it becomes more second nature than thinking. And I think that's in all parts right now. Hopefully that is the thing that gets it better. But I think I said it earlier, it is a very similar feel, almost like he's completely starting over in the way he did when he was a rookie. And he came in, and him and Bobby Slowick first put whatever it was that offense they put together in year one. It has to be in that space right now. And I know we had some conversation on the offensive line, and I'm sure we will the rest of the way. Like, I wonder, are we starting to develop, some habits based off of the last year of offensive line issue? Like some of the stuff that you described, are we starting to potentially see some habits of, bouncing out of the pocket, getting out and making, tough plays in chaos? And that to me is also another part with the frustration that you spoke of and things you don't want to get out of hand.
Boy, that is a great point, Ron. I mean, because we hadn't talked much about it. I love the in-depth quarterback stuff. I mean, is how much of last year took its toll on CJ, and is how long is going to take him to get beyond some of that PTSD, if you will, from last year to settle in here. I think that is a very valid point. A couple of other things, that happened today is on the defensive side of the football, I think Kalen Bullock had a hell of a day. Now, this defense overall, what we're seeing here in the team situations, when they're going ones versus ones, what we're seeing is a great pass rush versus an offense that's trying to get the ball out quick. and they let that ball get out quick early on the first few days of practice. Now all of a sudden you got pads on, that great pass rush is there, and the corners in the secondary, they're suffocating. They're not giving them that easy underneath stuff easy. So you're seeing C.J. Stroud getting pressured more. You're seeing C.J. Stroud maybe getting a little more frustrated, maybe having to work a little bit more mentally than he would like. So you're seeing that. And in the process, Kalen Bullock had a big day today. You know, he's the one that should have picked off C.J. Stroud, threw back across his body, hit both hands kind of deal. Did I say earlier that he threw the pick? It actually was not a pick.
It was. He dropped it.
He dropped it, but it was, I mean, it's a drop that Kalen Bullock should have dropped down and did 50 push-ups because of. So Kalen Bullock had a really good day on the defensive side of the ball. And I think on the offensive side of the football, before I'm going to get to these tight ends real quick, Ron, but on the offensive side of the football, there's one guy that is at this point in the practices that I've seen 4 of the 5 practices. I did not go Saturday. It's undeniable that rookie Jalen Noel is the ball just finds him. It doesn't matter what quarterback's in there. It doesn't matter if it's an underneath route, a quick route, or an over-the-top route. The ball just finds Jalen Noel. There's a video out there. I retweeted it. The Texans tweeted. I retweeted it. Go to @Clint Stoerner on Twitter. Give me a follow while you're there if you don't mind. But @Clint Stoerner on Twitter. It's great by the quarterback, Graham Mertz. He comes down. They take all the underneath stuff away, and he resets his slight shuffle back, resets his feet, and throws the corner right over the top. And I'm watching the ball. I'm like, damn, that's for the quarterback. Boom, ball's up, and you look, and I'll be damned if Noel ain't behind the corner, and or the nickel defender it was. But Ron, he's got a knack, man, that's undeniable. It's this kid's got a chance to really impact this team sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and like you said, man, if it wasn't Mertz, if it wasn't, it's anybody has had success with him, from Davis to CJ, and I think that is the thing, because I remember listening to B. Scott saying that it's hard not to look at him because he really popped. He really seemed to pop, this whole last week of training camp. But, of course, that's outside of pads. And, usually those guys are the ones that maybe pop or the ones that have real quickness or speed that you can see. But now he's doing it in full pads. Now he's doing it in full contact through bumps and guys and corners trying to get their hands on them and still get around them. That's becoming even more impressive to do it in this scenario and not just with helmets.
Well, it's just one of those, again, the undeniable part of, like, the ball just finds him, man. He's quarterback friendly. When the ball's in the air, he makes plays. He knows how to create separation without being this guy that runs a 4-2. The ball just finds him, man, and that's just that is. There's no defense for it, if you will. Like I mentioned this, and obviously it's coming to fruition, so it's easy for me to lean into it now. Like impact this team more early on than Higgins will, the guy that was picked earlier than him out of the same school. Higgins is an outside receiver that's going to be a red zone guy that is going to do some things one-on-one, big body some folks kind of deal. And that, a lot of times it takes time. A lot of times it takes the right opportunity. It's almost like Noel is going to create the opportunity. He's going to be the guy that's going to move around and do different things and attack all different levels of the field. It just seems like that is coming to fruition with Jalen Noel, Ron. It's going to be interesting to watch him. By the way, on that note, real quick, Ron, on that note, I'm going to tell you, I did lay eyes today on, I think it was a red zone team or red zone 7-on-7. They break the huddle, and it is Christian Kirk, Higgins to the right, Christian Kirk's in the slot to the left, Nico Collins wide left, and kind of in a buck position, 1 yard off, 1 yard back off the line of scrimmage. You got Brevin Jordan with that athletic ability, and Nick Chubb in the backfield. That's got some real possibility to be special, man. If Higgins comes along and can be a one-on-one matchup in the red zone at the very least, that's got some real legs, man, with that group of 5 guys out there catching the ball.
It does. The Knoll thing, and maybe it's not exactly looking the same, but the Knoll thing it's almost very Tank-like in terms of how he is kind of jumping off the field the first year in camp at this point. It is, I don't know if third round, both of them, don't know if you really went into it thinking that, but it was just like, man, that every time you see him, that guy keeps getting separation or making plays or doing something, and it feels very similar to that.
Yeah, that's about right. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Tank Dell has that knack. I mean, he is very quarterback friendly, and now, we've yet to see Jalen Knoll go up and make some of those catches that Tank seems to make in his damn sleep, but not many people do. We'll see if he has that ability. He damn sure has the ability to make himself available for a quarterback and then go make plays. So that is one guy that is I don't care who you're watching. I don't care what lens you watch the practice through. That guy is showing up and showing out on a daily basis.
That's right. All right, as we continue, the Astros, the lineup is out. They have got to stop the bleeding. Luckily, they have Framber Valdez on the mound. We'll give you what the lineup is there and try to get past whatever the hell that was that happened this weekend. We'll do that coming up next, right here, live on The Drive.
What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick Caley's new look offense?
Ready? It's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. It's not just a copy and paste from other places that he's been, and he's been very successful at other places. It's just him being able to be adaptable and put our guys where they need to be.
Inside Sports Radio 610, the Texans play here.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
An official message from Medicare.
I'm saving money on my Medicare prescriptions. Maybe you can save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is zero and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $24,000 a year, or married couples who make less than $32,000. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
When you need Case construction equipment, ASCO is your dealers to full-size excavators. Case construction equipment delivers performance you can count on. And ASCO backs you with the expert service and support you need to keep you running all year round. Sales, rental, parts, service. We're on it at ASCO Equipment. Visit ASCOEQ.com or stop by your local ASCO today.
I'm Yuval Michler, founder of Texas Mattress Makers. To celebrate 45 years in business, we're having the biggest sale in our history. 45% off our most luxurious mattresses, the Quantum Collection. It's your forever mattress, built with the best supportive coil in the industry. This is our highest quality at the lowest price ever. Take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime offer at any of our 9 Houston locations or at texasmattressmakers.com.
When something breaks,
You gotta ask yourself, who you gonna call? What's it gonna cost you? Where you gonna find them? And will you trust them to do the job right? Start with Tom Tynan on Home Show Radio. Tom's been giving advice on home improvements longer than there's been internet and has a list of trusted Home Show pros to help you. Saturdays 9 to noon and Sunday mornings 8 to 11. And anytime you want at homeshowradio.com.
Guns, guns, and more guns at this weekend's Stafford Gun Show with 300 tables full of guns, knives, ammo, and hunting supplies, and free parking. Come out this weekend and buy, sell, or trade at the Stafford Gun Show at the Stafford Center.
Our Vision Homes is a 5-star, A-plus rated turnkey custom greater unit area for 18 plus years. And folks, they're growing, baby. They want to hear from you. Our Vision Homes can dream, design, and build your family's home. And if you're looking to add bells and whistles, they can do it all seamlessly at one time with one point of contact. Are you ready to build that dream home? Our Vision Homes ain't hard to find. Stop by one of their 4 beautiful model homes and information centers. They're open 7 days a week, y'all. Check them out online at ourvisionhomes.com or give them a shout at 281-844-2887.
Your forecast calls for lows in the 70s tonight.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions.
Houston Sports Leader is your one-stop shop for all things Texans training camp. Don't miss live reaction to practice and exclusive conversations with players and coaches. Only on Texans Training Camp Live. Then even more inside information every weeknight on Texans All Access. Mark Vayner preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Hey, fellas. Astros got a guy off the injured list back.
Hell yeah.
About that. Yeah. It's coming now. Okay. It's coming now. Not that double Bart. Hey, you know what? Tyler Clint, he's coming and he's stepping right into a run-producing spot in the lineup.
Jeremy Pena?
He's hitting 5th. Coming right out and hitting 5th.
I'll say it's not Pena.
Here's the lineup tonight. Taylor Trammell, a fixture in the leadoff spot because Jeremy Pena's just been out.
Straight out of Sugar Land.
By the way, Jeremy Pena has left Florida. He's taking hacks here at Houston, so who knows? Jose Altuve goes back to left field. Their new 3-hole hitter is the DH tonight. Christian Walker, who has been crushing it in the cleanup spot all season long. And Jacob Melton, Clint, center field. He is back.
That's the guy.
Big Jake Melton had the right ankle sprain. It must have been a hell of a right ankle sprain because it had him out for quite some time. He is back in center field and hitting 5th tonight. Yainer Diaz hitting 6th. Mauricio Dubon, Bryce Matthews is at second base. Dubon's at third. Zach Short is playing shortstop with Framber Valdez. Yes, this is a game that the Astros need to stop the bleeding and win. But Clint, Yainer Diaz, are you kidding me? Jacob Melton, who has just been a prospect Damn it, Jacob Melton, who has just played a handful of games, is coming into the lineup and settling his ass right in front of you. What in the hell has happened to Yainer Diaz? Don't give me the right-left bull crap. What has happened?
I tell you, I don't know what's happened to Yainer Diaz. I don't know what's going on with Yainer Diaz. I'm more worried about his defensive issues than I am his offensive issues, to be completely honest with you. But Jake, if this is a sign of what we're going to do with guys that come back off the injured list, they going right to the heart of it, then hell on.
He said, "Bring them all on."
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Yainer Diaz, man, I just, good God, man. I mean, he was supposed to be one of the cornerstones this year. He was supposed to be one of the guys you desperately depended on. And you can have a guy come right off the damn bench. I mean, Jake wasn't up here that long. He didn't start the season with the Astros. He came on, sprained an ankle, and he comes in and hits a 5 spot. Ideal. Good God Almighty, Yainer. Boy, that's tough. That's a tough one there. But that is the lineup.
The key here is I mean, it's going to give us a shot. You talk about stopping the bleeding. Is obviously Framber Valdez.
Gotta have
that's the one. Which, by the way, here of late, Framber has separated himself as at least the ace on this team, with given his performances continue to get better, and Hunter Brown is coming slightly back down to earth with every outing we see from him. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it just seems like he's coming back down to earth. So Framber's the one that is, at this point in time needs to stop the bleeding. I mean, that's the hope here is he can help stop the bleeding. By the way, Jacob Melton, who's been inserted in that 5-hole in the lineup, I think he's got regular season this year, played in 11 games. He's had 7 hits. He does have a triple, 6 RBIs, a couple walks, 12 strikeouts, by the way. High strikeout rate. So that's what you're looking at tonight. Jacob Melton getting plugged back in there.
11 ball games, slid his ass right in front of the guy who finished third in the Silver Slugger Award for catchers last year.
Yes, I mean, look,
and listen, I'm not getting mad at. This ain't towards Joe. I'm just saying, I get it. Yainer Diaz is. I mean, he's all right. I mean, not where you. He definitely. Last year there were times, Clint, we were like, "Hey man, he needs to just stay. Like, quit moving him around. He hit ninth a couple times. This year, man, it's just okay, man. Because they've done. I mean, they've had to hit multiple people that you would never believe in front of him. He's lucky Jake and Pena's not in this lineup. He'd be way down.
Oh yeah, no, Diaz is definitely, when it comes to position in the lineup, Diaz would be in that. He'd be in that 8-9 range if everybody were healthy.
Yeah, man,
he'd be slid on down there.
Yeah, no. I would throw this out to both of you. And 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, jump in on this as well, because I see some people getting this. You get swept in a 4-game sweep at home by the last place A's. And not just a sweep, they just absolutely dominated you. I mean, there wasn't even no reason to even think about getting Abreu or Hader up because your ass was just down all weekend. 32-7 was the total. The Astros, they're 5-15 since July 7th. Hunter Brown now with his 3rd consecutive start where he isn't able to go past 5 innings. This one better only giving up 1 run, but 98 pitches in 5 innings, so they had to get him out of there. Now the Rangers have crept up, and they have the same record as the Mariners, and now 4 games back. Are the Astros in trouble yet, in your all's opinion?
Yeah, they're in trouble. I mean, they're in trouble. And again, this isn't. I'm not a knee-jerk reacting to the 4-game slide here at homestand against the Las Vegas A's, where they just decided to get a not a regular old common traditional 3-game, but a 4-game sweep there. No, I mean, look, they're in trouble because of the shape of the roster, the shape of the rotation. The lineup and the rotation are an absolute nightmare right now. Nobody in their right mind that covers this team knows how they got to a point where they're 4, 5, 6, even 7.5 games, I think, is the lead in the division at one point was. I mean, it just makes no sense. Now, this unfortunately makes more sense is, you've got a makeshift lineup. You've got a makeshift rotation. The struggles are coming. How quickly can these guys get back? Jacob Melton is not the guy that I'm talking about, but it is good to at least have him back.
No, yeah, there's I don't know that I would say they're in trouble yet when it comes to the division. That's when you really like up. I mean, but the way they have played, I mean, Clint, they're about a week away for that being a more of a realistic thing. But luckily for them, the AJ Hinch's Tigers are taking a nosedive before Sunday. They lost 12 of 13. Now the Blue Jays, with George Springer, oddly enough, is starting to really carry them. They've gone ahead, but at least luckily for them, Clint, there is not a Dodgers, really even this year, Cubs or Brewers, the way they're playing, Phillies. There isn't a real dominant team thus far that you feel like, hey, man, in the American League right now, so they do have that as a saving grace, but they have got to get this together.
Oh, look, I agree with you. I mean, there is no question about it. I don't know how you get it together with these particular guys. What they got to do is they've got to get healthy. Guys like Fromber have, like tonight, he's got to get this one. Tonight's got to be. I mean, if the Astros don't get this one, it can't be because of Fromber, right? I mean, he's got to give them the best chance to pick one up here. And again, if you can just slow the pace of this lead dwindling, then you got a shot. You'll be all right.
Yeah, text line coming through. Diaz is tough. His defense and his offense has slipped. Yeah, that's a tough combo. That is a tough combo.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I agree, but I guess my overall point is with Diaz, man, is like everybody, a huge chunk of the Astros roster has played enough this year, and at some point, their bat was struggling. So I can almost live with a Diaz not, having a rough year or a rough half of a year, rough stretch here with the bat. Man, that defense is not – that ain't a rough nothing. That's just an inability to get it done.
Yeah, and the defensive part is scary. There just does not appear to be like oh, man, he'll get himself out of it. It appears to be, hey – they're at second base. We're just going to steal third. I mean, there could be
at will.
Yeah, lefty in the bat, lefty in the box.
Yeah,
free, no righty, just going.
Yeah, and the thing is, like I was talking to my cousin the other day about it, Ron. It was like, yeah, look, let's be honest, man. Bases are stolen on the pitchers, man. The pitchers have, and I agree with that. I agree that some of it is to blame on the pitchers, but we've seen it enough now to where it's just, I mean, it is just egregious.
Yeah, something's got to change. Yeah, it is rough. All right, more as we'll get you ready here coming up in a bit here in the 5 o'clock hour of this big game they've got. I can't believe I'm saying, but big game they have against the Nationals. We'll get you ready for that. The tight end room. You never know what you're going to get when training camp or the season starts. But the tight end room is starting to become one of the real interesting stories to watch during the Texans and give you a little update on what we're seeing from the tight end room. That's coming up next.
Rock and roll, meow.
Nick Caserio shared his opening thoughts. Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through as usual. I bet Ichiro right now could steal off Diaz. That's fun. How many guys
who couldn't?
How many athletes you think right now could get a lead from first and steal a bag? Ex-athletes. How many can get a lead and steal a bag off Yainer Diaz?
I think Tony Eusebio could right now.
Barry Bonds, 61, just turned it today. You think he's got it?
Yes. As long as his legs are operational. Yes.
If he can get in there and do it right now. Isak Paredes, could he get a steal right now off Yainer Diaz?
Limping hard, yes.
Limping hard, yep, limping hard. Yeah, it's getting tough. By the way, Victor Caratini, we see you too because they be running on your ass as well. So, all good there. Brevin Jordan, he spoke not only with the media today, he spoke within the loop. So you might want to go check that out as well. I heard that driving around after I got off the airport. He was listening. Got out of the airport. He was talking to Reggie and John, and that was a pretty good interview. Talked a lot about his issues, injuries coming back, playing on an ACL. Clint, I know that messed up Tyler. Tyler, who's torn his ACL. My man played on an ACL.
I just cannot believe that story. That is wild.
Yeah. Yeah, which is wild. So I'd suggest you go and check that out. But he did speak today with the media, and he talked about the tight end room for this season and how good they could be. Here's Brevin Jordan.
Yeah, no, we have an unbelievable group. I think people aren't giving, the tight end group enough credit for whatever reason, but I think this year we're going to be able to show everybody that this is a group that we can rely on special teams, on offense, that we're going to go out there, we're going to be able to block a defensive end one-on-one, tram to a mic, and then go run a 50-yard, catch a 50-yard touchdown. So that's the expectations from everybody in our room.
All right, that's Brevin Jordan talking about the guys in that room in there. Great. Dalton Schultz, Brevin Jordan behind him. Cade Stover, Brevin Jordan behind him. Those guys, Irv Smith Jr. as well in the mix. Olachi, who they drafted as well in the 7th round out there, that tight end room. Clint, that tight end room is probably, I think since camp has started, one of the real intriguing position groups. And I think a lot of it is because kind of a little bit what Brevin said. I don't think that's a position group that has high expectations. A lot of people are thinking of because of what happened last year. I mean, I feel like we've almost talked around it, just hoping them jokers can just be average and can just not kill the team and do something. But it is starting to become interesting when you look at the whole group.
Yeah, look, that's a mouthful you just said there, Ron. I mean, look, if everybody around CJ, Nico, and Joe will just be average, we'll be a pretty damn good football team with that defense, by the way. But yeah, and that definitely pertains to the tight end group. I think it's very obvious why people are down on the tight end group or critical of the tight end group. Yeah. And I think Brevin Jordan knows exactly what the hell everybody's down on that group for, because he mentioned it. Hell, he mentioned, if you listen to all of the Brevin Jordan, and I'm just talking about with the media, I'm sure he mentioned it when Lopez talked to him too, because I know Lopez asked him about the disrespect. He mentioned it. He mentioned we have to be able to block a tight end one-on-one. He mentioned that twice, like that specifically. In his time with the media. Again, I'm sure he mentioned it again with Lopez and Reggie and Fig on In the Loop. So I think he knows exactly why the hell everybody's down on the tight ends. I think he knows exactly why, there's question marks around Dalton Schultz, and there's question marks around he and his health, and talking about Brevin Jordan. So, yeah, I mean, understandably so. Now, with all that said, I think the tight ends, if there's one position group that can swing this offense in a major way, I think it's a tight end group. Now, assuming we're taking just being awful like the offensive line was last year out of the mix. Like if we're going to get improvement in the offensive line, get decent offensive line play, and you're going to get decent across the board, right? There's one position group to me that if those guys play up to their expectations, it will change the offense drastically, and that's a tight end group.
Yeah, and I like the fact that we're hearing, especially from Brevin Jordan, he's somebody that, you don't really equate to physicality in his career. But I do like that they're taking it and saying, no, we not putting it on somebody else. No, we weren't good. And I even like him because that ain't really including him because he wasn't out there. But we weren't good at things that we are supposed to do. We are paid to have to block at times, and we weren't good at it. And I appreciate they weren't good.
Yeah. Well, this is what I want to hear from Dalton Schultz. To be completely honest with you, I want to hear, hey man, I got to be able to block. I got to be able to block a defensive end 1-on-1. I got to be able to get up to the second level on a Mike linebacker and block him in the run game. I got to be able to do those things. Like it's great coming from Brevin Jordan. Like you said, he didn't even play last year. And so I've been wanting to hear those things from Dalton Schultz, like some level of acknowledgement of like, hey, I've got to do these things better. And we've got to be able to do these things better, and it'll help the offense tremendously. And Brevin Jordan's got it figured out.
Well, Clint, you were out there. They had on pads today. Did you see improvement from that physical part from the tight end?
It's interesting that you ask. Dalton Schultz, I look up, and the one time Dalton Schultz jumped off the practice field to me right there in front of all of us, he's getting his ass kicked by number 52, a defensive end in pass protection. More of the same, just got beat inside, goes down to a knee, looks up, that kind of deal, around what's going on kind of deal. It just I had a immediate took me back to last year. Now, in his defense, he did come back later in practice in a team situation and catch a touchdown on a little corner route. I believe that's on social media as well. So he did create a little separation there and rebound from that inability to pass protect. He rebounded and caught a ball for a touchdown later on. I'll give you a quick run down tight end report, if you will, because I do think this is a position worth reporting to the people on, because I think it's either going to be a major boost to the offense or it's going to be something that holds them back. There ain't going to be no just playing average, right? Cade Stover, guys, I'm telling y'all, Cade Stover's coming. Cade Stover is one for me that I got to be careful, because I was like, I was disgusted with Dalton Schultz, so I kind of leaned into Cade Stover. And then Cade Stover shows up. Dalton Schultz isn't in OTAs. Cade Stover is. He looks like he's been working out. He looks like a better player. He's wearing them high-top Jordans that are absolutely tremendous if you can wear them right. And so I liked what I saw, but I was like, you know what? Let me be careful with this Cade Stover stuff. I'm done being careful with it. Cade Stover is to me is going to be the most valuable tight end on this team. He has
that's a mouthful.
You remember what I said about Noel earlier about the ball just finding him?
Yeah.
Go to a Texans practice and you tell me which tight end consistently steps out or shows out. Like, which one consistently jumps off the screen, right? I mean, the quarterbacks all love throwing to him, obviously. Whether he's getting his head taken off by Kalen Bullock, I'm pretty sure that was him, not Schultz. I'm pretty sure that was Cade Stover. Or he's catching a ball underneath and cut it up the sideline for a big gainer. They love throwing him the football. He just has some kind of knack there with him, a lot like Noel does, of the ball just coming his direction. And then he does have that, which we all know, that nastiness, that level. Jordan. Brevin Jordan is getting significantly more run than I thought he was going to get. Today in team at one point, Ron, Brevin Jordan was on the field 2 with Cade Stover and 1 by himself the first 3 snaps of a team drill, one-on-one, ones versus ones. I mean, he's getting a lot of run, and that explosive weapon being on the field that much is a beautiful thing. And then Dalton Schultz, we're getting a little bit of Dalton Schultz that we've always got. Offensively, he'll go catch a touchdown, but I'm not real sure you can rely on him in pass protection.
Yeah, and I guess they just got to take that out of the playbook from what we learned last year. Is just since who is 52?
I believe it's Taylor. I had
we just got a last name.
Yeah, his last name is
52.
Taylor.
I don't even recognize who that is.
Darrell Taylor.
There you go.
Kicking his ass.
Yes.
Oh, is it Daryl Taylor?
Or Daryl. Darrell.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, they got him. Kick Rocks loves old Daryl Taylor.
Well, Kick Rocks, you're on to something there. That is a good-looking human being.
Hold on. Let's not get aggressive.
No, I'm
mean,
telling you.
It might be.
He's running with the twos. And he jumps out now. He is a player. I think he's going to be a rotational piece of this defensive line. And Ron, where I'm going with it is, I mean, he's what you want a defensive end to look like. You know what I mean? He's a good looking sucker now. Now when he goes against Dalton Schultz, he looks real good.
Yeah, but that's not a great sign that Dalton Schultz is
my biggest problem with it is the quit, man. Like it's just a
Justin James, you son of a bitch.
I don't know, man. I don't know. The got beat inside and just kind of rides him to the ground and then gets on a knee like, damn, I'm tired, or damn that, why'd you put me in that position? Or it's just like
somebody's supposed to help me.
Yeah, like it's the body language, it's the action of getting beat, then the body language, and then the gosh, just get mad, man. Like some level of pissed off about that is unacceptable, right? I mean, just so it's the whole thing for me that's just been a turnoff. And then it happened. I looked up. I ain't seen 86 all day other than in breaks over here in the shade over here. And I look up and in action, the first thing I see is that. I'm like, gosh dang, man, I can't escape it.
Yep. Well, it is maybe a position group we weren't thinking that was going to be at top of mind, but that is something that we've been seeing stand out in some sort of a way this first week plus of training camp. But Brevin Jordan has looked good multiple times. He's caught short passes, and like D'Amico said, looked very similar to what he did against the Browns in the playoff when he took it the distance. So you can see that athleticism from guys like Brevin Jordan. And at least those younger guys are coming along, and maybe you're not just stuck with if he's not able to play to the space you need him to.
Ron, look, my expectations are Dalton Schultz to play the $12 million expectations, Brevin Jordan to be an explosive weapon, and Cade Stover to keep coming and be an every down tight end. And then the Houston Texans overall have a really, really, really healthy tight end room. Now, that may be lofty expectations, but that's what I expect.
All right, let's get you ready for tonight's game against the Nationals. Framber gets the ball. They need their ace to be their ace. They've won 13 straight with Framber. They need that to continue. But before that, some great news that we need to pass along with you about your Houston Astros. A big-time player has good news coming out of him. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Don't mess with the Houston Astros.
Coach D'Amico likes the back and forth he's seen in the trenches through the first week of training camp.
It's going to be really great competition, right? Our O-line gets to go against one of the top D-lines in the league every single day. You get to go against the top guy, so everybody's going to get better from that.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. West M Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with the Odyssey Sports Minute. Quite frankly, I didn't know what to expect at Happy Gilmore 2 because often when a sequel happens, it's underwhelming and completely unnecessary. And even love what Adam Sandler created in Happy Gilmore 2.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, will have the latest for you. And the latest is the Astros. They are in desperate need of a win as they continue to host at home. They play the Washington Nationals tonight. They need to get off this 4-game losing streak. They just got swept at home by the A's for 4. A last place type team is coming in town, and they need to go ahead and get off of this streak. We'll get you the particulars, the lineup, and get you ready for that game. But some news, and the very latest news, and I think this is really good news, fellas. Jeremy Pena, who we said has faced live pitching over the last week in Florida. He has been hitting in Houston. Clint, he will then go and take some swings and be in the lineup tomorrow at AAA Sugarland, according to Joe Espada, the manager. So he will play in AAA. So this AAA team, I mean, they've got in Sugarland that includes Pena and Garcia and J.P. France and Spencer Arrighetti and Christian Javier. This is you get a chance to see a lot. $5 margaritas, is that true?
Yeah, man. Tomorrow night out there at Constellation Field, $5 margs.
$5 marg.
They're gonna get all the bang they can for that buck, ain't they? They said we know we got a healthy run of players coming through here the next month or so, man. Y'all better come on. We got all kind of drink deals. Just come on out, man. That's good for them. That's big time. On both the topics, Ron. One with the Astros tonight needing to win. The reality of the situation is the Astros right now is I just don't know how many times through the rotation you're going to look at it and go, yes, this is a night we should get a W. Like how many times line up in this starting rotation? Tonight is one of them. Yeah, that's how big tonight is. Tonight's a big game, a big. They need to get this dub with Framber on the bench. Now, I mean Framber on the bump. Hopefully he's not on the bench. He's on the bump. Jeremy Pena. The thing about Jeremy Pena and all the others, but Jeremy Pena specifically in Sugarland is, again, we're talking about broken ribs, kind of like Arrighetti with a broken hand, where, yeah, sure, there's a little bit of a ramp-up period here, but once these guys can get on the mound or get in the batter's box and just let it rip, their ass needs to be at Dyken Park. I mean, at the end of the day, if they can swing without pain, if he can pitch, I don't care if it's 45 pitches. I don't care if it's not 90 or whatever. They need to get that part of it done at Dyken Park. That's how desperate the big league squad is right now. When we're dealing with an injury like those two have, I mean, just if they can play in Sugarland, they can play in Houston. Let's get them back up here.
Yeah, hopefully this just has to be the right step. He didn't even have to go. They didn't decide to go to AA first or anything. They're going right to Sugarland, and this one feels like this one could be. maybe I shouldn't even say it, fellas, but this one feels like this could be sooner than later, within like the next week, right? If he gets out here and he plays a game or two, right?
So you're telling me there's a chance.
And seems to feel okay, and it's not even really about results either. Does he feel all right? Does he run around the bases? Does he swing the bat without any kind of pain against some live pitching, and then get him up there? Because I think that's the other part of this, right? They are struggling big time. As I said, 5-15 since that sweep of the Dodgers. They have just been scuffling. But it feels like each one of these guys coming up will be a shot of energy towards that clubhouse, the team. Because right now everything is just like, it's almost got to be like, who's going next, right? Brandon Walter, Lance McCullers, all of it. But you start to get these guys back one by one, and it'll be a big shot, I think, to the team.
Well, offensively, it's obvious with the starting rotation, Ron. The pitching it's obvious what you. Again, there's just a handful of outings that you can feel like you should be in the game to get a win. The lineup is the one that right now. So there's so much pressure, and I'm not saying he's feeling the pressure because he probably didn't give a rip at this point. But there's so much pressure ultimately on Altuve to have a huge night. Now you can apply the same thing to Christian Walker, a couple of the guys in the lineup, but there's so much pressure on those guys because everybody else is ultimately a space cowboy. So. It's getting those guys back will be a shot in the arm, regardless of whether it's in the rotation, out of the bullpen, or a damn a bat in the lineup.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, tonight they do get one back, one of the bats you were thinking of, but they do get one back in Jacob Melton. As the lineup tonight, Taylor Trammell leads off in right field. Jose Altuve, who you just mentioned, feels like there's pressure for him to come through. He's in left field tonight. Victor Caratini is the DH. Christian Walker is at first. Jacob Melton returns from that I would assume severe right ankle sprain that kept him out for quite some time. He is in center field in the 5 spot. Yainer Diaz right behind him. Be nice if they could get him going on either side of the ball. Mauricio Dubon's at third base tonight. Bryce Matthews, who got in a hot stretch there against Arizona, he's at second base, and then Zach Short is at shortstop at ninth. But as you said, Clint, what this is about is Framber Valdez. Framber Valdez is not just this team's ace right now, the way that Hunter Brown has pitched, but Framber Valdez is one of the best pitchers in baseball, and Clint, he has been one of the best pitchers in baseball. And he has done it in big moments, in big spots. All right, I know we can talk about some of his inconsistencies that gets on people's nerves, but we can also have multiple big games, playoffs, World Series, big regular season games where Framber Valdez has come through big time. They need that type of performance. They need a performance where the offense just knows, man, if we just scratch across a couple, he's going to put up zeros, especially against a team like this. So, night Framber Valdez, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, look, can he keep the score down and give us a shot? Can he go deep enough in the game where you don't have to rely on the bullpen until it gets to the big horses at the end? That's ultimately what you're looking for here out of Framber Valdez. I don't care what it looks like as long as again it's the runs are down and he goes deep. Now that's it's a lot to ask, but the Astros need it big time tonight.
No, but it's something that he can do and he's done. They've won 13 straight starts that he has made here this season. And you're right. Can this be a Framber Abreu hater night? Like that's it. Yeah. That's what the hope or the play. Or he settles everybody down. The offense makes this thing to where you don't even have to use those guys. But that's got to be the big thing. Is big night tonight. 4-game losing streak. Framber and this team have to stop the bleeding. We'll see if they can do that tonight at the Daikin.
5 o'clock fire.
I heard it.
Day 5 of training camp tonight. Before we kind of give our thoughts, let's listen to the head coach. And we're going to listen to him on a couple of things because he spoke about Joe Mixon, and we'll let you hear what he had to say here in a bit on that, his update. But this was him. First day of pads, first day back after week one, hitting a little bit. This was DeMeco Ryans' thoughts.
With it being the first day of pads, what stood out first and foremost, guys did a really good. I want us to still be able to protect each other. We're still teammates. Understand we want to play physical football, but we got to protect each other. And I thought our guys came out and did a really good job of that. And you can see our running backs really running the football, how it will look, playing physical behind their pass. I thought those guys, Chubb, did a really good job today with a couple runs, also Jawar. So, and our defense as well, they stepped up, played physical, couple nice thuds, nice tackles in there. So I'm excited. First day of pads, everybody was safe. That's so I'm happy to get out clean today.
All right, there is DeMeco Ryans talking about the first day of padded practice today. Clint, your thoughts in the first day, because this was a big day for especially the guys up front. Your thoughts on what you saw there?
Well, look, I mean, I get staying healthy. That's fine. I mean, ultimately, this comes down to the O-line play. We've been hearing about O-line, D-line, and you won't know anything until we get real pads on, and in the trenches, the play is different, and you can't do it without pads. And well, they had pads on today, and it was ugly. I mean, at the end, I don't know what the run game looks like. It's hard to tell, what's going on inside with 5 offensive linemen. Everybody piles in there on the run. It's hard to tell whether did you create a crease or not. Did you get movement or not? I don't know about all that, but the pass protection was still very suspect when it comes to the first unit and having to attempt to block our pass rush here with Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. I hear I hear the Texans defense is that good, and you're having to go up against these guys. That's fine. I mean, but we're working on. Now, this is one full padded day, but we're working on several days of the pass protection, the pocket collapsing, guys just getting dismantled up front. And so hopefully sooner rather than later, that takes a turn for the better. But right now, DeMeco Ryans has to be a tad bit concerned about the O-line play and how that protection piece is still struggling.
Yeah, and I know for as we've talked a bit, a couple of guys that stood out today is on the defensive side. Kalen Bullock had a big day and looked like the confident star that many people think he could be. And then Noel stepped up today, and he's really kind of stood out, I think, throughout camp thus far, being able to create separation space. It seems like he makes a play each practice. So those, I would say to me, those were the two guys, judging by what we hear, that really stood out.
Yeah, I mean, look, there were several plays where Kalen Bullock it was a bang-bang play with a tight end over the middle. He comes back either the next play or a couple plays later. He drops a for sure interception that would have been a pick six. But just the fact that he undercut it, he read it, he made a play on the ball was impressive. I mean, this secondary is going to be fun to watch, boys. They're going to be awful to play against, but they're going to be fun for all of us to watch. There's no doubt about it. Kalen Bullock is going to be the recipient of a lot of the pressure, the stuff that goes on up front, guys throwing away from Stingley. Some real opportunity for Kalen Bullock to even grow off what we saw last year. You mentioned Noel. I mean, to me, Noel is kind of the guy this camp that has consistently jumped off the screen. It's the underneath stuff. It's the over-the-top stuff. He's one of the 3 punt returners that are back there returning punts. I mean, they clearly trust him. And when you look at Noel, for me, he appears to be a very quarterback-friendly receiver. And obviously you need to be a guy that can get open and make plays to be that. But it's like as a quarterback, when I'm dropping back and he's breaking to the corner or he's breaking to the post or he's sinking his weight and he's going to break to the sideline, there's certain guys that just have little nuances, and I don't even know if they do it on purpose, but they just have little nuances where the quarterback, it's very easy to read. He's coming out flat. He's coming back down the stem. He's going to break high. And when you find a receiver that you have that level, call it chemistry if you will, but a receiver that has that ability, man, it's really quarterback friendly. And it just seems that Noel is one of those guys, man. It doesn't matter who's quarterbacking. Doesn't matter what part of the field you're trying to attack. Doesn't matter if it's first down or third down. if you're looking his direction, he seems to be a very quarterback-friendly receiver. So we'll see how that pans out, but so far it's held true.
All right. As we get through coming up, I do want you all to hear this. We will play it on the other side as soon as we get back. But I do want you to hear this weekend there was news about the Pro Bowler from last year and reports that he could be out for a significant amount of time, could be out for all of the preseason. Those reports coming from Ian Rappaport and other national reporters as well. D'Amico Ryans addressed it, and I would say he got a little spicy addressing this situation. As soon as we get back, we'll let you hear that and discuss how big of a deal this is with Joe Mixon, and I want to dive a little deeper in on what Clint had to say about the offensive line. And is this something we should be expecting, or, as you said, is this something that you have some concerns of how much better this will get? We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
Take it from Nick Caserio. When it comes to offense, success is simple.
In offensive football in the end, it's about three things. It's about moving the ball, it's about scoring points, and it's about taking care of the football. You can put whatever system you want to.
answers on everything at the Greenbrier, right here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, D'Amico Ryans and Tyler and Clint, you all have been in this business and been around it for a long time, and hell, you all too that listen and that are huge fans as well. You know, D'Amico knew the Joe Mixon question was coming today.
Oh, he knew.
And if he ain't have an answer, like he was prepared and knew it was coming, and he answered that sucker just the way he and it is not a surprise to me that this one he almost was ready to answer this before it was even brought up to him. If you missed it over the weekend, I believe many people reported this. The first person I saw was Ian Rappaport of NFL Network, that Texans running back Joe Mixon, who has been on the non-football injury list, is expected to be out an extended period of time with a frustrating foot injury, sources say, and to say that he may be out for the entirety of the preseason were reports this weekend, and then many people jumped on it. Well, this was D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, speaking to the media today, and his thoughts on Joe Mixon and him and that injury and things that have been reported with that injury.
Yeah, nothing's changed with Joe. Joe is still working, in the background. I know we get reports about Joe. Nothing's changed. He's still working. Whenever it's time for Joe to be back, he'll be back. Right? I know a lot of people want to report a lot of things about guys with injuries. My thing is are you really concerned about our guys? Or are you really just trying to get something out there, right? And for me, I always put my players' health and safety first and foremost. So I care about the guys, so you guys don't hear me talking a lot about injuries, because that's their personal information. Guys are working through that, and there's nothing to report or get in an uproar about. Like, our guys are working, and it's always sensitive to me because I've been there. I've went through that. So it's not just to report something. Like, I want people here who truly care about our guys. I care about our guys and what they're, and it'll continue to be that way.
All right, that was D'Amico Ryans, and Clint, he clearly had some thoughts on that and expressed those thoughts on Joe Mixon. But with all of that said, Clint, he never denied that this is something that could keep him out for quite some time. And the guys who made those reports, they're guys that are both national and local that feel pretty good about their sources and are usually close to being right about these things. And if it is true, Clint, I don't know how this isn't a major deal when you look at Nick Chubb, who just had a shade over 300 yards last year and who has been out for a long stretch, or who is now kind of recovering from still those injuries with that terrible leg injury he had. Then he had other injuries last year that kept him out some games. Then you got the Dameon Pierce factor where we wondered if he'd be on the team. He was under 300 yards. He can't seem to stay healthy the last couple of years, has not stepped foot on the practice field yet. You got a rookie in Woody Marks that we haven't seen yet. And then your favorite, the one you love seeing out there in the backfield, Dare Ogunbowale, potentially there. This feels like a pretty big deal if he is out with the time frame that's been reported.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a whether it's D'Amico Ryans and the Texans reporting it and communicating it, or it's just for us Texans fans that are hoping to have a 1-2 punch of Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb from day one with the Houston Texans. This looks like one of those situations where it's not just the injury with Nick Chubb, it's the position he plays, and it's the fact that it's a lower body injury. there's not going to be just, one day all of a sudden he's healthy and let's ride, let's go. There's going to be we got to test this leg. We've got to ramp him up and get his body in shape to take the punishment and just in shape, football shape. This is not just how quickly can he get healthy kind of thing. So, when it comes to DeMeco's comments, again, I know coaches and organizations have to be really careful about discussing injuries. I get that.
Yeah.
But when getting frustrated with reports or getting frustrated with the media, when you show up and 2 or 3 days straight, C.J. Stroud is doing running plays and then putting a beanie on his head and not throwing anything. Like, to not get ahead of that and address that to some degree, to me is silly. If on the backside of that, when agents start talking and reporters start doing their digging and doing their due diligence and they come up with it, you're going to get frustrated, right? It's just like this. Like the Joe Mixon thing, if the frustration is people asking and people reporting and explain a little bit more, give a little bit more of an update on what's going on with the players kind of thing, instead of keeping everybody in the dark. So I don't care how they do it. I'm not judging. I'm not saying any way is right or wrong. I'm just saying if it is a source of frustration, which maybe it's not. Maybe DeMeco really don't care. If it's a source of frustration, the way things get reported, then get out in front of it and you steer the ship.
Yeah. Yeah. For me, listen, I think DeMeco this is probably why players love playing for DeMeco. He was kind of trying to defend his players, as you heard him say in that cut of, I've been there before, and do you really care about the player, or are you just trying to get stuff out? All of that. He's defending his player, and that's why players love playing for him. But the real of it is, man, is Nick Chubb going to have to play start? How long is Nick Chubb potentially going to have to come out of the gate and play starter-type reps? Does this mean that Dameon Pierce is going to have to potentially be counted on? Does this mean Woody Marks early as a rookie is going to have to be counted on? And then if those things don't work out, does this mean that you're in this position where Dare is going to have to be counted on? That is what else you want to do. That's the real of it, is how long is he going to be out? Because like you said, let's say he missed the preseason and training camp. He ain't walking right in and just getting 15 carries, right? Like, there's got to be some build-up, some understanding of some shape, whatever, with things. I know running back is a position that you can get in it quick, but I think however he's handling that or whatever he's going to that, the big thing is like this situation on the field and what this means.
Yeah, no, there's no question about it. And for the record, I understand that DeMeco is, when he says, do you really care about the player? You're just trying to get a story out. I think he's referring to himself, like the coaches that that's what he kind of has to ask himself when he gives information on a player. And so by no means I don't know if he's talking to anybody specifically, who he's talking to, but you can definitely sense that there's some level of frustration there. And look, you're talking about an all-pro back. You're talking about a running back position, to your point, Ron, you're talking about a running back position that changes drastically with no Joe Mixon. As a Texans fan, I am good and fired up about a 1-2 punch of Joe Mixon. And the question is you got Joe Mixon as the battering ram, as the tip of that spear. Hell, the question is, how good can Nick Chubb be? Can Nick Chubb in a lesser role be closer to the old school Nick Chubb? And what does that look like? And that can get Texans fans good and jazzed up. With no Dameon Pierce and what looks like no Joe Mixon for an extended period of time, you're going to battle with an older, beat up running back that you're one injury away from Dare Agumbawale being your feature. I just don't know how you don't. Like, I don't know how you don't. This is an all-pro running back we're talking about that's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, text line texting in, you must have forgotten that Joe Mixon was out most of training camp last year and was doubtful until opening kickoff. He walked in and had more than 15 carries after missing camp last year. I don't know how much time he missed
Last year was when I remember he practiced the first couple of practices, and then I remember right before he went in the media tent, he was on the ground stretching his quad, and he hurt his quad somehow and missed a bunch.
Yeah, he missed some time there. Joe Mixon didn't go the entire offseason without being on the field. Right? I distinctly remember catches he made on the sideline in practice that we talked about a bunch. I remember Joe Mixon has not touched the field. He's been in a boot. He has not touched the field since the season. Like, it's a little different. It's a little different. He will not, according to some reports. And to expect that him at 30 is going to roll through, 29, 30 years old, he's going to roll through and do that, and just not. He at least last year had practiced, he was at OTAs, and he was at mandatory mini camps, and he was at some of the training camp. He has not done any offseason stuff because of the injury. I think it's a tad different. Well, he'll just come in. Just come in and get.
Yeah, man.
He'll just come in.
Ready to go.
Right there, baby. Ready to go. We'll get it. We'll see.
All fixable, bro.
All of it is. But Joe Mixon potentially going to miss a significant amount of time. And we'll see what that looks like. All right, coming up, we'll look at C.J. Stroud and this offensive line today. The offense has first day in pads, and not to be a huge surprise, they've been a little bit behind the defense. Today, the defense was coming full go. All of them were coming full go. This time, we'll discuss what we saw today coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, if you're out there, fellas, and you're constantly tired, maybe you're lacking a little focus.
legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive as things will continue rolling right here on Sports Radio 610. Houston Sports Leader coming up, and they have the Hall of Famer, Andre Johnson. Boy, that's attached to his name every time you speak it now. The Hall of Famer, Andre Johnson, will be joining Mark Vandermeer, John Harris tonight, so stay tuned for that. They come on right when we get finished. Also coming up behind us, Area 45. They are coming up behind Texans All Access. Area 45, they are back in action. They will hopefully be talking about a post-game in which Framber Valdez goes out and helps the Astros in this 4-game slide at home. But they'll talk about many other things as well today in training camp also. So stay tuned for the best late-night talk show in all of Houston, Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago. And also, a little note for you, 7:15 tomorrow, 7:15 on Payne and Pendergast. They will have the general manager, Nick Caserio, live joining them. And I believe I saw Clint Tyler. It'll be about 40 minutes they're going to sit down and talk to Nick Caserio. So, long stretch, a lot that they can cover. Maybe a little bit more on the Joe Mixon stuff. Maybe a little bit more on some of the hot button topics.
Well, there's a lot out there, man.
Right?
You mentioned Joe Mixon. You also got to mention Damian Pierce. It looks like Ariante Ursery's getting a lot more first team run than we struggling. What does in his eyes? What does the O-line and the run game look like? We can see the pass game. We can see the pass protection struggles. But does the run game give you anything to I guess lean into from a run game perspective? CJ's frustration level is going to be big throughout camp, and so man, there's a lot to lean into there.
Yeah, Christian Harris, a lot of things. Are there any? I don't know. He probably won't obviously give that away, but some spots maybe in his mind that they think they may be looking at to improve. So a lot to get to tomorrow, 7:15, Payne and Pendergast. Settle in. Should be a good, long conversation with the general manager, Nick Caserio, right here on Sports Radio 610. Again, set your alarm, 7:15 a.m. on Payne and Pendergast. All right, Clint, this was D'Amico, who was excited to see his big fellas, in particular the offensive line and pads for the first time. Here's D'Amico on what he saw.
By putting on the pads today, you did. I saw our O-line do a nice job of blocking the D-ends, D-tackles. They also did a great job of getting after them as well. It's going to be really great competition, right? Our O-line gets to go against one of the top D-lines in the league every single day. You get to go against the top guy, so everybody's going to get better from that. And so that's what I saw today.
All right, there is Coach D'Amico Ryans talking about what he saw today. And I think what a lot of people saw – again, Clint, and this ties in, obviously, CJ as well. The struggles from the offensive line, and this is kind of been the story of the first several days of training camp. But now, this time, there were pads on. And, by the way, real quick, that first group was Cam Robinson, Lincoln Tomlinson, Jarrett Patterson at center, Titus Howard, and Ariante Ursery at right tackle. As said earlier, John Lopez, that it didn't look like Blake Fisher got any first-team reps in today's practice. But, Clint, as I said, is this an expected struggle or a struggle where there is potential, or not even potential, but right now concern?
Yeah, look, for me, it falls in the expected struggle category. I mean, we're still today was a fifth practice. They're still installing. This defense is a championship caliber defense, and they play fast up front. The offense is trying to install a damn offense and just figure out the terminology and how to communicate it. while the defense is over there and they're taking graduate classes and down there fixing to graduate. And so, yeah, it's right now for me, it's still to be expected. The pass protection appears to stink. CJ's not getting a ton of reps, which kind of surprises me a little bit. They're literally, it seems, more focused on getting 4 quarterbacks reps and getting all the backups work. And CJ is just like, it's a weird rotation. Some drills he's taking 1 or 2 snaps, and then they're rotating it through. When they start settling in, Ron, to, hey, these are at least our who we think our front five is going to be, and CJ settling in and starts getting the majority of the reps, and Nick Chubb settles in and starts getting the majority of the reps, and that is when I think we really need to focus in. And I don't know when that's going to be. I would give them 2 weeks before you really start going, we got some problems, right? So that, like, for me, I'm just going to say 2 weeks, but the moment that we look out there and go, hey, man, CJ's getting 8 of the 10 reps. He's getting 80% of the workload. Hey, man, that same offensive line has gone out there, and they're getting 80% of the workload. If it doesn't look any better at that point in time, then we're going to need to have a little different pre-show meeting. It could get ugly.
And with that, Clint, I think it's obviously bleeding off to what you saw from CJ today, right? Like if you look at the evaluation of CJ, first day, full pads, full go, I mean, I think it can be described very much like the offensive line. There were some ups, but I think he probably left more disappointed, I would guess, in the performance than he was than maybe the other way.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to tell right now with the way that they're trying to land on who the best is up front and trying to make sure everybody gets reps and trying to ramp up and so it's just such a crapshoot right now. I'm just hesitant.
Straight for CJ.
Well, but that's the key here, Ron. The big picture and the whole thing here is offensively how CJ Stroud handles the frustrations that come with being a quarterback with big expectations. You know, you got to win more than 10 games. You got to go further than the second round of playoffs. You got to rebound from a rough year. And by the way, we got to move at a snail's pace so that everybody can figure this out and we can be at our best. It's going to be extremely frustrating for CJ Stroud, as you said, no doubt about it. He's the one that's got to take into account, like, man, we're still rotating through and getting all these guys reps, and there's a ton of different people. The expectations can't be real high. That's why I say, Ron, when they come together and they start hopefully creating some chemistry and the same guys starting to work together, the expectations go through the roof.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's the thing is you're watching it and we saw some potential turnovers, some potential things that maybe sped him up. And again, obviously understanding it's early. It's the first day of pads. It's the 5th day of training camp. But to me, I just don't know how any Texans fan can look at it and understand the moves that were made to try to fix this. And I think there are probably some people who deep down maybe look at it, even if you're the biggest Texans fan, and thought that there would be bigger moves made. And when you plug into training camp and the same issues are arising, it's at least something, I think, a little bit more of an issue for, I would imagine, Texans fans than maybe other spots.
Oh, yeah. So, I would agree with that.
I would just imagine that. Like,
I would agree with that.
Yeah. Like, I'm sure at other places, like, maybe not as much, but here, that seemed to be the thing that wrecked the season. All right, as we're back at it, Tyler did last week, Friday, said he was going to leave some best bets. We could not find them, but I'm sure they went well.
Damn, I didn't think about that till just now. I forgot, man. That's my bad.
You didn't. We brought it up multiple times on Friday, but it's a new week. It is T-Mill's best bets. You got.
You should have seen that little head nod you got right there.
Adds up, makes sense.
I see it. You got 5. You got 5 tonight. Let's see if we can get in the green.
Yes. That'd be ideal if we could start a week in the green. It's been a while.
Right?
It's been a while. We had a couple of green days last week, but these Mondays have been evading us. So without further ado, I got 5 of them. 5 best bets on a Monday night. If you miss any of these, want to tail any, fade any, go to the Twitter at @TMillRealDeal. I got it posted there in recent hours. First up, I'm on an under. Mariners at the A's tonight. I'm under 5.5 runs in the first 5 innings of that game. Just can't imagine those two piss-poor squads putting together 6 runs over 5 innings.
Unless Nick goes crazy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Next, another first 5 innings bet for you. The Cubs. I'm on the money line in the first 5 innings. Now, that means the Cubs need to be winning after the end of the 5th. I'm on the Cubs, minus 105 at the Brewers. Next up, the Dodgers. Dodgers overall money line in their game tonight at minus 150. They are traveling over to Cincinnati to take on the Reds. Next up, another under. I got the Rockies at the Guardians. God, the Rockies are bad. Under 9 runs at minus 120 in that one for me tonight. And then lastly, a player prop. It's an Astro. It's the GOAT. Do it often. Altuve, over 1.5 total bases. Please, God, just hit a double at your first at bat. Altuve over 1.5 total bases tonight for the Houston Astros. Those are your 5 best bets.
Listen, I like the Altuve thing. They need it, man. Doesn't this feel like a night where you need
it?
You need your stars. You need Framber. You need Altuve. They got another one. Who else? Does anybody else count as a star? Hader, Abreu.
How about Walker?
Yeah. Chris, yeah.
He's got to, man. We got to have him.
I mean, I don't mean it like that, but I'm just saying when I came into the season, I think to myself, even with the fully healthy, like he's like the secondary, the next wave of
Tier 2.
Yeah.
Tyler, you got any room for me, man?
No,
not yet, bro. Soon, very soon.
When he led with he forgot.
You realize you're 0 for the last time ever since you've been telling
Are those Thursday bets over?
Oh, I just meant for weeks.
Like we're over a week at each moment where he's actually, hey, you got room for me?
We're in a bad run, man.
That's why you need to shake it up and let me in, man.
But that means we're about to go super green. Law of averages. Here we go.
That's a way to think of it. All right.
Please, God.
That's Clint. Great job today. Tyler, great job as always.
You did a great job today, Ron.
I appreciate that. People, listeners, fantastic as well. I am Ron the Show Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby. I see you. T. Mill is in the building as well. Okay, all right, there he is. That's when you know it's
that was just
real.
For you, big boy.
I know it. I'm uncomfortable the way you said that, but I just want to be honest with you.
What up, big sexy?
I just want to be honest with you. Shout out to Kevin Nash. I see you in the building.
Always seems to know the way.
Is that my boy Ron? Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
Nick Caserio shared his opening thoughts at the start of Texans training camp.
A lot of work in front of us, 20 practices, 3 preseason games, and then we open up against one of the best teams in the league in the Rams. So had a good spring. The team's in a good spot. I think we have a pretty good football team, but in the end, it's going to come down to how well we execute in games.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the 73, call Lee. Your report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. On the East Loop northbound at Turning Basin, it's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. Kirk Holmes, Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year winner, is building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs,
Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402.
Endless summer savings are in full swing at Sterling McCall Chevrolet with can't-miss offers made for the road ahead. Nothing says summer like cruising in the 2025 Chevy Silverado 15 lowest 0% APR for 36 months. Or turn up the volume on value when you lease the 2025 Chevy Trailblazer for just $388 a month for 48 months with $29.97 due at signing. Claim your endless summer savings in person or online at SterlingMcCallChevy.com. Now through August 4th. Offers are subject to availability and cannot be combined with other promotions. See dealer for complete details.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for the Men's T Clinic. You guys know that I go to the Men's T Clinic for my testosterone replacement therapy, but they are about so much more than that there with their long menu of male wellness treatments, including if you're suffering from joint pain. If you're suffering from joint pain that's holding you back in the gym or even just day to day, all natural regenerative therapies are more. No meds, no surgery. It's long-lasting. Find the location nearest you. There's 5 around town here in Houston. It's mensteclinic.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old